Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely helps. So I'm reading a book called Thus by Chanakya, and he actually, I didn't know this before reading this, that the ah means the starting, um means the ending. That's life, right? It's like your circle.
Okay, Mr. Kara,
Mm.
we're gonna go live in 1 minute now.
Okay, so why are we here? Why am I here?
Well, you gotta switch off your camera and your mute. You gotta mute yourself and switch off your camera. There you go.
Go.
Okay, ladies, you ready?
We're ready when you are.
Okay.
Hey, Rash.
Hey, buddy. I think I'm just gonna put some music on my phone in the meanwhile.
I tried it. It wasn't coming out very clear, but how you doing this morning?
Very, very good, girl. I got my ginger jaw. Like I've been just on ginger life right now. And then I don't know why, what's up with me? I've been eating like 2, 3 dates a day. I'm turning into this like, I don't know. I feel like this Middle Eastern royal or something. Like I have sugar dates and pistachio all the time in my house. Like it's just, yeah.
Well, that's
I feel
amazing.
royal. Yeah, I feel good.
This is food. This is Mother Nature. You're fueling yourself with all the good nutrients that she has to offer us.
I never even used to look at a date before, man. Like they were so nasty looking. I didn't even want to try it. It's like a
But
dried
they're
up raisin,
delicious. They taste so good.
I'm just gonna start dancing in the background. Can you hear anything?
Yeah, I can hear it. There we go.
Okay.
Wait, little
Figured
bit.
we'll have it on. Yeah.
All right. Are we gonna be able to tell as people stroll in?
I guess so. Yeah. Oh, chat's getting lit.
Oh, there's Kelsey. Good morning, Kelsey. Great to have you on today. We're looking forward to your panel later this morning. Should be a good one. Yeah, and it's beautiful. So where I live, it's a sunshiny day. The sun's come out. It was raining yesterday, and it's beautiful out there. So we're looking forward to having everyone on board with CanMar Events. My co-host Rash is beautiful, and she's up, and she's ready to party with me.
I love the requirements. I'm beautiful and I'm up. I can do the job.
That's all it takes. Just get up in the morning and join us. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
And the beauty is we can all connect from home. We don't need to like go and attend these big events anymore. We can do it virtually.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Kelsey. Good morning, Joanne. Oh, my goodness. We got some people rolling through. This is great. Hey, can we see you guys? Or can we only know if you guys are talking to us through chat? Like, can we see some people? I don't know. How does that work?
I'm not too sure. I think we just get to see them in the chat and we get to see each other.
We can only see and hear you right now. Okay, thanks. Thanks, girl.
So you only see people when I move them to a panelist.
Got it. Cool.
This is me chiming in, okay?
Yeah, I
I'm
got
off
you.
now.
Thank you. Thank you, mystery voice.
All right, so we'll just give everybody a few minutes as they roll in, and then we'll get to the agenda for the day. So it's going to be a good one.
Yeah. And Joanne, what's going to happen is, so if you're on the panel, what's going to happen is Fareen's going to like navigate from the background, and then you're going to get option to start your video and start your audio. So everyone's going to have that chance that's on the panel. So we'll get there. Don't mind me, just sipping my cha.
No, that's a pretty cup that you've got there.
Dude, there's so many chips all around the edge. This is a high risk cup. I'm letting you know, man. Like I can get cut at any point, but I still use it because it's so comfortable.
Oh, and it fuels your needs, right? You're able to put your beverage into it and you're still consuming 100%. From it and you're not having issues with it. It's not leaking.
I know, all positives. Guys, I want to just give everyone a big shout out that's coming in. Who else do I see? Oh, who is that? Joanne Martin. That's Joanne. And we got Nina in the house, Malvina, yes, Tracy, Kathleen, you're all coming through. This is really cool. I've never done anything like this before. Neetu, this is like what you do for a living, right? Like this is just a typical Saturday for you?
I wish. I deal with patients on a regular, but I think we all are people. So I deal with people on a regular, but this is a different way to deal with people, and where everyone's coming to me because they want to come to us and they want to participate and enjoy the conversation. Whereas when I'm working, people come to me because there's usually an issue and we try to help them where we can. that's me in a nutshell. I work
Yeah.
in healthcare, and I believe in giving back to the community, and I do that through my work. And I also volunteer with MCC. Yay, MCC. That's me. Rash, what about you? What do you do in your free time or fun time?
Well, I got two little amigos at home, Sasha, who's 1, Mila, who's 4 years old. Yeah, I'm pretty much with them for like 12 to 16 hours. And then when I'm not, I'm doing stand-up comedy, I'm writing, I'm doing podcasting. I've got Dude, Where's My Mind? And I've got this really cool collaboration coming up with CanMar Events now for One Connect. And then when I'm just kind of hanging out, these guys kind of come in handy. Just basically take some walks with my kids when I'm high a little bit. And man, we stop and we smell every single flower. We collect every single rock. And that's life pretty much. We take it easy and we take it slow and we enjoy ourselves.
I love that you're able to wake and bake and consume responsibly. So, just some housekeeping for the day, everybody. This is a space for everyone to empower one another. So I know that we don't need reminders, but everyone just please be respectful. Keep the comments, rated G so that everyone can participate, that even our kids can participate if they want to. We want to showcase how us females can come together, collaborate, and support the industry. So today is a day for us to speak of all the great things that we're doing in the space.
Oh, totally. Kids are taken care of. Everything's all good. Ginger tea mixed with a little bit of hybrid indica. Oh my goodness. Like it's where it's at on a Saturday morning. So feel free to come along the journey today, heightened senses and all. So feel free.
Excellent. So Rash, we've got some real fabulous speakers coming on board. Our keynote speaker this morning, tell us about her. We were just talking about her earlier today, but Kyra Reed, she's been a fabulous female in the space for a long time. I know that you've been looking into her bio. She's, a pioneer in the social media industry as well, and she's been around for quite some time, and she's done some great things.
So FYI, I always do work in my washroom. So just so people know, like that's what I'm trying to get rid of some ashes right now. Anywho. Yeah, man, Kyra, I'm super pumped to meet her, to hear more about her. This girl, this woman, this female tiger is pretty much, one of the pioneers of social media, man. She is also noted as one of the 100 most important women in weed. I don't even know how you get a title like that. Like, that's really impressive.
That is, and I think a lot of our panelists that we have on this morning are probably included in those top 100 women in cannabis. Even if we don't have that formal recognition, we have all these women that are doing some great things in the cannabis and psychedelic space. So we're so happy to host them and we have a chance to hear from them. So, if you've got questions or comments, please use the chat box and we'll try to get to them as we roll through the day. And yeah, like I mentioned, just, keep the conversation flowing. We'd love to hear your thoughts and comments. And don't forget to follow us, follow CanMar Events, sign up. Be a CanMaronian. We are an all-inclusive space. We want to include everybody into the conversation. So join, click, accept, like us, follow us on Twitter, social media, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, wherever there's a social media platform. CanMar Events is there. So make sure you follow us as well. Yep. We're going to be using the hashtag CanMar WCP. So if you see something, you take a picture, you want to be a part of the conversation, use that hashtag CanMar WCP, and we'd love to, see what you come up with as well.
Yeah, man, we got some comments coming through. Breakfast dupes are my life, pain management. Kelsey, yeah, girl. I get that. Oh, and Krishna's telling us, yeah, we got Instagram at CanMar Events, hashtag WCP. That's awesome, man. We're going to start in like almost a minute. Anything you want to say before we start flying here?
No, but good morning to Donna from CWIC. We'll be having you guys join us shortly this morning as well. So we've got some great people lined up. So this is going to be a conversation not to miss. So spread the word. It's free, so anyone can pop in and join us. Who does that these days? So free events. Spread the love, guys.
I know. I guess before we start flying really fast here, let's pause. Let's say a big thank you to our folks at CanMar here. Like, really, who coordinates and collaborates all this stuff? Like, this is a lot of hard work, and I love that they're making this a priority to share stories, to share wisdom, to transfer knowledge, to make a platform, to let people grow. This is awesome. I'm so happy to be a part of it with amazing people like you. So yeah, thank you so much, CanMar. You really trust us. I just kind of met you a month ago. I never done anything like this. So it's really cool, the trust that you can kind of build just knowing people right off the bat.
CanMar really connects. We're all about making those one connections. And I think we need to give a big shout out to two people behind the scenes. So big shout out to Fareen Hussein and Katie Kara. This event would not be possible without the two of you. So give yourself a round of applause and a pat on the back.
Emily over here, Emily Weiss. Hello, ladies. Will this be recorded for later viewing? Great question. I don't know if it's going to be recorded. I feel like that's a technical question.
Yeah. No, Katie just answered. Yes, this is recorded. So they'll be posting it in the future. I think give us a couple of days for turnaround time and it should be on the website. Perfect.
Gracias, Emily. Cool, guys.
I believe.
Yeah.
Should we let CanMar have their little say? Okay, perfect. So
I guess we should let Katie talk, right? I guess we should let Katie talk for like a minute. Yeah. My friend Katie, go ahead.
Hello and welcome. My name is Katie Kara, and I'm the founder and CEO for CanMar Group. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the very first event of the year on a virtual stage of CanMar Events, the Women in Cannabis and Psychedelics Conference 2021. Today, we will be celebrating and honoring one of the two forces of creation, the force of the feminine, and you will experience this in the form of every amazing, accomplished professional who will grace our virtual stage today. These thought leaders, each a powerhouse in her own right, will share with you through their experiences, ideas, and learnings what it takes to step up and embody the true essence of the feminine power. Today, we welcome you to come forth with open minds and hearts, ready to push and challenge the boundaries of your thoughts and comfort zones by engaging, asking questions, sharing insights and opinions in this safe, respectful space where the conversations will range from ending stigma to the stand of BIPOC to what we can look forward to from psychedelics as a medicine and so much more. It is truly my honor to be opening this conference today, and I now hand you over to your host for the day, Anita Rasota, Rash Rasota, two amazing cannabis and psychedelics advocates and enthusiasts as they turn this Saturday into a one for memories. This is Katie signing out.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you. Thank you.
Katie, you're a beast. That's amazing. I can't believe we're actually getting to be a part of CanMar's first event for 2021. Feels like it's just happened so fast. And hosting with you, Anita, family, my amigo. This kind of feels like we're at a family reception, and Katie is kind of like our drunk cousin that we have to take care of.
But it does.
Right?
You know what? I kind of miss going to parties, and I do miss that interaction. But thanks to these virtual platforms, it feels like we are hosting a big party, and that's what this should feel like. It's all inclusive. We're all getting together, and we're all here to celebrate all these great things that this plant-based environment has to offer.
Yeah, man. We've got experts, we've got stories, we've got innovation, and most importantly, we've got real people here with us today. And it starts just by opening a space that just offers inclusivity and inclusion, basically. What am I saying?
No, you're making
it over.
It's a safe space. It's all inclusive. We want everyone to be a part of the conversation. So we'll be starting shortly. And like we mentioned, we've got a fabulous keynote speaker that'll be joining us in a few minutes. But it's been quite the year, COVID and having to pivot from live events to virtual events. I think it took a toll on a lot of people in the community. So this is how CanMar gives back, by trying to connect us back together one-on-one. And, Rash, I think you're going to be releasing something soon. Can you give the viewers a hint to what we have to look forward to in the upcoming weeks?
Yeah, man. So we've got basically this podcast coming out. It's called One Connect. Oh my goodness, I'm so pumped and jazzed about it because it's like every conversation can become a connective conversation if we're open-minded and if we are just being truthful and speaking our own truth. So we talk basically about cannabis, we talk about the soul, we talk about experiences, we talk about anything and everything under the sun. And basically it's all about just expanding our mindsets, exploring our hearts, and basically speaking our own truth, like I said. So it's just offering a space that we talk to industry experts, we talk to people in the psychedelic space, we talk to people basically that are not yet open to the idea, but would just like to have a conversation around it and learn a little bit more. I know we've got some guests coming up in the tech industry. I think the healthcare industry, we've got some coming up. And then we have just like, people from the entertainment industry. Comedians love to smoke weed. Why do you guys like to do it? So it's just candid
Why do
conversations
comedians
around.
like to smoke weed? What's that one thing that we all have in common? Well, it connects us, that's for sure, and it allows us to be more authentic. But the jokes and the laughter, it really does come out when you get to consume some real good cannabis.
Yeah, man. And the cool thing about cannabis is like it lets you operate from your heart. And when you're operating from your heart, you can't do any wrong. Your jokes aren't going to be offensive. You're there to only unite and never divide. So I use it as my tool for that.
Right. And we've had cannabis around now with legalization for since 2018. So it's been 3 years. And now we're moving into space where psychedelics are hoping to kind of follow suit. So we'll be able to have some real interesting conversations where we'll get to see the parallels between the two industries and how hopefully together we'll be able to forge ahead with an all-inclusive community for these plant-based medicines.
Yeah, man. And I want to give you a big thank you too for that, because before I got invited to be a part of Women in Cannabis and Psychedelics, I didn't know I was a woman, a part of cannabis and psychedelics. This has kind of been, an underground life for me. I mean, really close friends and some family members have known that obviously I've dabbled, but this is kind of, I'm treating it like as a coming out party for myself, all selfish reasons. Totally, I get it. But, I've seen major success and huge benefits that have altered my life experience here on the planet Earth. And I feel like now to be given an opportunity to share that experience and kind of shed a light on these kind of topics, I mean, that's my jam. That's what I'm doing. So I'm really grateful that I met you and you got to kind of introduce me to this world. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for the love. Likewise, I think you bring so much value to my life and so much love and just the authenticity. You allow me to be more authentic and want to be a better person. So thank you for that. And I think
What's
she's
going on, girl?
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Good morning. Yay. Welcome, Kara. We're so happy to have you.
Thank you. It's actually pronounced Kira.
Oh, Kira, sorry. Kira Reed, my apologies.
No worries.
I had a dream last night that you told me that. You said, Tyra, like Tira, like Kira. And I'm like, no way. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. So tell us more about yourself and all the wonderful stuff that you've done. I know that Rash and I have had an opportunity to read up on your bio, but I think it's always best when you get to speak to all the great things that you've done.
So I am the founder of Women Empowered in Cannabis, and we are a community that provides resources and support and networking to women who are working in cannabis and psychedelics. So my background is marketing and social media and branding, but when I jumped into the cannabis industry, I kind of took those tools and turned them into a company that would really help me fulfill my passion, which is helping women succeed in their businesses.
So, you're helping women succeed, and that's amazing. What have been some of the hiccups? So, what have been some of the weak points of this industry? And then maybe we can talk to some of the strengths of this industry and how we can bridge those two together.
Sure. So some of the weaknesses that I've experienced, well, the biggest one, of course, is even though we have regulations, I'm in California, they're constantly changing. So one thing that I've experienced is extinction events, numerous of them. And, how can you really build an emerging stable industry when one change in regulations can wipe out a large population of the businesses that are trying to build the industry? So it's definitely been a major point. Banking, stigma. I mean, anybody that's in this industry for 6 months gets that really quick. The strengths are really about diversity and inclusion. I think this is where I'm focused. I think that this is a really important point to bring home. cannabis has the opportunity, unlike any other industry, to really create something unique, create a space that is welcoming to women and BIPOC communities. We are rebels. Our industry is a rebellious industry. We came to be because we wanted to do things differently. And unlike other established industries, whether it's tech or entertainment or medical or fashion, whatever it may be, it's been around for a long time. And the rules of playing those games are very well established. In cannabis, we have the opportunity to do it differently and to do it right. So women have an opportunity, the BIPOC community has an opportunity to build this industry for us along with everyone else. We have the ability to make room for ourselves in a way that we haven't before in any other industry. So I really think that that is a very important point, especially from where I sit in the founder of Women Empowered in Cannabis and running a community of over 12,000 women now. You know, I see a lot of really brutal stories and experiences, from sexual harassment and all forms of sexism, racism, people being corrupted, people having things stolen from them. I mean, it is whatever you would experience in a traditional industry, it's 10x here. But the reward for hanging in there, the reward for showing up every day and having that stomach of steel is to be a part of a really incredible community of people. And I think that the community of people are really such an important point of what makes this industry so beautiful, because we have all been drawn to it by the mother. You know, she sent the call out and we're the ones who answered, the ones who are willing to come here and participate and spend our lives and our energy making sure that the mother has a place in our society again.
Right, that's wonderful, especially, you know, the connectivity that the plant brings amongst everybody and the inclusivity that we try to bring forward. You know, and you mentioned about, you know, some of the downfalls of the cannabis industry. Maybe you can share with us some of like the more positive highlights, or a story that, you know, really resonates with you, where you can really showcase and highlight where this community's come together and supported one another.
Well, I think every year Clubhouse has been really amazing. We host events through Women Empowered in Cannabis. We have several subgroups that we have broken out. We've got a supply chain group, a CBD and hemp, and a women of color group. And so each of those community leaders host their own clubhouses. And I show up on a lot of them. And I will tell you, a woman comes up on stage and says, I've got a problem, or I experienced something I don't feel good about. And 3 or 4 women will pipe up, I can help you. You did great. We've got your back. We've got your support. And I'm also seeing it in legacy grow rooms. So I have a friend who runs a community called Humboldt Grace, which is all for legacy farmers in the Emerald Triangle. And they're doing the same thing. Their conversations are really focused on how do we work together as a community to make sure that we're taken care of, to make sure that we're getting our fair share of the help, to make sure that we're not being unfairly regulated. You can't do that as a single farmer. You don't really have a voice against the system. But when you join together, you are much stronger and have much more power and a much greater voice.
Yes, definitely. Together in numbers, we are much stronger. You know, with just one of us is a small little voice, but then collectively you'll hear us roar together.
That's right.
And that's what we want, the community to come together and make a lot of noise. So
absolutely. And let me just say that cannabis was born of community. You know, we would not be where we are today without the community that Normal built, without the community that these legacy farmers built. They are all about people coming together to make a difference. That is the essence and the heartbeat of cannabis.
It definitely is. And maybe you can mention, like, how do we get more of these members from the legacy markets to be part of now the legal rec market, or like the legal medication market? In Canada, we've got the 2 streams, whereas in the States, it's still a bit different. It's different in California. Maybe you can touch base as to how these differences align and how we can make it more all-inclusive.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting and very sticky topic, because, you know, on the one hand, you have farmers who've said, all right, I'm going to commit to going probably into debt to just get my license and to upgrade my farm so that I can be compliant. And then I get no support, and the illegal market is still winning, right?
Right.
It's very challenging to kind of have a kumbaya moment between the legal market or the gray market and the legal market. But I just want to make one point while I'm on this topic. I had a really interesting interview with a woman named Christine De La Rosa, who is the founder and CEO of the People's Dispensary. And she is one of the most vocal advocates I have ever met in this space. And she talks about the fact that we have to stop referring to the black market as the black market. Because what we're doing is we're continuing to marginalize people who have been in this industry for a very long time, while others, some people are in jail for the same things that other people are now making a lot of money on. Right. So we need to stop criminalizing it, and we need to look at it as it's a part of our industry that we have to bring along or we have to remove, because it is holding us back, but we can't use this as an excuse to continue to marginalize people that need to be brought up into the industry. So I just wanted to make that point.
Right.
But if we don't get a hold of this, I actually heard a really interesting Clubhouse the other day, and he was talking about interstate commerce, and that interstate commerce is really going to be the reward for those of us who have held on. I'm sure in Canada, federal legalization has meant you can ship product. One province can support another, right? New York has just come online, and we're not going to have enough cannabis in New York to service that market. So they're going to have to start importing. That is going to open it up so that those of us who have been, doing the right thing and putting our time and money into making sure we're compliant, we're the ones who get to participate in that market, not the black market or the illegal market.
Right.
So, or the informal market. That's what Christine calls it.
The informal market. Okay, that's a good way to name it. The informal market.
And we have to retrain ourselves. I mean, even here, I'm trying to push this and I'm still slipping up on it, but it is the informal market. And those
are the legacy market. A lot of people call it the legacy market.
But the legacy market is, our legacy needs to be honored. Our legacy market, a lot of our legacy farmers are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. So we see legacy as the farmers who are kind of our heritage, the farmers we need to go back to and always remember that they are the ones that hold the greatest information on the plant because they've been working with it for the longest period of time. But informal means you haven't yet come into, so it's giving you the opportunity now to come into the formal market as opposed to having this idea that there's this wall between us and you. Because there are people who are still really corrupt and not doing right by this industry or the plant in any way, but there are others who are kind of stuck in that middle area. So we really need to keep that door open, but we also need to make sure that we're creating regulations that will benefit those who are compliant and penalize those who are not, because the systems will be created that they cannot participate in, like interstate commerce, like importing and exporting. So that is, I think we need to just kind of keep moving in the direction of regulations that really benefit those who have done right by their states.
Definitely. And so, maybe I'll pivot the conversation a little bit. And maybe you can comment as to how social media plays a role in, scalability and sustainability of the market and how it can kind of connect and help with the movement and moving forward.
Well, you're in a place where you're federally legal. We are not here. So we're still really restricted. We can't use social media for advertising. And we're still very regulated on the kinds of things that we can share. Now, sites like LinkedIn don't penalize you for posting images of flower. You could suffer that on Facebook. So, and then we're still at the mercy of building a great Instagram following, and then arbitrarily it gets shut down with no way to retrieve it. So all that work has been for naught. So yes, social media is an incredible tool in helping us do that, but it kind of overshoots because a lot of our businesses are hyper local. They grow local, they ship local, they sell local. So you're really trying to reach a narrow audience for a lot of the engagement around cannabis, but you're shooting at a national audience. So your message can get diluted and not actually hit the people that are most important to you. So there are pros and cons with it, but at the moment, it doesn't really benefit us as much as it does for you in Canada because of the federal status.
Right. We're lucky up here in the fact that like our federal government with the Cannabis Act, we have access to, quality controlled cannabis. It's not without its issues, as you're well aware of. We still aren't allowed to market social media.
Yeah, I see someone in the chat who said that. I didn't realize that. That's interesting. And what is the justification on Facebook for that, even though you're federally legal?
I think it's just because they won't support the cannabis industry. I think this is a great question to throw at Facebook and to ask them if it's a legal, thriving industry that we have here in Canada, why don't they allow it? And I think it's because it's cannabis, and psychedelics. How do you see psychedelics moving into the space given all these restrictions that we have? Do you think we're going to hit the same road bumps that we've been hitting with cannabis?
Well, in the States, the way that it's going, it's moving way faster than it did with cannabis. And, we're about to decriminalize it here as well. What we're expecting is that psychedelics will come through the cannabis dispensaries, right? That's one of the places you will be able to buy them because they're already highly regulated. But I'm not really sure what's going to happen. We're just kind of watching, right now, Oregon and Washington, D.C., it has been fully decriminalized. We're seeing more and more businesses pop up. But it's still really Wild West. But I think it's going to happen a lot faster than it did with cannabis. I'm just not really sure what it's going to look like right now.
Yeah, well, we'll be having some psychedelic companies speak later to the day. So this is a question I'll be throwing throughout and we'll look for the answers. And thank you to, we've got some comments here on the side here. So with respect to why social media doesn't allow us to advertise, it's to prevent minors from accessing to cannabis. But hey, how come alcohol can advertise?
And alcohol and guns can both be promoted. So it doesn't hold water. The one thing that we are seeing a lot in the States now because of COVID is greater adoption. More states are willing to welcome cannabis. Why? Because the tax dollars are so attractive. In California, in San Francisco specifically, the city thrives on hotel tax. It's one of the things that keeps it going. And of course, during COVID, that was completely absent. And cannabis taxes completely supplanted the loss of those hotel taxes.
Wow.
So California's economy was held up one leg at least by the cannabis industry and the fact that we did really well. So in California, each jurisdiction is allowed to say whether they will allow cannabis businesses in their district or not. Before COVID, we had maybe 15-20% penetration in the entire state. I don't know what it's at today, but I'll tell you, even in my local area, one after another is saying, okay, we'll open up now, because they look at the revenue for their cities and it's astounding. So
I'm going back to the community. So that allows the community to grow and to thrive and to give back to the infrastructure that's needed. So you touched base on like tourism. Like, do you see cannabis tourism or psychedelic tourism being big in California? Like, I know it's big for the wineries, but there's no reason cannabis can't be a big space to go and check out.
I know. I mean, it's interesting because at this point, we're really speculating about how people are going to behave when COVID is over. Is everybody just going to jump back in and make up for lost time and their travel and exploration? I don't know. But I do know that there's a lot of anticipation about the tourism industry around cannabis. And it's, they're comparing it to wine and they're comparing it to the wine tourism industry. But, I don't know. I don't know ultimately what it's going to end up looking like. People will love to come to California to be able to experience legal weed. But, if you've got most of the states now also have legal weed, I don't know how exciting that's going to be. So, I mean, there's Airbnbs that are cannabis friendly. I think that kind of thing is probably going to be more successful in drawing people, because no matter what I'm doing on my travel, if I can stay in a place where they're comfortable with me using cannabis and smoking cannabis, that is something I am going to be doing a lot more than necessarily going to see a farm or a destination experience. And I heard somebody talking the other day about the fact that we'll be doing one attraction will be ceremony. So he was talking about going to a trip to Japan, and that one of the things that stuck out the most to him was a tea ceremony. a matcha tea. And so he's suggesting that perhaps this will be part of what is so attractive in these destination experiences, is how you actually engage with it. It isn't just going and seeing how it's grown, but now laying on top of it, what is the experience that you're having with cannabis that we can help you walk through? So I think that'll be really interesting. I think that'll draw a lot of people, but who knows? I mean, I've been in a legal state, I've been around cannabis forever. I've seen a million grows. So I don't know how it is for somebody to come and see something in Humboldt that they've never seen before, but.
Or maybe, I'm kind of envisioning almost like microbreweries, like micro dispensaries where they have like terpene bar set up, and then you get to kind of microdose and smell the different terpene flavors, and you get the experience based on what your palate is smelling. Are you looking for an indica? Are you looking for a sativa? Are you looking for something in between? Are you wanting to pair it with a beverage? And even with foods, we'll be having the segment later today where we get to cook with cannabis. So I think it's an ever evolving market and space. And coming from the States, you guys are already, even though Canada's legalized it, you're already ahead of the game. You guys have been doing this for years before we got to legalize ourselves.
Yeah, one of the things that they're trying to do in the state right now is appellations, right? So this is a Humboldt appellation, right? Like we do with wine. So small, curated boutique type strains that are hyper local, that people will come to a specific area to have that appellation. So it's there's a lot of different ways that, what I love about cannabis is it's just endless innovation.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
We can talk about tourism, we can talk about medicine, we can talk about wellness, we can talk about, we can talk about it on the hemp side and industrial, and no matter what it is, there is innovation built into this industry and everywhere you turn. And tourism is really, it's a big piece of it. And I think we're speculating a lot now, but how it's going to look in 5 years may surprise us.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, cannabis, we got to think of it as a tool. We put it in our toolkit, and it's very versatile, and you can do multiple things with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, let's switch the topic a bit more, and, maybe we can draw some parallels to what we've seen in the Canadian market, what you hope will happen in California. Do you see federally it becoming legalized like we've seen up in Canada, or do you think the administration, there's still going to be no?
Well, I was listening, I love Clubhouse. I was listening to another Clubhouse yesterday with Oaksterdam, and Jeff Jones was talking about the fact that we expect that New York State is going to go legal faster than any other state, right? They're going to hit that point where they're open, they're ready, the laws are in effect. And part of it is because like I said before, there's not going to be enough product grown in New York to service the demand. So they're angling now to start pushing interstate commerce. And this is a state to state thing. And it's going to have to happen. And it's going to bring the walls down for a lot of other states. Virginia, the first state in the South, just legalized cannabis. New York, New Jersey, and New Mexico have all in the last 3 weeks decided that cannabis adult use is now legal in their states. So if this continues, if we have the majority of states decide this on their own, then we can go ahead and create our interstate commerce. But the legal issue at the federal level is Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, has said it doesn't matter what President Biden wants, we're putting marijuana on the floor. So Chuck Schumer is the senator, one of the senators from New York. So, it's kind of all tying back. We're seeing the issues of banking being addressed very soon. We're seeing interstate commerce. And so if we have those two things, it changes the game for us when it comes to waiting around for federal legalization. Okay. Right. It makes it less necessary. And gives us a longer runway before we have the feds now telling us how to run our industry. And they just put a panel together to consult on, put a commission together on cannabis, and they filled it with alcohol and tobacco people. So
one step forward, 2 steps back, it sounds like.
Exactly. So it's almost better. I have a podcast and I always ask my guests, what excites you about legalization and what scares you. And by and large, what scares most of them is the Fed's hand in now determining the industry, because it takes it, we're pretty good at keeping it within our states in the hands of at least most of the people who understand what we're doing. If you put it in the Fed's hands and they're looking at it through the lens of alcohol and tobacco, or even, we're better off being in an agriculture category, but, cannabis is medicine to
It's a
some
health and wellness tool. Yeah, no, it's health and wellness. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, just looking at the regulations that are taking place, I read that Biden had asked his staff who had consumed cannabis, and then he went around firing people. Like, is that really what happened? Can you comment onto that? And do people need to be afraid still if they want to be a part of this industry in the States? And how do we get ourselves involved into this conversation?
So the first part of that question is about, at a federal level, working for the government, you are not allowed to have consumed cannabis. And, looking at it in the past, it could subject you to blackmail. If you're not supposed to do it and I can tell on you, now I can blackmail you. So when you're somebody working in government, you don't want that. And they, the way that headlines work is they create a sensational concept so that, and that's what sticks is the headline. But upon further investigation, apparently it was more than just cannabis use. It was frequent cannabis use. It was an attachment to potentially having bought illegal cannabis. So, it isn't just that simple, but it brings up a very important question, which is, can I even take CBD? I don't want to lose my job. And most states still require or still allow the use of drug screening at places of employment. We've just recently in California, after having had federal adult use here for many years, only now can businesses not fire you for having used cannabis. So, we've got a long way to go on that. It's really part of fighting the stigma, because people, I make it my point to talk to audiences that are outside of cannabis, because they don't expect that a woman like myself is, I don't look like a stoner.
No, you don't.
So,
who is a stoner? Do I look like a stoner?
No, and that's my point, is that there's this bias against people who smoke cannabis as if we are lazy do-nothings who, are going to run over somebody for high at work, That's not the case. Most people that I know in this industry are some of the most highly functioning people I have ever met. And I can barely keep up with people that are 10 years older than me who smoke pot all day long, because it is medicine. And it pisses me off that we don't question the fact the number of people who are on psychedelic or psychiatric drugs that actually alter your mood and alter your awareness. They're not being discriminated against. And not that I think that, we need to start discriminating, but again, it's like with the ads saying we don't want access to minors, but you're giving it to alcohol and firearms and tobacco. Why are we discriminated against? So we have to continue to fight the stigma, and we have to continue to raise the awareness that, look, I consume cannabis every single day, and sometimes all day. And I've smoked a lot more during COVID because I've been stressed and it has been traumatizing, but it has not hindered my ability to be a functioning adult who shows up every day for her job and does a great job at it. And I don't know anybody that I've met in the industry that is successful that doesn't feel the same way. So we have to get out and we have to constantly show people, this is the face of cannabis right here. That's the face of cannabis. And that it is not something that needs to be discriminated against at a job.
Right. I don't think we need to be hiding in the closet that we want to consume or are consuming cannabis. If anything, if it's used appropriately, we've got the right strain for the right person, it can enhance our performance at work. And many people are using it as a medicine. People use it as a medication for mental health issues, chronic pain issues, chronic diseases, and so forth. So there's a lot of opportunity for us to start conversing and where we can see it in the workplace. But until we have these conversations, everyone's still hiding in the closet about their consumption patterns and so forth.
I know. And you know what? I just want to say to everyone watching, your bravery in saying, I use cannabis with confidence, saying it in a way that says there's nothing wrong with it. I don't believe there's anything wrong with it. It changes people's attitudes when you are confident about it, when you don't show shame, when you don't cower, when you say closet, there's no closet for me to be in. This is ridiculous. That changes people's perceptions. Your comfort, your confidence, it changes people's perceptions about cannabis. So don't approach it as if you're asking permission to come out of the closet. No, you're out of the closet and you're here fighting harder at helping other people on this planet than most people are, because you are dedicating your life to making sure that patients and people who need it have access to cannabis. That is one of the most noble things that anybody in this industry can do. And I hope to God you are all proud of what you do, because I'm very proud of what I do.
No, and you speak for so many of us, which, you know, we thank you for that, because you are the voice for the voiceless. There's many of us that want to be able to advocate, but, you know, we might come from a community or an organization that doesn't allow us to do so. Like, I work for the health authority, and so I do pain management, and cannabinoid therapy is second line, but it's still such a challenge trying to help and teach patients about, you know, where to access this, how to ask your prescribers for this, where to actually access it from. There's too many barriers put in place, but we need to break down these barriers, and we need to break down the stigma that comes with it.
We do. And this best way to do that, what I'm so grateful about the CBD industry is it has given me, as a cannabis advocate, a way to bring my entire family, even my family in the South, on board, because they know, wow, that helped so much. All I did was rub it on my hand, and this arthritis pain I have had for years that has been destroying my quality of life is gone. Mm-hmm. How did that happen? This is a miracle. So CBD is an incredible equalizer. It will bring down walls. And the more people, I mean, I hope all of you carry a jar of topical around with you, no matter where you go, and you whip that out whenever anybody needs it, because it will change the way people think. And the reason we are where we are in the States is because so many people have experienced it and are not going to go without it anymore. I mean, I will go to jail if somebody tries to take my cannabis and my hemp away from me. It changed my life, and I don't know what I would do without it now.
Right.
So,
and I think now that we've got a lot more non-combustibles, so we've got orals, topicals, oils, tinctures.
That's right. You didn't have that for so long in Canada.
Right. And so before, the stigma was like, you know, cannabis smokers, you know, it's got that funky, skunky smell, but that's not who the consumer is anymore. You know, I prefer a beverage. I prefer a topical or an oral. I'm not always about smoking it, but there's nothing wrong with those who choose to smoke it. You know, from a healthcare perspective, it may not be the safest alternative. That's what we've been taught. That's what studies can show. But there's now options, and options allow people to cater to their needs that we weren't seeing before.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm wondering, we've got a lot of chatter happening on the panels here. Is there any questions out there, guys? Anybody have a question that they want to throw? Please feel free to do so on the side panel there for us. So, you know, what do you have planned for the rest of the day? You've been up in the morning. You're also on the Pacific Standard Time. I've got a gorgeous day here in Vancouver. What's your day looking like? Are you going to be out and about and advocating for kids? Or
dog walking, house cleaning, you know, typical Saturday stuff, preparing for my next week.
Perfect.
Maybe super exciting. It's still COVID here, so, you know, there's not.
Yeah, and that's same with us. We're still in COVID. We're in a semi-lockdown. We're not supposed to be going out and about. Only essential traveling services. So only go to the grocery store if you need to. Only go to like you know, restaurants for pickup, or takeout. But other than that, it's a typical.
Can I share something with you before we go? Because I know we've got just a couple minutes left.
Yes, please do.
I just want to address any women out there who are considering getting into the industry, if that's why you've shown up for this and you want to get involved. I want to share a couple of statistics with you. Let me just find them here real quick. There's a woman here named Jennifer Wetzel, and she has conducted a women in cannabis study. And I think she has interviewed about 2,500 women. And I just want to I want to set the stage. I want women to understand and get some visibility on what's really happening for us as women in the industry. Because on the one hand, you know, nationally, we're at less than 10%. I think we're around 7% of funding goes to women. In cannabis, it's 3%. And for women of color, it doesn't even register. So we're slipping. When I joined the industry, we were at 32% C-suites were women. Now it's 27. So there's some sense of we're losing power. We're slipping in the gains that we have made. But there is some good news. And I just wanted to share that with you really quickly. So in Jennifer's survey, she found that 42% of respondents consider themselves founders. So what that means is there are a lot of women being drawn to this industry who are starting their own businesses. And that is incredible. So it has become a very great place for opportunity for women to start their own businesses. 42% of women in this industry consider themselves founders. That is an incredibly high rate. We also found that women are choosing to work in cannabis with a specific intent to bring awareness to social issues, teach others what they have learned, and use their talents to help others succeed. So what that says to me is that a lot of women are coming into this industry because it's feeding them, because it is helping them to do something in this life that gives them purpose. And that exactly, women power, that is so incredibly powerful that women have a choice to make to work in an industry that makes them feel like they're doing something important. And then the last one is that 80% of respondents said they consider themselves successful in their work in cannabis. That is probably higher than any industry I've ever seen. So there is a lot in this industry for women, and women are feeling good about being here, despite the challenges that are inherent in working in the industry. You know, partly our regulatory issues and partly the issues that we as women have to deal with, regardless of the industry. Cannabis is the place that is going to give women and people of color equity and a just experience that we have not had in any other industry before. And to just close, I want to say, if you are a business owner, please make sure that when you're interviewing, that you are making sure, you may not hire, but please make sure there are women and people of color in your list of resumes. And if you don't, go to the communities that are there in the cannabis industry for these communities and help get the word out that you are looking for work. If you are an investor, invest in women, invest in people of color. Statistics show we have a higher rate of return of investment faster. We build more stable companies and we have less employee turnover. We are a good bet. Over and over again, diversity and inclusion makes better companies. So commit to taking a chance on breaking outside of your own mold and investing in these communities. Because if we do this, and if we do this together, we can create an industry that exists like none other in this world, that honors the mother, and that gives women and people of color an opportunity to succeed, which we deserve and we need. So that's my final closing. Thank you for having me.
Kira for president, Kira for president. Wow. When you said, I will go to jail if they take away my cannabis, I was like, sold. Yes. Yeah. Whatever you need in life.
How many of us feel that way? Because it is so much a part of the life that we live. It keeps us stable. It keeps us going. It keeps us from having to reach for pharmaceuticals just to exist in this insane world. So yeah. And it takes the pain out of my body.
And you know why I think women are so fueled and energized by this? We remember what it was like before, those dark ages where we had to do all those things, and life now has transformed. You cannot go back. There's no living like that anymore. There's only forward. And I think that's what really is igniting everyone right now today.
Cannabis unites us. I think it brings us all together, no matter what walk of life we come from, no matter what our personalities are, how different we may be. This is the one thing that connects us. It makes us, we're able to have conversations with people we otherwise probably wouldn't be conversing with. It opens up conversations.
And I think that's one of the best things about this industry. In other industries, you're at a networking meeting, you've got 20 minutes to impress me or you're out. And it's very hard to find affinity unless you're trying to be bought or sold. In cannabis, if you're an extraction technician and I'm a bud tender, if you're in marketing or a nurse, you put all of us in a room together, we are going to find so much unity and common ground because we care about the same things. And what everyone is doing in this industry affects what everyone else is doing. And that is a beauty. It is an incredible equalizer in our industry. And something I love so much is how much it brings those who are dedicated together, regardless of how we choose to work with the mother.
Yes. You nailed it there. It does so much.
I don't know what to do now. Should I go to sleep? Should I like have a nap? Should I like smoke something? This is just, what do I do with myself now? I'm all amped up to like go take on the world, Kira. Yeah, wow. And you know what? I really loved how you approached the conversation around Black market, how by changing the power of our words, every single day then we can do this by making these small adjustments, by making these small minor tweaks in our words, we can have a huge impact on the quality of our life and the way that we're approaching things, the way that we want to collaborate with other things. So I love that. It just demonstrated how much power that our words have and how once we change our words, it'll shift over to our mindsets and then how it oozes into our actions. I love it. It was beautiful.
Yes.
No,
We have to stop discriminating against each other in the words that we use.
Exactly, and we need to end the stigma. So I think you've given us great segue for what our next panel will be, which is end the stigma. So it's been a great conversation. If anyone has any questions, please use the questions and answer toggle that we have available on the Zoom.
And if you're a woman, join Women Empowered in Cannabis. We're a free community. You can find us on Facebook. There's a lot of support there for you. If you're new, if you're an OG, there's something there for you, and we want you. We need to lock arms with sisters all around the world so that we have a unified voice and we can finally take some power and use it to our benefit. But we can't do it alone. We can only do it together.
Let's start breaking down these barriers and smash the stigma.
Thank you so much for having me, ladies. This has been a real pleasure.
Thanks for being on.
Thanks, Kira. Take care. Have an awesome day. Woo!
Wow, that was powerful and so enlightening and so much information. Kira is a powerhouse. She had so much to offer us. That was a great conversation and a great way to start our day.
Oh, man. I got to take a deep breath on that one. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
How are you feeling?
We're just starting our day. It's only 9:30.
Wake and bake. How you feeling?
It's only 9:30. That's why I'm like, wow, like what do I do now? Oh yeah, I get to listen to more conversations. More
but
tigers. Oh my
it
goodness.
went by so quick. So
I
just
know.
Comments and Kira, you were amazing. You were awesome. I think everyone loved what you had to say. So thank you again for being part of it.
Wow. Just the natural energy that flows out of someone that's so passionate about what they're doing. Not really passionate, but like the love that comes out. It's so natural. It's beautiful. I love it.
I couldn't agree with you anymore. I think it's great. So we've got the next segment coming up shortly, which, I think Kira opened up the segue to, which is End the Stigma. Rash, tell us a bit more about this panel that we'll be getting to engage with.
Well, we got Kelsey Cannabis being the moderator. She's got an amazing panel of females. Sorry, I got distracted. These key leaders in the industry that they're going to discuss the education and the activism that helps to end the stigma. So we've got a whole powerhouse of females that she'll be hosting, Kelsey Cannabis. So I'm looking forward to this. I love Kelsey's story. She's such a fighter. She's such an empowered person. She went through the most traumatic thing you can possibly think of happening to her, surviving like traumatic brain injury, I think it was. Man, rock star. One step at a time, and use cannabis as a tool in her rehab and a facilitation back into physio. I mean, that's an amazing story right there. That's a fighter, and I think she's got a lot to tell us about ending the stigma.
Definitely. And I think she speaks, for many women, like we're resilient. When we get knocked down, we get back up. We don't take no for an answer.
There's that song, I get knocked down, I get up again. I love that. Yeah.
I need you to DJ next time. We have some music, and we need to make this. We need to make this like a reception where we have like music, intro, and outro. Yeah. What do you guys think, the panelists? Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I think music would be good or bad.
We need more music, more tunage. Yes.
I'm all for the music.
Oh man, yeah, that'd be great. Just to
Yeah.
sample some tunes right now. But
Thumbs
yeah,
up there. We can sometimes, you remember going to receptions and they tell jokes like, oh, like the groom and the bride, like put your hand together and put your hand together. And then the woman's got like her hand on top, or the man's got the hand on top, and it's like, oh, this is the last time like you'll ever have the upper hand. Well, let's flip it. Why don't we put our hands together like this? We support each other. And that's what the cannabis industry does. As women, we want to bloom together. What do
oh,
you think
that's
of that?
beautiful, man. Yeah, Neetu, you're like a whiz at this stuff, man. Like that's beautiful. I don't know how you come up with all this stuff, but yeah, I remember being at receptions with you, and you just had uh this glare across the room one time, and it was open bar. You know, these things happen. People get really loud and like
Uh,
ignorant, and you're like, guys, go down the bar. And I'm like, that would not be happening if we were just all sitting around nicely, smoking some nice weed and listening to you. You
It's
know,
just
it's a
because we
totally
get
different
loud at the
environment.
bar. Like if you're quietly
Exactly.
grabbing your beverage and then you're allowing the stage to do its
I
job.
honestly, I feel like it brings like especially like, you know, our families are so loud, but like if we could infuse cannabis into a big event like that, like, you know, after COVID and things get whatever, but you know, to hang out with everyone again in that kind of setting, oh my goodness, like that is actually getting
I
to know your people. That would be so
I would
cool.
love to see our family members dabble with it. Like, there's cannabis beverages, so it's not like they need to smoke necessarily. There's so many non-combustibles out there. We
Yeah.
could say, hey, why don't you try the CBD drink? Or why don't you come to a terpene bar and smell it and tell me what you think of it and go with what your palate is telling you to go with it. I don't know if we're there yet with all family members, but maybe some in due time.
I don't know, man. I thought like a lot of brown people in India used to smoke hookahs. Like, when did it all stop? We came up with Kama Sutra. We came up with all these cool things. Cannabis originated in South Asia. We were so cool. What happened?
I don't know what happened, but my nanima, my grandma, she tells a story about one time she accidentally ate bang pakores.
Yeah.
So, someone that accidentally cooked it, it wasn't meant for her, but she consumed it and she had quite the experience. Her father-in-law came in and she was high as a kite. My mom was still a little baby back then. And I think my mom's younger sister was just a toddler, or, they were really young. And she goes, I just remember acting funny and everything was funny and giggly. And when she tells the story, I am not doing her justice at all, but
Yeah,
it does
yeah.
come from our roots and our culture and tradition, but it's gotten forgotten along the way. And now I feel like we need to go back to our grandparents and our parents and ask them, be like, do you remember this? Do you remember using the hookahs? Or do you remember your grandparents using the hookah? Where did it go? Why did we lose all this?
You know, people really just forget, and it's a shame. And I feel like when you use tools like this, when you unlayer your mind, you can really remember some useful things through central intelligence, man. Like it can all work through.
Okay, and we've got Kelsey. Welcome, Kelsey.
Healthy.
Oh, can't hear you.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
and we've
gonna
got
shut up.
more of your panelists. Oh, perfect. So I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to let you guys take charge.
I think you're muted, Kelsey.
All right, just some technical difficulties. It is Zoom. Good morning, everyone. Raj, Anita, you are slaying this morning, so thank you. Welcome, everyone, to our End the Stigma panel, and thank you for joining us today, of course, at the CanMar Events Presents the Women in Cannabis and Psychedelics Conference. So for those of you who do not know me, my name is Kelsey Cannabis. I really appreciate that introduction this morning, so thank you, ladies. I am a cannabis educator and consultant in our industry. After I personally was left with a brain injury that literally forever changed my life, cannabis became my remedy that also fueled my passion for education. And I will be hosting our End the Stigma panel alongside Trina Fraser today with Brazeau Seller Law, the Sherry Boudrum with Can Delta Inc., Natasha Ray with Sky Cannabis. And lastly, but definitely not least, we have Harley Case with Ladies of Paradise. So let's start with ending the stigma by introducing a few of our passionate, driven, and inspiring women from the cannabis and psychedelics industry. So Trina, I will let you take it away to start.
Thanks a lot, Kelsey. Hi, everyone. Good morning, I guess, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Thanks for being here today. My name is Trina Fraser. I'm a partner at Brazeau Seller Law based in Ottawa. And I'm a cannabis lawyer. I advise licensed producers and kind of all sorts of companies surrounding the cannabis industry. I have since 2013, since the industry really got the legal side of the industry got going upon the medical market getting privatized here and through legalization. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here today. I think I've seen a lot of the ups and downs in the roller coaster ride that we've been on in the past 6 or 7 years here with the industry, and I'm happy to contribute to today's discussion. Thanks.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Trina. And Sherry, if you can introduce yourself, please, for those of us that don't already know you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Sherry Boudram. I'm the CEO and co-founder of CanDelta, which is a regulatory and scientific cannabis consulting company, and more recently, psychedelics consulting as well. We assist with licensing for federal commercial producers, as well as for cannabis retail stores across Canada. So licensing as well as post-licensing support as well. I've been in the industry, well, the company has been around for about 3 years. I've been in cannabis earlier than that, actually, through the federal government, working in the cannabis program. So I bring that experience and have seen the industry change from that lens. And I'm really excited to be here today and to contribute to the discussion.
Awesome, Sherry. Thank you. And for those that don't know Natasha, if you could introduce us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Natasha Ray. I have been in the cannabis industry for probably longer than a decade now. So coming from the gray or black market, whatever you want to call it, was one of the team who founded Lift Cannabis Co., which was the most credible resource for cannabis in Canada, and also founded one of the first retail locations out here in West Kelowna with my brother. So it's called Sky Cannabis Co. And my background is mainly in primary healthcare. So my degree is in molecular biology and biochemistry, and then I have an MBA in healthcare, and I decided to go into the cannabis industry and then do a ton of work in wellness as well. So super excited to be here with all of you.
Amazing. Thank you, Natasha. And last but definitely not least, Harley Case with Ladies of Paradise, also known as Keisha Brown today. Either or.
I know. Okay, I'm so sorry. This is like one of the girls that works for us, and I'm on her name and I don't know how to fix it. So my name's Harley Case, not Keisha Brown. But I co-own a creative agency out of Portland, Oregon called Ladies of Paradise. We are 100% women owned and operated. Our goal at the beginning was to stop the over-sexualization of women through the marketing of cannabis. That led us down a lot of different avenues, one being events. Before COVID, we were throwing cannabis consumption events all up and down the West Coast, creating safe environments for women, and the LGBTQAI+ community is really dear to my heart. We would throw events as wild as like Cowboys versus Aliens themed parties, or like Valentine's Day brunches where we would support local women's shelters with tampons and pads, or we had an event called Conversations where 100% of the proceeds went to the ACLU and 2 different men that had been incarcerated for their entire lives for basically 2 joints. Obviously, we're unable to do that right now. So we're back to doing what we started with, which is branding and marketing. We help brands communicate to women and really help women-owned businesses get up on their feet and really find, their voice and what they're trying to push forward. I also co-own a pre-roll company called Lady J's, again, very marketed towards women. And our slogan is "Fly high, baby, the world is yours." One of my biggest passions and what I kind of feel like I'm here for is helping people see, like, I don't know, how wonderful they are. And so I really try to bring a lot of positivity and just uplifting modalities into everything that we do.
Thank you, Harley. We definitely have a powerhouse of women this morning, so I'm so excited for everyone to listen and learn. So let's get into our starting questions. Let's take ourselves back a bit and learn about what was your first impactful cannabis or psychedelic experience. And we'll just go in the same order. Trina, what about for yourself?
Well, I'm glad you added the word impactful there, Kelsey, because if we're just merely talking about the first, I mean, it's like out of Dazed and Confused. I come from a small town. There's lots of bush parties. It's, I'm sure, no different than everybody else's first experiences with cannabis. But if we're talking about the most impactful one, really, I'm only going back about 8 or 9 years. And I have to say, like, it was this very eye-opening experience for me through helping a family member, that I kind of came from this very myopic view of cannabis as just being, you know, something fun when you want to get high, to being medicine, to actually then, you know, even further evolving into, you know, incorporating into life and wellness, right? So that was really kind of mind-blowing for me, and certainly wasn't, you know, ingrained in my small mentality as I grew up. And so was definitely a learning experience for me, as that kind of dovetailed then with a shift in my legal practice. So definitely throughout my, you know, although I'm advising clients now, you know, primarily on the recreational side of the market, my focus is really, my passion has always been related to the medical framework and medical access. And that's why I'm, you know, on the board of directors of what was CFAM is now Medical Cannabis Canada, because that's, you know, really important to me and always has been. But again, just kind of that evolution of just my understanding of what cannabis is and what it can do for us was, you know, pretty recent.
That's remarkable, Trina. It can be so impactful for so many different reasons. So it's really good to hear your perspective. Let's jump over to Sherry. What was your first impactful experience in the industry?
Yeah, again, great question. For me, what was most impactful was really through my professional career. I got into the world, I think, of controlled substances and cannabis and regulated products, really when I started working for Health Canada in their drug analysis lab. So I actually started as a drug forensic chemist. I have a PhD in chemistry. At the time, this was back in 2005, I had a bachelor's degree, just, you know, newly graduated with a chemistry degree, discovered that there's a real job analyzing drugs that were confiscated by police and testifying in court. So I, you know, primarily was involved in focused on analyzing cannabis, and there was a huge backlog at the time through the lab where there were, you know, many people that had possession charges, and we're going through the court system, and we had so many samples that we had to analyze, and it really opened my eyes to the fact that there were you know, people of, you know, various ages, you know, even, you know, very young, that have been brought into the criminal system just for, you know, very small possession. And we were analyzing these drugs, and sometimes it was really, we were really pulling at straws here. You know, there were people who were caught for carrying a scale that had very small amounts of residue on it, but it would still show up, you know, in the test results. We'd, you know, write certificates of analysis and would have to testify in court, you know, and these people would go through the system. And that was really eye-opening to me that this was, you know, a reality. I left government for a while to go back, and that's when I completed my PhD and came back and worked at that lab at more of a senior level, and then eventually switched over to being an inspector in the cannabis program, and saw how, you know, there were a lot of non-compliances from the licensed producers at times, and not because it was intentional, but because the industry was really new when the commercial production industry started, and they didn't necessarily always have the tools, and the government was not always the best at educating the producers on how to be compliant. And, you know, it all kind of tied in, and then, you know, I realized that, you know, I might have more of a meaningful role, and you know, started my own company and started consulting with producers. And I think that early stage really shaped, you know, my career path.
That's remarkable, Sherry, and so interesting too. I can imagine what you had to deal with at an early time before the industry was legal. So that's quite interesting to hear your perspective. Let's jump over to Natasha. What was your most impactful experience that you felt in the industry?
I think my psychedelics experience is probably more impactful per se, but I do want to speak to why the cannabis piece was impactful to me. I think for two reasons. Obviously, like 10 years ago, if you were working in the industry, you were dealing more around access for patients. And then the other piece, which let's be honest, we don't talk about it a lot, is the money side of it. So I think the most impactful experience with cannabis for me was realizing how much money there was to be made. And again, it's not something that we talk about all the time, but I think it's important for, especially as women, to be open with the fact that we're okay with making money and that we like to be in industries where we can make money. So I just, if you ever have those feelings and feel guilty about them, don't, because it's okay. And then the second piece of psychedelics is probably the more impactful experience I had, was just sort of seeing how it helped someone who was very close to me with their depression and anxiety. So this is someone who was really struggling with depression and anxiety, and just getting them to start microdosing and seeing what a difference it made to them was, I think, the most impactful for me. And then again, with the same thing as cannabis, like why is it illegal, and why can't we move towards like a legalization or medicalization framework for psychedelics? So yeah, I think those are the two most impactful experiences. So one like tugs on your heartstrings a little bit more, and the other tugs on your wallet, but they're both good and they're both necessary.
Yeah, very great points, and I couldn't agree more with that. Let's jump over to Harley. What about for yourself? I'm sure you have a few impactful, but what's the first one that comes to mind?
Well, honestly, like with cannabis, I smoked at a really young age, and my first experiences were just recreational. And honestly, like as I got older, I used it a lot to sleep. But when things started to really speed up with business, I started to get like insane anxiety attacks. And I had one day specifically where I used a Make and Marry inhaler, and literally like it blew my mind. I had like a huge shoot that was coming up, like 20 people on deck waiting for me, and I'm like crumbling in the corner. And I literally just sat there for like 5 minutes, just getting centered and breathing in these oils, and immediately was able to snap out of it. And from then I gave so many of my friends these inhalers, and it was really wild, because a lot of them had even smoked weed, for years, but consuming in this way had this insane impact on them to be able to like stop taking anxiety medication. I've seen so many of my friends get off of antidepressants from cannabis, and then also from microdosing. I live in Oregon, and I was lucky enough to grow up in kind of an outdoor growing mecca. And so the traditional market, like we grew up, like people were like trimming people's weed in the summer in high school. Like it was really a different situation, and yeah, it's been really amazing to me to see the amount of people just in our community get off of all the prescription drugs because of cannabis and because of psilocybin.
That's remarkable. For myself specifically, I'm prescribed a lot of narcotics for my brain injury, and the use of cannabis has helped me eliminate a lot of medications or the need for those hard medications in the first place. So overall, I see education is definitely a common, impactful theme going on here, which I love to hear. Let's jump into our next question with a quick response of, with these impactful experiences in mind, well, what led you to want to be in your respective industry? Trina, over to you.
Well, I can't deny that, as a lawyer, I was so attracted to this whole notion that we were literally creating this legal industry out of nothing. I mean, there were no laws, there were no, other than criminalization laws, there was certainly, everything was new. It was an opportunity to kind of be at the forefront of something that didn't previously exist. It existed in another form. And that was really exciting to me as a lawyer. And I have to say, in the 8 years I've been advising in this industry, there's never a dull day. Like literally there are new things happening all the time, continuing to evolve. There are new challenges. There's new legislation on the horizon. There's policy changes at Health Canada. There's new trends in the industry. There's new challenges in the industry. So, that's kind of what's driven me and kept me in the cannabis space, kind of coupled with what I was talking about earlier, which is it does give me a venue and I think a voice to some degree to be able to be an advocate for medical patients at the same time.
That's remarkable. We're so grateful to have you in our industry, Trina, as a lawyer and setting the standards. So thank you. We need some at the front lines like yourself. Sherry, in just a one-liner, what was your most impactful experience that led you to be in your industry?
Yeah, I think I touched on this a little bit on the first response as well. Just being really involved in the very early stages from the government perspective. When I started in 2005, as Trina was saying, like there was no industry back then. It was so new at that time. Health Canada had, covert grow operations where they would be the producers of cannabis at the time and supply the MMAR program. So, just to see that evolution and to always be involved in an industry, I think that's exciting and different. And there's so many changes, that's driven from a variety of different avenues, whether that's, from Health Canada side or through patient and advocacy, through the producers themselves, and through consumer and consumer use, and seeing cannabis as more of a consumer product. So I think all of that together, and me finding my own niche in there, with my background as working in the government, and also just being a chemist and seeing how applicable, it almost makes being a chemist cool, right? Like, I don't have to go work behind, work in a dark lab at a pharmaceutical company. I can, be out there in the public and really feel like I'm contributing, which is something that, as a chemist doesn't happen very often. So yeah, so I think, for me, that's really what drove me to be involved in this industry.
Well, that's super remarkable, Sherry, too. I mean, although you're deep in the industry, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll have a passion, and you do, and your passion has shone through in this and has kept you here. And it's remarkable to see the impact that you're making. Let's jump over to Natasha. Same question. What led you to want to be in this industry when you could choose any other?
I mean, I kind of go where the wind takes me. And so I think it was just the right time and the right opportunity. And I'm talking about the legal industry now. And so it was just sort of, when Ty came up with the idea for Lift, was just seeing like what it was and the possibilities around how we could create a movement around cannabis and legalization, and bring out people who had been underground for so long, who now felt, open and comfortable being able to talk about their own experiences and the impact that cannabis had on them. So I think that was the exciting part for me. Like, I'm a startup person through and through. So it was the newness and the movement piece of it that was impactful for me.
I love it. It's definitely a good fit for you, and we're glad to have you in the industry, Natasha. I want to keep saying Kesha. I know it's hard.
I'm so sorry. This is
That's
so
okay,
confusing.
girl. You're Kesha today, but Harley, what led you? I'm assuming it's going to be passion related too. I know how passionate you are, but you tell us.
Yeah, so I would have never guessed that I would actually have made a career in the cannabis industry growing up with it just kind of being everywhere. But my business partner, Jade, moved from Houston to here to open dispensaries. And so she was really on the ground level of seeing all the people that were being miraculously healed and helped, like, and coming and telling me about it. And then also seeing all these women that were either like really, really high level entry on all the companies that they were working with, or just like women growers, women extractors. And so our idea in the first place was like, okay, like, this is this new industry. There's a chance for us to like really uplift women as much as we can. So like, let's go in and do these interviews with women and dress them up and really like make them feel like the star of the show. And so my passion and my involvement at first was really just about the women. But then once I was in it and once I started really understanding what was going on, I was like, okay, this is like the right side of history. Like, I am absolutely supposed to be here. This is what I'm made for.
Yeah, and we're very glad to have you. Another thing I know you advocate to, Harley, is the fact that let's represent the mother cannabis plant and not the female body. So that is something that I'm very proud to have you here for. So with that being said, let's jump over to, did you find you had any barriers to entry in your industry, whether that was for yourself or for those around you? And what can we currently do better if we need to do better? Trina, over for you.
Yeah, it was really interesting in the early days of my involvement in the industry. There actually was even a stigma that attached to professionals that were advising in the space. And it was a really interesting time because there were very few law firms or accounting firms that even publicly stated the fact that they acted for and advised cannabis companies. There was such a fear that it was going to create this reputational risk and be offensive to other clients of the firms. So that's largely gone by the wayside now. It's pretty vigorous competitive market out there for legal and accounting services in the space. But for sure, listen, I've acted for hundreds of licensed producers, from the smallest startups all the way to publicly traded companies. And there's no question that, the representation of white men in my client base has been disproportionately high. It's been very obvious to me right from day one that there was a lack of both gender and racial diversity in this industry. I don't profess to have all of the answers to that. I can tell you it certainly makes me so happy every time I open a file for a female-led company. When I see female-led companies bringing products to market, getting licensed, achieving these milestones, and getting levels of success, I love that. And you know, the one thing we can obviously do that's super easy is that we can continue to embrace events like this and opportunities to get to know each other and to lift each other up. Like, we have to create that, you know, the equivalent of the old boys club for ourselves as women, and we have to support each other in every way possible. So, you know, I love it when I have female-led companies as clients, and I just want more. I want more. Mm-hmm. So.
Excellent points, Trina. That goes back to what our keynote speaker, Kyra, was speaking about, the fact that we don't need to hide that we utilize cannabis, whether we're a professional or not a professional. I was saying in the comments earlier that it's a multi-billion-dollar industry because all walks of life are users. So we're glad to have you keeping on with that good fight. And yes, women, we can run those businesses, we can own those businesses, and we are here today showing that we currently are. So let's pop over to Sherry on that question. Did you find any barriers to entry, and what can we do better?
Yeah, definitely. Barriers, just being in the cannabis industry and trying to interact with, you know, even banks, for example. When we started this company, it was hard to even get a bank to sign up with. So, you know, we had to go with a credit union when we started. And now, you know, that's kind of evolving, and now, you know, we're going, you know, we can move out of that. And, you know, insurance was also a difficulty as well. And it's because we do regulatory consulting, and to some extent, the scenarios that we have to deal with sometimes are very close to almost giving legal advice. And we don't have that protection of saying we're lawyers, where we get that respect, I think. And we have to prove ourselves a lot more on where we fit into that space. And that has been a challenge, you know, from when we first started this company, and it's still a challenge. It's still conversations that we have that, you know, hopefully that kind of stigma changes and the industry itself gets the respect that it needs to be able to move forward. In addition to that, you know, being a female, you know, person of color has shown that, you know, we still have a long way to go where that's concerned. CanDelta is owned by myself and my partner, who is a white male, you know, cisgendered white male. And there are times when there's interactions between, you know, us and other individuals or clients, and we are not always received the same way. I think that when we're, you know, in a room and having, you know, meaningful conversations or negotiations, individuals are more, as Trina was saying, this industry is still very dominated by white males. We have the majority of our clients, that's our client base. And, you know, nothing against them. This is just kind of, you know, I think where the industry is at the moment. And unfortunately, you know, sometimes I think my business partner gets a better reception, I think, than I do. And that is unfortunate, but I mean, that's reality. And I think that, you know, as more, you know, BIPOC individuals come into the industry, you know, that's obviously going to change, but I think we still have you know, a way to go where that's concerned.
Excellent point, Sherry. It's so good to talk about the conversations that are difficult to talk about, because once we start having those conversations, we can then do better, encourage more, and hopefully invite more BIPOC and female women into the industry, because there is a place for us. We just have to take it. With that being said, Natasha, barriers, things we can do better. What are your perspective on that?
I mean, I feel like maybe with my experience, just because I've been around for so long, so I don't feel like I came up against a lot of barriers when we turned to legalization. I think because I had sort of created a name for myself, and so people maybe A, couldn't figure me out, but B, like I found that people, like if they were starting new companies or whatever, sort of had come to me for like advice or information. But I do know that a lot of people do face barriers for whatever reason. So I don't know. I just feel like my thing has always been to just keep pushing ahead and don't really care what anyone else thinks, because that's probably the best thing you can do in this industry. And I do know that when I started to be more public about being in this industry probably like 8 years ago. And for sure, like, you know, no one at my church thinks this is cool. But, you know, again, like that's not really my place to care about. So I think just by all of us being open about being in this industry, it helps bring, you know, more credibility to it as well. Because for sure, like 8 or 9 years ago, when I was open about it, people looked at me and they were like, "You're in the cannabis industry." So I think just by, you know, saying that we're in this industry and being open about the work that we do, it already starts to like shift stigma through our own networks, and that helps a lot. So I think that was sort of like what I started from the very beginning, and it certainly helped me as we moved into legalization and sort of where we are now. I mean, that being said, a lot of what Sherry said really resonated with me, especially the bank side of it. Like pretty much every major bank in this country will tell you to kick rocks, no matter how legal, how many licenses you have. And, you know, I think that's, I don't know how we shift that, because I think that's really connected to our American counterparts too, but for sure, like, and Trina's nodding her head, because I'm sure, you know, like, it doesn't matter how legal you are, it's really difficult to get a bank account. And I know people who are related to me who could barely get bank accounts because of the fact that they were related to me and I came from the gray market. And so I had nothing to do with their business, but that just goes to show how far the stigma can spread. So being a very public person who came from the gray market is a good thing, but it's also kind of a shitty thing for people who know me and are trying to open bank accounts. So yeah, I mean, I've definitely dealt with that on that side of things. So yeah.
Well, fair enough. It's difficult that there is the discrimination. Again, I was mentioning earlier, there's no profit in healing. So therein lies our biggest discrimination, is the fact that we're doing better and people may not want to partner with that. But again, ways we can negate that, like you were saying earlier, is being proud. There's nothing to be embarrassed of. For myself, I smoke all day, every day, besides other forms because of my brain injury. I smell like cannabis everywhere I go. And you know what? I consider it high fashion now. If you smell like weed, and I'm happy. If you don't, it's your loss, because it really is at the end of the day. Let's jump over. Harley, we've got you updated there, but any barriers to entry, things we can do better?
Yeah, I mean, being really young and being a woman definitely made it to where people didn't really take me seriously at all, especially being a girl who has purple hair and wears crazy clothes. Everyone was like, what are you even doing here? But that being aside, OLCC, which is our regulations for Oregon, some of the laws were really not built for like us to succeed easily. And so we had to like figure out so many different ways to kind of like go in between things and still be on the legal side for events. We were kicked off of Square, QuickBooks, our websites for selling CBD. We actually had our store. We had a retail store for a little bit. We had it broken into and everything stolen, and nothing was under our insurance at all because we sold CBD. And so we actually had to close it after that, basically, because it was just like there was nothing we could do to like recoup everything. So like it's really crazy. Like obviously it's not set up yet for us to really succeed in an easy way. So you're really kind of working uphill, I guess. Another thing too is just with social media. We work in marketing. We're not allowed to run ads. We're really not allowed to like have any smoking online. So like the traditional ways to like get your brand out there is really like muted. And so, yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like in every single aspect of this industry, like we're having to really to be creative and figure out different ways to get through it and to rise above. And yeah, I really resonated with what Natasha was saying. I think really like showing up as our like best selves and being educated and being like, hey, I'm a stoner, but I'm also all these other things, and I'm a really good person, and I'm really smart, and like there's nothing that smoking weed does that diminishes any of those good qualities about me. So yeah.
Yes, Harley, those are excellent points. You are a person, regardless whether you smoke weed or your hair is any color of the rainbow. It's all about who we are as a person, and that is what we need to continue doing forward. So that actually transitions great into my next question or statement more so. Women, including BIPOC, for those who don't know, that's Black, Indigenous, and people of color. At times, they're being invited to participate in the industry frontline as a token of diversity rather than on their personal merits, like what you're saying, Harley. So let's take a moment to negate tokenism, and instead we're going to celebrate what each of your greatest cannabis and psychedelic achievements are to date, because it's about who you are as a person. So Trina, what is your greatest celebration to date that you would like to spread the good word on?
Well, I don't know about to date, but I'll just say one that's the most recent, and that is if you pay attention to the granting of new licenses by Health Canada, which happens every Friday. Yesterday, there were a handful of new licenses granted, which includes a production facility on First Nations lands in BC with Shwai Village. So I would just like to say congratulations to them, their community, and there's only, I think, been a couple at this point, which is crazy, 3 years almost into legalization. And so I'm hoping that it's really going to set a tone and precipitate a lot more dialogue between First Nations and both the federal and provincial levels of government to create, I think, a more meaningful framework for First Nations to be able to be more directly involved in the legal industry in a regulated way that makes sense for them for both production and distribution and sale of cannabis. So I think that was a big win yesterday, and I was happy to have had a tiny little role in getting that license over the finish line. So really happy to cheer them on.
That's remarkable, Trina. Tansy to all our Indigenous folks here today, and that is phenomenal to hear. We need to hear more of that, but we start with one foot in front of the other and we can keep building. So that's fabulous. Sherry, what would you have for a great achievement to date that you'd like to celebrate rather than skin color?
Yeah, no, I would honestly just love to celebrate our company, because, it was just myself and my partner that started 3 years ago, and now we're a team of about 20 people, and we're actually out in Vancouver, and we're opening a Vancouver office. So I'm just really thankful to be in this space and to have the opportunities that I have, because I do recognize that it's not every day that, I would get an opportunity like this. So I just want to, shout out to myself, I guess, which is something that people don't often do.
Yes, girl, shout out to yourself. Yes. That is why we are doing it. We want to celebrate Trina. We want to celebrate you, Sherry. I think that's remarkable. CanDelta is amazing. We all know who CanDelta is, and you have created that from a thought in your mind. So congratulations. Yeah, absolutely. That's huge. All of us are like, I wish. Natasha, over to you. What would you like to celebrate?
It's been a few years and we all know what's happened to the company, but I still think that the impact we had as a team at Lyft was pretty phenomenal in the cannabis industry. I think in terms of like bringing the actual industry together, all together for the first time, and continuing to do so and helping people. Like, I know a lot of handshakes happened at those events, and a lot of deals were made, and I think a lot of connections were made. So I think just by creating a credible space for people was probably the most impactful thing that I could look back on.
Yeah, that's huge, Natasha. That's a foundation for success that many of us in the industry have you and Lyft to thank from those early days. So you set a standard, and we're growing on that, pun intended, I guess, but that's still remarkable. So thank you. Harley, what can we celebrate on your end?
Honestly, our events that we threw, I was really, really, really proud of them. It kind of blew my mind the amount of people that would come to me and say that they really didn't have friends, and that they would come to these events and meet people and actually become friends with them. And it made me really proud of the energy that our team was putting out to the world, that the people that were coming were really open-minded, open-hearted people that were really interested in learning and growing and adapting in this world together. And I just think that's really awesome. And I too, I love what Sherry was saying. I didn't go to college. I am just kind of a go-getter, and it's been really awesome for me to see the amount of success that I've been able to have just from believing in myself and working with a team of people that believe in each other. And so, yeah, I'm really proud of my team as well. I think that we've had a lot of things shut us down like over and over again, and we've always been really willing to pivot. And I think that that's a really key part of success.
That is remarkable. Although you've come across so many difficulties, Harley, you've been able to innovate and create and pivot on that. So that is huge. And bringing in all these phenomenal people, you're saying, hey, I'm here, I'm proud, I enjoy what I'm doing, and you don't have to hide. The industry is definitely a community. We should set the standard for other industries. This isn't banking, pharmaceutical, etc. We care about each other, and it shows. And that energy that we bring, the energy that you bring, is something to continuously celebrate. So thank you for you. And as we wrap up here, we've got about 10 minutes for these questions. Our last one for the End the Stigma panel today. What advice do you have for other women who are currently working in the industry today, or those who are wanting to make their entry steps? Trina, you've had phenomenal advice. What do you have for this so far?
You know, I think it would be number one, do your homework. This is a heavily regulated industry. I've seen a lot of clients hit dead ends because they just didn't necessarily anticipate or understand the legal framework that they were working in. So, you know, if you don't have that expertise yourself, then make sure you're building a team around you that does. You know, if you're the creative one in the team, then that's great. Focus your creative energies on in that direction, but make sure you have that guidance, because you know, listen, I'm all about kind of breaking down walls and forging new territory too, but there are some hard stops, and I've seen many of them hit. And again, just, you know, build that network, build that team around you. It is still a remarkably small industry. Like, everybody tends to know everybody, even in light. I mean, it's not been great with COVID. The last year, we haven't been able to get together at Lyft, you know, a couple times a year lately, but hopefully we'll get back to that soon. But still, everyone knows everyone, and you got to just get out there, meet people, make connections, build a network, build a team.
That is excellent points. Life begins outside your comfort zone. So push yourself. We all believe in you. Sherry, some advice. What do you have on your end?
Yeah, I think mentoring is absolutely so important for supporting other women in the industry. You know, in a really meaningful, intangible way. I think when someone reaches out to you for advice, it's important to be open in giving that advice. And it could be something as simple as having, you know, just a chat on LinkedIn, which I've done many times, or, you know, carving out a few minutes in your day just to have like a quick conversation and see how you could really give back to the industry. And I really recognize how lucky and fortunate I am to be in the position that I am. And if I can, you know, help somebody else in even a small way in helping them find their path, I think that, you know, that obviously that, you know, really means the world to me to be able to do that and to give back like that. So I didn't have a lot of mentors, I think, coming into this. Again, I didn't see many people like myself. You know, my parents didn't come from, you know, they're not entrepreneurs by any means, you know, immigrating to Canada, and I just, you know, they supported me in what I wanted to do, and that was enough. But, you know, I think being able to mentor somebody really helps them find their way as well. So, you know, as part of doing the homework, I think part of doing your homework is also finding people that can help you kind of, you know, find your way to where you want to be. And sometimes it could be a little bit hard to ask for that help, but I think it's important to, you know, have that courage and to be a little bit vulnerable as well, in recognizing that sometimes you might need to ask for help.
Those are all fabulous points, Sherry. If people need help, yeah, absolutely. Reach out and ask anybody. The only thing that's going to happen is they're going to say no, or you won't hear back. So it's really not that big of a deal at the end of the day. The mentorship is huge. Sherry, somebody who's saying, hey, I love mentorship, reach out to her, take her up on that opportunity. It's so important to be mindful and grateful, which is what I'm hearing from you, and paying it forward. If you've been grateful to enjoy something, re-give that gift of enjoyment to others. So that is such great advice. Natasha, you've had such great wisdom today. What do you suggest in getting into the industry?
I think a couple things. So the first is, this is the kind of industry where you can sort of create your own opportunities. And I think everyone's kind of spoken to that. It's such a new industry, and it's literally one of the first times in history that females have been able to enter a legal industry at the exact same time as men. That hasn't really happened before. So I think that's the first thing. We're living in a time where you can create what you want. And then similar to what Trina said, obviously I'm a big envelope pusher. So if that's, if you're doing something a little bit gray just to see how it works out, I mean, I'm fine with that, and then just seeing how it goes. And then I think the second piece of it that's really important is there's, and we saw this more with when legalization came about, there's a lot of snake oil salesmen in this industry. There's a lot of people who just popped up who, failed in mining or other areas. And so then ended up in cannabis and don't really know what they're doing, but just saw dollar signs. So I would say be wary of the snake oil salesmen and people who are just here because they see an opportunity, but aren't really connected to the cause. And then alongside with that, if you are working for anyone, make sure you have everything in writing, because we know there's been a lot of issues of people getting paid or getting paid what they're worth. So that's just a little bit more and sort of like tangible advice that I could give you is to make sure you have everything in writing, get paid, and be wary of snake oil salesmen who just seem to have popped up out of nowhere because they didn't do well in their previous industry, which maybe is mean to say, but it's true.
It definitely happens. There are always people trying to make a quick buck in any industry. So being mindful, doing your research, getting that education in there and asking those questions are so crucial. There is no question that's a silly question. If it's silly, it's because you're asking the wrong person. So those are fabulous points. Natasha, Harley, for our last point of the day, what advice do you have? I know you have lots to give. So what are your thoughts?
I would definitely say, like, know your mission, know your morals, know where you stand. I think it's a lot easier to have the door slammed in your face when you know you're trying to change the world, And so I really think that knowing where your red lines are, knowing the lines that you're not going to cross is really, really important, because things move really quickly. Opportunities pop up that seem weird or seem too good to be true. And I think really standing your ground and knowing why you're doing this in the first place and why you want to be in this industry. Another thing, really, working with people that support you. I think that, like, being in an environment where you're being uplifted on a regular basis can do so much for you, your business, the way you're coming across in the world. And I really think that matters. And believe in yourself, like, we live in a really, really crazy world of a lot of toxic thoughts. I feel like we're constantly being told to try harder, go faster, make more money. And it's okay to, like, slow down a bit and to take care of yourself and know that, like, everything's going to be okay. And also be willing to pivot. Like, I think that's like been one of the biggest things for me is, like, if you have a mission, don't be too attached to exactly how it looks. Like, have some wiggle room in there of how you're going to get there. I think it's a lot harder when you're like, I'm going to go A, B, C, D. It's like, it usually doesn't happen that way. So give yourself some grace and some space to, like, find a free flowing way to get to the end.
A remarkable points as well. Give yourself grace, trust your gut. It's your gut, and you want to feel good at your decision at the end of the day. So that's all we have for time today. So I want to thank Trina, Sherry, Harley, Natasha, CanMar Events, of course. And as a friendly reminder, you can either have excuses or you can have results. So get that woman power that you have and take a step outside your comfort zone, and you'll be surprised what you'll be rewarded with. So over to Raj and Anita. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, guys. Oh my goodness. That was amazing. I loved honestly, Kelsey did a great job with navigating through all the questions and stories. But I loved hearing all the stories of the introduction, how they took place, so many different avenues, so many different paths that led us from prescriptions to plants. Yeah, it was awesome. And Harley putting in the work, being a go-getter. I mean, that was the theme of the whole conversation. But I really feel like when you're doing what you're meant to do, the universe just totally opens up to meet you, and doors will open for you no matter what you look like on the outside. So yeah, it's just lovely to hear that. Yeah, great.
Yes, a great conversation. Definitely a good way to, breach a topic that can be very hard to talk about when it comes to stigma, especially, being from the BIPOC community myself. I think we need to be able to showcase what we bring to the table. And these women that we just hosted are a prime example that, if you have a will and you find a way, we can make change together collectively. So thank you, ladies. It was a pleasure to have you guys on board.
Guys, I just want to share a little bit of wisdom from my best buddy, Pete the cat here. It's my it's my daughter Mila's jam. So I wanted to share with you some wisdom here. If you don't know where you're going, any path will get you there. And Pete the cat says, go with the flow.
There we go. And guys, don't forget, I'll just add really quickly that the federal act is going to be under review starting this fall. So be prepared to have a voice and speak your mind about issues that are relevant to you and your role in the industry, and helping to break down stigma even more. So things like security clearances, pardons, medical access, these are all going to be important issues. And we all collectively have to, tell the government how we feel about these things to affect change.
Definitely get your voice out there, advocate, volunteer, whatever it takes, start your own business, but petition the government. We need to have better change, and collectively we can make it happen.
Awesome, ladies. Thank you so much. You guys enjoy the rest of the show, enjoy the rest of the day. The weather is phenomenal here in Vancouver, like blue skies. Oh my goodness. What a great day.
We should take this outside next time,
Yes, let's take this on the road.
Some lawn chairs and sitting outside under like a nice tree, a fig tree, or one of those cherry blossoms that you guys have blooming in Vancouver. There's some here in Portland.
Yeah, I got a big guy in front of me and it's beautiful. Just so much presence. As soon as I walk into my bedroom, it's like there's a stranger at my window. There's a lot of energy there for sure.
Yes. Good energy, and the colors are just so pretty. I love admiring the trees. It's one of my favorite things to do this time of the year.
Yeah, and you know what's so great? I got a good view of it from my washroom. I made sure I had a lot of windows in my washroom, and the cool thing is I don't have any blinds. I have this like screen that kind of just goes, a little blurry. So I'm pretty much, I can do whatever I want in my washroom and look in my neighborhood, and it's my favorite thing to do. And to connect my favorite hangout place, my washroom, to hearing these kind of stories, it's like the perfect weekend for me, man. Like, thank you so much. Thank you.
It sounds like you're in a spa right now, sitting in your bathroom spa.
You guys want a view of this washroom? Dude, it's killer. Yes. I got a tub. I got a steam.
I want to see. I'm just sitting on my dining table, but I want to see what you're doing. I want to see this spa utopia.
When we did renos on our family house, I was like, we need the best vent and circulation system in that washroom. I'll be high all day in there. And yeah, so it's just amazing. I take steam showers to get high, and I hang out with my kids. So yeah,
as long as it makes you more present and more connected with the kids.
100%, man. And I loved it how Kira was saying it, how, being who we are and not being ashamed of, am I going to be a bad mom if this is kind of how I blend, cannabis into like my mothering? And really, it honestly has. I have a deeper connection with my children, and I look at them as people, like not my property. And it's a totally different mindset that I had from when my daughter was 1. She's really lucky that I started smoking weed as early as I did, because her brother, who's only 1 year old, he's got a totally different mom that he's dealing with. She's seen, the other glimpses of the other life. But I'm really thankful, really.
You know what, Raj, you really inspire me. You're the type of mom I want to become. Like, I'm getting there, and I unfortunately, my kids are much older, 8 and 5. So they've seen this really wound up, tight, very white coat mom that's, very professional, trying to be very stringent, rules, regulations. And now it's like, you know what, let them be kids. Let's live the way they want to live. Oh, and look, we've got our next group of panelists. So we've got CWIC. We've got Canadian Women in Cannabis. And we're going to be hosting Donna Johnson, and we have Steph Steph, I have that here. That's sorry, Stacy. We're
Yeah,
supposed to have
we got a different
Stacy.
name here. We got Stacy Boback. Yeah, we got
Stacy, yeah,
Donna
that's
Jo.
Stacy Bobek. I saw Steph there
Yeah.
initially, but Stacy and I are both volunteers at MCC. So Stacy, it's nice to put a face to you as well now.
Yeah, same. Nice to see you. Happy to be here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll turn over the stage to you two wonderful women, and you can tell us more about CWIC and what you guys do and how it's such a great sisterhood to be a part of.
Oh, wonderful to be here. Just curious if we can pull up the PowerPoint slideshow somehow.
We're gonna get out of your way, so you're gonna have hosting privileges, Donna, and we're just gonna throw it right over to you, buddy.
Sounds
Here
good.
you go. Yeah.
So here's when tech support chimes in. Donna, you have ability to share. If you have the screen open at your end, you can share and take it away.
Right. Okay. I am looking for that, and we'll pull it up right here as soon as I find it.
If you want me, I have it open at my end. I can share for you and you can guide me.
That would be lovely.
All righty.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. And so excited to be here today, already participating and listening to the speakers. And my heart is pounding with the excitement and the voices and the wonderful warmth of this day today from everyone. Thank you very much, CanMar, for having Canadian Women in Cannabis here this morning. And I'm Donna Johansson, founder of Canadian Women in Cannabis, and I'm here today with also a founder and a leading lady in cannabis, Stacy Boback. Stacy, I'd like to ask you to introduce yourself as well.
Yes. Hi, everyone. I am Stacy. I'm here with Donna from CWIC because I am a part of CWIC. I was happy to join this collective about a year ago now. It was June that we connected, and I found Canadian Women in Cannabis. I'm so excited to learn more. And yeah, we'll get into how and why we connected, but I'm happy to be here with Donna, supporting her as a cannabis educator, and I'm happy to let you know more about what I'm doing with other women in cannabis. So Donna, why don't you start off with telling us about CWIC? What is Canadian Women in Cannabis, and why are other women welcome to learn more about it and join in?
Absolutely. And there's a slide that identifies CWIC collective advocacy, if we could have that on the screen as well. Well, I just want to say, and we only have a few minutes, and recognizing we really want to share a lot about CWIC and who we are and what we're doing. CWIC started about in 2018, and we launched as a organization inviting women in cannabis to connect and share and amplify and empower. Through the work that I did in the early months of startup, from the concept paper and inviting women from across Canada to come forward and put together their ideas and thoughts and perspectives for what we want to see in cannabis in Canada. And through our advisory from a number of women who came forward to be part of our board, we developed a very useful concept to create a collective of women in our country, and also to develop our advocacy. And I'm so honored and proud to have worked with over 50 volunteers, leading women in the industry, women who are passionate about seeing change, and all of the things that we've been talking about this morning in terms of normalizing cannabis in our country, and particularly with the implementation of legalization, making sure that cannabis is brought into our country in a proper and fair way for all people to participate. So it's been a very exciting journey so far. And I'm so proud to say that we have developed a collective with over 300 members signed up so far. And the whole idea is to provide a safe channel for women to connect and to share. Through the process of consultation with the women that I'm speaking of, we developed our advocacy principles, which are the 4 pillars of advocacy. And these are, just common and I think primary values that we even have as Canadians or as humans. And so they've been categorized into the 4 pillars of advocacy, and they're listed on the slide here. I'm just going to briefly go over.
That's right. That's why I joined, right? Or where we found this connection is you said you had this collective of women and they were really bringing to you the need. The voice of the women was bringing forward what the cannabis industry needed. And this was, like you said, 2.5 years ago now. And when you talked about the pillars, and on the next slide, we'll get to the pillars. There they are. Yeah. We really had a connection because my passion is really in education. But over my career of being this cannabis educator, it was so easy to see that there was a need for more education, be it for patients to understand cannabis or for anyone to just have access to the information about the therapeutic benefits of cannabis. What is cannabis? Such a need there, right? So when I reached out to you, you said you were looking for a lead for the advocacy pillar in education. And that was around the same time, again, last summer, that I was looking to create a network for women who were not just women, but we reached out to women and men and ended up getting a great, strong group of women who were cannabis educators. We'd gone to school, we'd taken some courses for cannabis education, but we wanted to connect and support each other through our experiences. So through CWIC, we were able to kind of combine those needs and promote education and advocate for more education. Can you tell us more about the other pillars outside of education?
Yes, and they're in no particular order, but these did come up as the common sort of values and focuses that our community of women had identified we need to address. And so our first is the sensible and evidence-based law, standing for sensible laws. And the subpoints here speak to areas like ensuring that cannabis is accessible, to those who need it most for health and wellness, and providing fair restrictions. These were seen as things, and this was from 2 years ago that we developed this, and these issues are still here with us. And mindful inclusion of the issues and barriers faced by patients, disadvantaged and vulnerable persons. So those are some of the points around sensible and evidence-based laws that we really have to address and advocate for a better way. The second pillar listed there is inclusivity, equity, and diversity. Excuse me. Extremely powerful, important topics right now, worldwide and in all industries, really. And as you look at it from the lens of cannabis, it is equal opportunity for all Canadians to participate in this industry, either in working in the industry or as patients. It should be equally available and also equal opportunity for everybody to be involved. And fostering the whole gender equality, inclusivity, and diversity in this industry. It's a new industry. We have equal opportunity. We spoke about it this morning. It's not only in our country. We need to be more inclusive in this industry and really show the way as a new industry, I think.
I respect that so much. And I remember you saying that very early on. You wanted to see more women in leadership roles, and look how far we've come in these past 2 years. Obviously still some work to do, but I'm so grateful to be connected with some of those women leaders. Absolutely. What's the last pillar there? We talked a bit about education.
On sustainability, cannabis sustainability, and this has everything to do with incorporating renewable, sustainable practices in growing cannabis and minimizing energy and water use and taking care of our environment. I always say people plant planet. This is what we're about. So members come, we subscribe to these 4 pillars, and what we are seeking is leadership and co-leadership to help advocate in these areas and bring it forward to our government and our community and our industry, like what you're doing, Stacey. So with education, I really want to hear from you on some of the things that you have planned. I know we have just a few minutes, but what we have planned with education and the wonderful work that your team is doing in bringing cannabis education and knowledge in our country.
Yeah, like you said, this is a collective of women, and you really empower us to be our own industry and be our own leaders in our little collective groups as well, and then work with CWIC and other women who are leading the way and really trailblazing. Education, like I said, it's just a group of cannabis educators. We welcome all educators. We have expert speakers. It's a nonprofit organization, so we are just out to support each other, blazing that trail along with all the other women, filling that need. You mentioned the education pillar, so we're filling that need. As you had on your call to action slide, which all attendees will get, there are those other pillars that are looking for leaders just like I am, where we still have the ability to bring our own community to CWIC and help to answer that voice that you've worked so hard to put together. Over 300 members so far, that's massive, and continuing to grow. So leaders needed on all pillars, volunteer and bring your community forward, and let's be louder together.
Ladies, how do we get a hold of you guys? How do we volunteer? How do we become members of CWIC?
Okay, so there is a slide there too that CanadianWomenInCannabis.ca is our website, and it explains all who we are. And there is a subscribers form on the website page that leads you to fill out a form. And currently membership is free. We will be changing that in a few months, but we want to invite our community to come together and really identify who you are, what you do. Members can also come on our Facebook private page CWIC portal, and women and men are coming into our groups. By the way, we have 97% of our membership is women. However, we do accept all genders, and we are communicating online on our portal, and it's a great way to connect and share. So today I invite everyone who, and there's several CWIC members presenting and attending today, I know, to please come and sign on to be a member. We are building and growing and sharing and connecting and collaborating with other like-minded organizations like the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada and Women Empowered in Cannabis, various other groups. We're all together, pulling together for this, and so glad to be here. Good morning. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you for this beautiful opportunity.
Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you so much for being part of our program today. It's been a pleasure having you both.
Donna, Stacy, wow, that was amazing. You guys, people, planet, profit, that was very well put. I love that.
Perfect. All right, Rush, what do we have next? I think we have another new great panel coming up.
Yeah, we got some stuff going on here. BIPOC and the future of cannabis. We got our moderator, Carrie Mullings. I'm super pumped to hear her speak. She's so cool. She's been sharing the space as a pioneer in the reggae and music industry, which is really cool. And I'm really vibing with her radio show, Rebel Vibes. So do check that out. She's basically responsible for bringing the Caribbean to Canada. So, whatever vibes and energy come with that, I'm very excited just to even be around her right now. And then we got the beautiful Nora Nathu, we got Kadisha Thornhill, and we got Maya on the panel as well. So we got a lot of amazing energy coming through.
All right, I guess without further ado, let's hand it over to them. Let's give them the space.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, there
I
you
have
go.
to unmute my mic. Wow, sorry about that. And I was keeping muted for a moment, and I've been listening, and I've got to say that Rash and Anita, amazing. I love the interaction. You've made me have to get closer to my window to get outside to do this, as close as outside as I could possibly get. I really want to say good day to everyone who is joining us, because this is very important. CanMar Events are bringing all these wonderful women together today to talk about issues, subjects, and matter that really truly matters to us. And I mean, if I was in my own place right now, not on Zoom, I would have some Bob Marley playing in the background, and you'd hear it. Excuse me while I light my spliff, because that's what we got to do, and we got to take a whiff. And as they say, from reality, you just can't drift, but you can, because everyone knows that if you are a user of cannabis, dreams truly come true. And it's not even a thought anymore. It is reality. So Natasha, I also want to say to Natasha, Sherry, Tina, and Harley Case, amazing, amazing segment and discussion, and so informative. And this is also going to be very informative, but we're going to lay back a little bit because we're going to smoke a split. I just want to say why I'm personally excited about being here, because I'm the luckiest woman in the world. Luckiest. All of my years while I was being told, don't do that, Carrie, it's not good, please don't, I rebelled and I kept on. And it has been the key to my wellness, the key to my happiness. And then the greatest joy is every October 17th, I celebrate my birthday with the legalization of marijuana. So there's no better way than when the Almighty does that, puts a stamp on it and says, keep going. So I say that to say to all women who are here today, don't let anything stop you. If this is what leads you into a great and positive direction, then step into that direction. Hi, Khadija. How you doing, sis? Want to say good morning also. Nora, good morning, my dear. And of course, we're going to be joined also with the lovely Maya. Hi, Maya. How are you doing?
I'm great. Good. How are you all?
I'm glad everybody's good because I'm hyped. I'm ready to go. This is such a great opportunity for all of us to come together as women in cannabis and being able to talk today about the future of cannabis and the BIPOC community and representing the BIPOC community in its entirety with a Jamaican father and a mother who's Canadian-born Métis. I definitely understand the need for us to be represented in such a greater way. I see, Nora, I see you shaking your head. Khadija, we are definitely not seen and heard to the level that we need to be seen and heard. So with that being said, I really want to take a moment, Maya, from Hempress Farms to ask you to give us a little bit more of an understanding of what Hempress Farms is. And everybody, please go follow her on Instagram while you can, because you might get so much requests, Maya, you may have to privatize that. and then,
well, I
and then,
appreciate it.
Yeah, well, it would be absolutely wonderful if you do. But Hempress Farms, I've been following, and what you've been doing for the wellness of the community is, it's just phenomenal. Like, I've got goosebumps because there's many people that really rely on Western medicine so much. And I was one of those idiots until I learned better. So I don't want to take away from how you would love your introduction to be. I would love you to tell everyone what it is that Hempress is all about.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the time and the space to connect with everyone. I'm really grateful for that. Basically, Hempress Farms is currently 1 year in business. Prior to Hempress Farms, I owned a day spa. It's called Ma'ati Spa. Wonderful day spa, it's absolutely beautiful. Then COVID-19 hit. We went from making $30,000 a month to $0 a month. And I had already been studying hemp and actually already had my license to grow. We got a notice from the agriculture department that said that hemp dispensaries are essential and here's your paperwork to travel during the COVID-19 lockdown. So next thing I did was went to FedEx Kinko's. I got a sign, put it over my Ma'ati Spa at Hempress Farms. Within 2 weeks after the shutdown, we were up and running as an upscale hemp dispensary. So we are still very spa-like. You can come in and receive 5-star product tastings is what we call it. We have luxury CBD products. We are vertically integrated. So we do grow from seed to bottle right here in this dispensary. So it's kind of, actually, I'll show you if you guys want to see. This is the vegetation room here. So we have about 80 plants in here. And I always talk about being vertically integrated because I think it's key to the business as far as sales and whatnot. So in the middle here, you'll see all of our products, our tasting room. And then you'll also see our flower grow is right here in the next room. So we're sandwiched in between our flower grow and our vegetation operation. So, and then we make all of our products here as well. So that enabled us to really survive the pandemic, because when the spa shut down, the bills were still there, as you guys know. You know, they only deferred bills for like 3 months. So that we had to do something. And this was me doing something. I completely repurposed the spa to an upscale hemp dispensary. And that's what we are now. So this is Hempers Farms. We are bringing luxury to the CBD and cannabis space. Luxury decreases stress, and so does CBD. So we are bringing that to the space. When you come get a tasting, you can actually see leaves. We see flower all the time everywhere we go, but unless you know a farmer, you're really not going to see a live hemp or cannabis leaf. So that's a really cool part about our tastings. So yeah, we are seed to bottle, a small boutique artisanal grow with luxury CBD products.
Ah, I really, really love that. Wow, Nora, I just saw someone also put up a comment. Why would I get a call right now? Put up a comment in regards to you growing, and nice to see you growing. And I'm sure that that growth is coming from getting right out front and speaking what it is that you have to say. Nora is, hear this well, everybody, cannabis feminist. Go check her out on Instagram, cannabis.feminist, very important. And while again, I get a phone call. I'm sorry, everybody, my notes are on my other phone, so I'm following my notes at the same time. Now, Nora, can you give us a good understanding? Because I'm sure there's many men watching right now and they're just saying, cannabis feminist, oh, so she's a very angry, high female. And that's not the case. We need to give them clarity and understanding. Cannabis feminist, explain that to everyone. And welcome.
So I started in the cannabis space in the legacy market many years ago. I'm not going to age myself, but I did start in the legacy market. And as we were transitioning towards the regulated space, there was a lot of things going on as far as that transition. And what I was seeing is from the legacy space to the regulated space, it was primarily dominated by cisgendered white males. So, which is why I started Cannabis Feminist. And really, you know, for me, feminism isn't about being an angry woman. Feminism is about where intersections meet. The intersectionality between gender and race, the intersectionality between gender and sexuality. There's a lot of intersections. And what I was seeing is there was a lack of diversity in the Canadian cannabis space. There still is a lack of diversity in the Canadian cannabis space. And that includes in all intersections, whether it's ableism, whether it's sexism, whether it's racism. You know, there's a lot of gaps that exist in the cannabis space. And, you know, I went out to dinner with a friend of mine, and we co-founded a group called Louder Together. And what we were seeing is that there was a lot of gaps in BIPOC in the Canadian cannabis space. And when cannabis was legalized in Canada, you know, there was a few groups that were left out of the discussion, primarily Indigenous groups, you know, and as it was legalized and as it was regulated, there was a lot of people who were still serving time for cannabis-related crimes. And previously what was known as cannabis-related crimes. Yeah. And, you know, what we were seeing is that cannabis prohibition was never about prohibiting the plant. It was always a war on race. So as we as we started, legalizing cannabis, well, something needed to be done to repair the damage that had been done to communities. And for me, it's communities of women of color. They're the communities who were pretty much harmed the most as far as prohibition. They were the ones who were taking care of the babies, who were the aunties, who were the sisters, the mothers, the grandmothers, who were, raising kids while their partners served time for cannabis-related crimes. And what we're seeing is, evidence says that, a lot of the cannabis-related crimes are BIPOC, specifically, in the United States, Black men. So that's where kind of Cannabis Feminist was born. That's my cat. He's doing the rounds. But that's where Cannabis Feminist was born. But then we started a group called Louder Together. And Louder Together is about amplifying BIPOC voices in the Canadian cannabis space. So it's a little bit about my background, and I'm very excited to be here. Amaya, it was lovely seeing your spa and what you're doing. Kadisha, I'm so excited about the projects that you're working on. And, Carrie, just hearing you speak is very inspiring as well. So thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I'm looking forward to carrying on this discussion.
Thanks so much, Nora. I love that. Khadija, what's up, my girl?
Hi.
Let us talk about Bud Sisters, because we're Bud Sisters. We're definitely Bud Sisters. Even though we've never smoked together, we have meditated on many levels and in many realms together.
Absolutely.
So can you share the Instagram where you'd like them to go and follow you, and tell us what really inspired the creation of Bud Sisters?
Sure. It's great to be here, and thank you so much for moderating, Carrie. You're doing an amazing job, and it's great to see you, Nora, and to see you, Maya. Your plants are they bring me joy watching them. I can't wait for our outdoor growing season to start. You can find me on Instagram in two spots, at ms_weed_wiki, WEEDWIKI, and at Afro Canada Bud Sisters. And that's Canada with two N's on purpose, because cannabis has two N's as well. And basically the origin story of Afro Canada Bud Sisters is basically, I was a social cannabis user through, guys I dated, and when I went out socially, and didn't start actually use cannabis personally until about 2007, when I was starting to deal with chronic shoulder pain. 2017, 2018. And I was very concerned about painkillers and their effects. So I was trying to use cannabis, but whenever I would talk to my doctor about getting referred to a clinic, he would, be dismissive and was like acting like I was asking him to do a back alley transaction instead of, I was asking for a referral to a clinic. So I was one of those people who was like biting down my nails, waiting for legalization. And then when legalization came, I realized there wasn't anything that reflected me or my friends or, women that I knew smoking, the few that I knew smoking. It didn't reflect us. And so, I thought that was very curious. And I'm talking about from an advertising, like not that there's real advertising, but even from, the influencer models and what you saw for imagery of cannabis in Canada and in the States, it didn't look like me. And it didn't look like anybody I knew. My good friend Natalie and I, we had met just as acquaintances about 10 years ago, and then encountered one another in a Canadian cannabis group, a Black Canadian cannabis group. And when she noticed me in that group, she slid into my DM saying, I didn't know you smoked. And that's the thing about being, smokers in our community. We're not upfront. We're often hiding it from our family members up until legalization. We're hiding it from our employers. We're hiding it from everybody because we were penalized for it. And now that it's legal, we were still hiding it, and that needed to change. So when we got together and we were smoking in my garage, she's like, there has to be others like us out there. And I'm like, they're absolutely out there. They just don't know where we are. We have to create a place for them to see us and to find us. And that's how we created Afro Canada Bud Sisters. It started as an online space on Facebook, and we are now at just about 680 members in our online space. And then our Instagram following is pretty big. And all this through a panorama, as we call it. You know, without meeting, I've not met most of my members, but we know each other extremely well. I count Necole Hines, one of my closest and dearest, and we've never met in person. These are it speaks to the quality of the relationships we're developing when we bring community back to the plant. COVID has kept that not possible, but also not just COVID. Culturally, we were separated because we were penalized for it. And then we also started looking at discussions within our own space. We're teaching women about autonomy with the plant. A lot of us, our exposure to cannabis was through the guys we dated, men we married, our older brothers, cousins. It was a pretty male-dominated type of space. You stood out as a woman if you could roll. You know, if you knew how to roll a split or a joint, right? Like, yet we're trying to tell women about this perfectly legal plant, and we didn't even know how to roll. Well, enter Natalie with her chopstick method. And next thing you know, we're doing videos and tutorials teaching women in our group how to roll using a chopstick. You know, that saved a lot of people in a pinch in ways that the Wiz Khalifa YouTube videos didn't work for me. So, you know, so we teach each other hacks and tips, and we talk about growing with cannabis. We talk about how we pick our cannabis, whether we're buying it in legacy, whether we're buying it in the government retail stores. We talk about, you know, identifying terpenes, but we also talk about, you know, integrating cannabis in our lifestyle and trying to hide it from our kids because, you know, they're now around us 24/7 during this panorama. So it's been a great experience and journey. And there's more to do. But we love that we're normalizing cannabis for Black women across the country.
Oh, it looks like Carrie might be frozen.
Okay, so it's Carrie. I was like, is it me that's frozen?
No, it might be Carrie. Carrie, while we wait for Carrie to reboot, what a great story, Khadisha. Like that's amazing. That's like the cannabis glow up story.
It's becoming that, and it's that and so much more because we've been silent and invisible.
So, you know, it's funny that we talk about this, and this is, you know, prior to legalization in Canada, and also like just as we hit legalization actually in Canada, a good friend of mine, Pantha, who's also a speaker at CanMar today, we started, we held our first Ganja Goddess Gala party, and we had a great big gala, you know, very beautiful event. We had music, we had cannabis, we had people from the legacy space, we had people from all kind of different walks in cannabis. And what was really fun about that is it was like right after legalization. And it was really about celebrating women, like Ganja goddesses, you know, in the space. So that was really exciting for us too. It's kind of the start of who Cannabis Feminist was.
And that's a great story. You're in the West Coast, right? Which is such a different environment. You know, it's so much, it feels like ages ahead of us culturally in the cannabis space. And I can't wait to come out there and visit.
Oh, I'm so excited. We must get together when you do come visit.
Absolutely. As soon as we're past this thing that, you know, is taking over our lives for the immediate future.
Guys, this moment shall too pass. And one day we're all going to be on this open field and we're all going to hang out. I don't want to, you know, hype up the drum circles, but, you know, we'll all hang out and it's going to be a real deal thing. And I can't wait for that. But this is like the next best thing to it. And I'm so glad that we're all able to connect so far. This is great.
I have a question. You know, like we're talking about cannabis quite a bit, and I feel like a lot of the discussions in the last panel were about cannabis. But what are people's thoughts about BIPOC in the psychedelics, and how can we actually advocate for space, for equity, for growth, and for women of color in the psychedelic space, because that is up and coming. And I think that's also an important space to discuss as well.
100%. I'm with you on that one. And that's why I think we have it coming up. We have the Future of Psychedelics coming up at 2:10 today. And it's led by my homie, Anita Rosota. Like, that is a BIPOC woman. She's killing it. And it's all about, seeing all of us talking about it. And I think, Nora, Khadija, I don't know how you guys were raised, but, it's pretty much smoking equals bad. Ganja equals, like, just negativity, just so much stigma. And I feel like when we really get to know ourselves and can grow and be confident in who we are, all that stuff just kind of just falls right off. So people can continue saying what they want. It just doesn't have the same effect. It doesn't hold the same weight when you're confident. And I feel like these kind of psychedelics or cannabis, whatever it is, man, when you use it in your back pocket like that, damn, you're unstoppable.
Yeah. And interestingly, I was recording a podcast episode this morning with an old friend of mine from high school, and his journey of cannabis. He lives in Montreal, downtown urban Montreal, and he's multi-generation Canadian with roots to Africville and Nova Scotia. And we were talking about his cannabis journey and how growing up, his father smoked cannabis too, but he was not allowed to smoke with him until he became an adult, and how that became a generational achievement, a milestone. When you were an adult, you could smoke with your father and pass the joint back and forth. And I felt such envy at missing out on something like that, honestly, cannabis prohibition for the last 100 years, absolutely, and more in Canada, because, it's generationally has been, stigmatized in our community so much, and we've lost so much in the process, but we can recapture it too now. So
totally. Khadija, I'm totally on the same page with you, but I feel like that's just communication at any level. Like, my parents never talked to me about sex, like the birds and bees. It was basically, I got my period and it was like, you're not allowed to have sleepovers anymore. That was end of information. And so you learn and you find out where you find out. If your parents are not going to be the one to hold your hand and guide you through certain things because their mindset is a little bit close to things, you're going to find it on your own, and you travel through some crazy, crazy obstacles.
Absolutely. Not just that, but I feel like in the South Asian community specifically, cannabis is very taboo. We don't talk about cannabis. We don't talk about our cannabis use. In the South Asian community, I was, like, my family is from Northern India. We immigrated to Africa, and then we immigrated to Canada. And I grew up, in a Muslim household. And cannabis is like a big no-no. And, I've been trying to get my mom to even just use CBD, and she won't. She absolutely will not use CBD because, it's a drug, but she'll use the Tylenol 3s. She'll use the painkillers because they're prescribed to her, because it's more of a, that legal space. Where in what I've been learning is that cannabis has been used in Indian culture for centuries, but we just don't talk about it. And that's a difficult thing in the South Asian community.
100%. I totally agree with you, Nora. And I think I kind of was able to get through to my mom by just calling it a plant, not calling it cannabis, keep referring it to as what it is, back to a plant, just like how we grow things in our garden. My mom uses ginger for everything. Dude, I was sick. I was eating ginger. I was drinking ginger. I was bathing in ginger. Like, I could cut myself and ginger is going to ooze out of me. It was nuts. But, they do it. It's built in our people to use plants. It's just they don't have that connection yet.
Yeah. Sorry, ladies. They're doing construction outside. We've got children inside. I don't know if it was the construction or if it was the 3-year-old that pulled the internet out, but we had a moment there. So I'm going to jump back to, and thanks so much everyone for your understanding, and CanMar Events, thank you for your patience very much. I want to go back to what you had said, Khadija, which really struck a chord in me. You said, guys you dated, and that introduction of cannabis. I think that's where the great connect is between you and I, because it was a guy, and not just a regular guy, not a guy I dated, but men seem to introduce women of a certain power. They see it. They know that you can handle it. A lot of men use it as a little sexual tool to get you loose and be able to, hey, but they also don't take you down, it doesn't take you down a wrong path to be introduced to cannabis by a male. I can remember for myself, I was 9 years old visiting Jamaica at my grandmother's house, and there was a Rasta camp right beside. So everybody was on a pipe. I didn't understand what the pipe was, but I was so curious at watching the man roll this split. And then got in so much trouble when I got home, because off of the Air Canada flight, the flight attendant said I had rocks and trash in my pocket and a paper, and I was rolling rocks on the flight home. So the influence that you mentioned so subtly, guys that you dated, we need to really look deeper, everyone who's joining us and viewing today, we need to look deeper into the source also of what introduces us to cannabis, because sometimes it is a healer, and other times it can be something for the wrong person, send them in a direction that they don't want to go. So we speak back to now educating yourself on cannabis, like really educating yourself. And I know, Khadija, with your community, you're providing that education and based off of experience. So I just wanted to talk back on that, because I think probably the majority of women who are cannabis users were introduced to it by a male. If we really did a survey on that, which I think if I don't do it, then Khadija, I would highly suggest you do it, is a survey to see how were you introduced to it? Because that also explains a lot to the direction of our journey once we're introduced to it. Nora, I wanted to talk to you about social sharing, a bit about, because you're doing that in regards to BIPOC in cannabis. Let's talk about the social responsibility that is behind that. And there is a great social responsibility. And I'm asking you this question because as yourself known as cannabis feminist, you also have a secondary organization that speaks so much louder about it. So please to share the Instagram, and then from your perspective, please inform the ladies, now that we understand men have introduced us to it, what are our social responsibilities within the BIPOC community and how we represent ourselves? I'm a free spirit, a free smoker. I haven't been let into many churches because I'm pretty much outing my spliff before I'm going in for whatever, a wedding or whatever. I don't feel there's a limit, but I've been told there is a limit. What would you say to that, Nora?
So my organization is Louder Together, and you can find us on Instagram at loudertogether.ca. And it really is about raising voices of BIPOC communities within the cannabis space, within the cannabis industry. And it's interesting that you talk about social responsibility. And I recently, first of all, I do want to acknowledge that I'm in so-called Vancouver. It's unceded land, and I want to acknowledge that I have an incredible amount of privilege to be here today to speak at the CanMar Events. I have educational privilege. I have a social privilege. And this is something that I would like to use to better women of color in the cannabis space. So that's one thing. The second thing is, you know, I recently read something by an individual and a Shayla Stonechild. I don't know if any of you follow Shayla Stonechild. Shayla is an amazing woman of color. She's an amazing Indigenous woman who is very prominent in the yoga world. And the one thing that she said that really struck with me is she said, as an Indigenous woman being represented in yoga, and in anywhere, she has the responsibility of representing her culture in that space. And that's a huge responsibility for women of color. That is a huge responsibility for women. And inside of an industry, that's a huge responsibility for Khadija, for myself, for Carrie, for Maya. We carry that responsibility of representing our people in that space. We carry that responsibility, and we're scrutinized at such a higher level. And so that's a tough place to be as a woman of color. But it also takes a tremendous amount of strength and a team, and it takes a whole community to support that. And I just want to, there was a question in the chat that I want to respond to. How do we empower more women to be leaders in the industry? And it's through education. It is through how we got here. I also work in the industry. That's one of the things that pays my bills. I work as a marketing lead at a licensed producer. So not only am I doing all of these things, but I'm also working a full-time job. And so again, going back to that responsibility, how do we empower women? It really is about supporting each other, building those communities, lifting each other up. I think that's where a lot of that is, and being louder together, and our voices being louder together. And one of the things that is so lacking in this space and going forward in the psychedelic space is people of color. And this is a great opportunity. This is such a great opportunity for BIPOC inclusion now in the psychedelic space and also in the cannabis space. It's time. Now's our time. Now's our time to be louder together. Now's our time to raise our voices, to raise the women, the men of color, to BIPOC around us, to raise them to reach those levels of executive positions that they can hold. And it's time to support them as much as we can. And I encourage anybody who is attending here, if you see somebody that you resonate with, reach out to them. We're human. We love to talk, which is why we're here. We love to talk about opportunities. So if you see someone that inspires you, reach out to them. It really is just as easy as that.
Yes. I want to thank you very much, Nora. I just went into the chat, and what is being said is unity. If we have unity, we have so much more power. So I am noting that is going to give us strength moving forward. And I do see Khadija, Nora, Maya, Rash, all of us coming together to do even more moving forward. I feel that there has been a lot of lack of advocacy coming from BIPOC women. And I personally celebrate strongly my hero right now, who went through hell during this pandemic, panoramic, whatever you want to call it. She was completely blocked from opening her dispensary right here in Toronto on College Street, Greenport, the first Black female-owned dispensary in Toronto. And the red tape that she had to go through, I want to say good morning to Vivian Thomas, who owns Greenport, was absolutely ridiculous, like absolutely ridiculous. Being a smoker myself, connecting with Vivian just to get her the right media attention so the noise could be made for them to break that red tape and let her get in and serve a community that was so direly in need of rooted wellness. See, to me, that's what cannabis is. It's a rooted wellness that we've taken for granted over the years. I feel that as Black, Indigenous women, we have the advantage. We have that advantage because we grew culturally with the understanding of the healing power of this plant. There's so many cultures that don't really comprehend the extensity of its use, like how powerful it truly, truly is. With that being said, there needs to be more knowledge about it, the sharing of knowledge. And I know I see Maya's busy there, but I'm going to pose this next question to Maya because,
here.
Hi, darling, it fits perfectly with everything that you represent. My question is, do we have enough data collected after the legalization of cannabis to determine where the areas of demand for herb itself is among its byproducts, such as CBD and THC, anything hemp-based? Do we have really enough data collected at this point to be able to deliver an understanding to those who have no cultural connect to the plant itself?
I think we do. I think we have enough data to show that CBD works. Everybody knows it works. When you try it, it works. Just like when you smoke THC, you get high. When you ingest CBD, it heals pain. These are facts, you know, and nobody else can deny that anymore. I see it every single day when they come in and they're a little weary about I just came from the farmer's market, and I'd say 70% of the people are like, I have no idea about this. Tell me. And then we start talking, and then, you know, the juices start flowing, and we talk about pain and all the issues they're having, and they try some samples, and they come back. They say sometimes it works instantly right there, you know. So yeah, I think we have enough data to really, when everything becomes legal, the sky is not the limit. It's just
yes. I asked you that question because in getting in conversation while you're amongst other smokers, some just still look at it as, I just smoke to get high.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yes. That's what I mean.
I have been smoking THC from 6th grade. Okay. I'm one of those people. Okay. And I was actually shocked to see the amount of people that actually bought hemp to smoke. And I was like, are y'all really smoking this? Like, really? But we just made some hemp cigarettes. And the thing is, like, when you smoke the hemp, it may not affect someone who's used to smoking loud all the time. But when you try the CBD tea, then you feel it. For people like us who smoke loud every single day, try to drink the tea. Try to have our CBD lemonade. Try the edibles with CBD, because you're definitely getting the healing, and you can feel the effects, especially with the pain, the anxiety, the decrease in stress. So I talk to people all the time about that who smoke loud, and I'm like, I'm telling you, don't smoke the hemp, just try our other products. And that's how we get them to buy the other products.
Yeah, sometimes it's better to go with what you know than to just dive off the deep end right away. I made the mistake of that the first time I boiled my own tea. It was like way too much ganja in there. Laid me out for a couple of days. Thanks so much, Maya. Khadija, in regards to the space you've created now, I know there's a lot of people that don't have a place to go, or are afraid to speak out, or afraid to do what you just did. Take a puff when you need it, because it is for your wellness and well-being. It's very essential for that mental wellness, for that physical wellness, what would you say are still left as the stigmas that we need to dispel? And how can we get those stigmas dispelled?
There are so many stigmas. My background's in the insurance industry, and I see it even in that. You know, as a full-time employee, I have all the antidepressants and big pharma painkillers at, you know, available for a $5.99 copay fee. But you ask your insurer to cover medical cannabis, and it's hold up, nope. And you know, they want to put you through the ringer and not cover you unless it's for the most dramatic of cases. No one is giving me any kind of fulsome explanation about it. So all we can blame is the stigma, and it shows the work we have left to do. So I do feel passionately about getting into the faces of the decision makers that assess all this extra risk with acknowledging and normalizing cannabis, and confront them and dispel those different fears one by one. You know, we can't ignore the fact that while I and all of us were grateful for some form of legalization, we also took a lot, we accepted a lot in exchange for it, including them vilifying cannabis and acting like legalization meant everybody was going to be a raging, you know, driver behind the wheel with it. You know, there was a lot of fear mongering that came with the advertising, and we've got to force the stakeholders and the government to reverse that, because it was inaccurate. First of all, it was inaccurate and it was bias based.
There still is a lot of fear mongering going on in cannabis, and I work in marketing. That's kind of I market cannabis, and in marketing cannabis, you look at the fear mongering that's going on. I don't know if you have taken a look at what a cannabis package looks like. There is a giant red stop sign. There is a yellow warning. There you go. There's a giant yellow warning. The packages are ugly, and you know the kind of echo effect on that is because there's so much that you need to put on a package as far as regulatory goes. You are creating more packaging, and so not only are you further vilifying cannabis with all of these warnings, but you're also creating a giant mess by having to have packages be a certain size. So there's like it just vilifying cannabis. Just why not just make it like alcohol? The alcohol boards of the provinces here in Canada run cannabis sales. Why not just make it like a bottle of vodka?
But it is like, and here's the irony. It is the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of each province who is managing the retail. Either they're not given the proper powers, or they're approaching it wrong, willfully, because we know they're approaching it differently. They handle it differently than they do liquor. So why the differences, right? Other than either they were told to handle this with kid gloves, or there's further policy changes that are going to be needed. You know, but those are high level questions. We really need to start challenging the decision makers, because the big boogeyman of risk just isn't what they're telling us it is.
No, agreed 100%, Khadija. Thank you so much. I just want everyone to know that if you're looking for a job, you can connect with Lisa Marie Early right here through the CanMar Recruitment.com website. Put Lisa first, so it gets directly to Lisa. And yeah, as we talk and continue the discussion, I know there's going to be more today, ladies. It's going to be wonderful. I'm going to jump off here. I'm going to get on everybody's Instagram as best as I can and keep the conversation going. And I would love everyone to also follow the Marijuana Music Awards on Instagram. I'll be your host this year after a 10, 11, almost 12-year hiatus out of Europe. I'm glad it's returning, and it's going to happen right here in Canada, and proud to be the host of it, and even more proud to be able to celebrate again the winners of the past and reinvigorate the connection between music and cannabis. Like reggae music, you know, it goes hand in hand
Yeah,
with a
man.
spliff. Like you can't listen to some good reggae music without it. And I'll also take the opportunity, with that being said, to invite you all to join me any given Monday or Wednesday at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know Vancouver people, that's 7 a.m. But you could get up and have a morning tea and a smoke with me on Rebel Vibes, where we deliver all Canadian content.
Yes, yes, Carrie, thank you
Nash,
so much. Khadija,
this
Nora,
been
I think you had a question,
amazing.
Maya, on the chat, but let's keep it going. I think we're gonna keep the conversations going on the chats. There's a Q&A. I think we're on like Clubhouse as well. So lots of things going. So this conversation doesn't have to end. We just have to make space for a new one right now. This has been amazing. Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, CanMar Events.
Thank you so
No,
much.
Carrie's frozen again.
Thank you so
But thank
much,
you guys.
everybody.
And I think, you know what? I learned so much from this conversation. And overall, I'm going to send it back to, again, my friend Pete the Cat, because he's got some wisdom to share as well. He says, you must do the things that you cannot do. Eleanor Roosevelt said that. And Pete the Cat says, nothing is impossible. So, man, I love it. Keep those vibes going. So now we're going to get ready to set the stage again. Let's get our next panel ready. We've got the People Alliance of Cannabis in Canada, the Wolf Pack, man. So we've got actually the founder of the Green Lounge, Reverend Kelly Addison. This is amazing. I think we've got Kelly and Anne-Marie, Khadija signing on. This is amazing. You know, folks, Kelly is a real ordained minister, and she leads the Church of Cannabis. Like, gang, I never used to say things like universe or talk about the energies. I was like pretty much an atheist. And while implementing cannabis and psychedelics with meditation, I had experiences like seeing things on a vibratory level. So cannabis in a spiritual sense really makes a lot of sense with me. And yeah, really pumped to hear what you guys have for us on the next panel. I'll throw it over to you, Kelly. You're on mute. Okay, let me get you.
You're on mute, Kelly. She doesn't realize.
Unmute. Do I unmute that way? My goodness. Technology and me are not best friends. Thank you so much for having me here. Yes, I am a real ordained minister, and my spiritual designation is cannabis. But one of my favorite roles that I have is being vice president of the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada. And so we're very, very happy to have to be part of your event today. And thank you. And my sisters in kind are here as well, Khadija Thornhill and Anne-Marie Fisher, and I'll let them introduce themselves as well.
Yeah, okay, I'll go ahead. I know you're just on, Khadija. So my name's Anne-Marie Fisher. I am the appointed president of the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada. When I'm not doing PACC, I am a cannabis writer. My company is called Write, but through that company, I've been able to do a number of things across cannabis and psychedelics. So I've been able to really touch seed to sale, from the plant science to people's experiences. So through that, I've really come to have a great bird's eye view of cannabis. And through that, I've really enjoyed stepping up to lead the PACC, the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada.
Hi, Mimi. Do we want to let Mimi introduce herself?
I think she's still connecting it up.
Still connecting?
I think so. She's a little.
I could pop in real quick. As everyone saw, I'm also in addition to being co-founder of the Afro-Canada Bud Sisters, I'm one of the founding members and treasurer of PACC, the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada. And I also am the lead of the BIPOC Inclusion in Cannabis team. So it's a great pleasure to be part of this amazing group of women as well. Oh, did we lose Mimi?
Did we lose Mimi?
You lost Mimi for a
moment.
moment.
We lost Mimi for a second. We do have another founding member that unfortunately can't make this. She was on earlier, but she can't
Ladies,
make
I'm just going to
this.
step in here, back support. I think Minnie's having some tech issues because this is the second time I brought her on and she's dropped off. So I'm going to try one more time.
We'll try again.
Thank you.
We'll get her. So Stacy, yes,
Yeah.
Stacy. She's part of our team.
Yeah, so she's a registered dental hygienist, and she acts as secretary for PACC. So we're sad she couldn't join us today, but she certainly is the organizational glue that keeps PACC together. So we miss you, Stacy.
Hi, everyone. I'm here.
Hi, Mimi.
I was having some trouble. Hi, I'm Michelle Parada, and I'm one of the co-founding members of PACC. I look after retail. My role is community liaison. So that is what I'm doing with PACC. It's been fantastic. Stores are opening faster than we can keep up. We are going to be reaching out to all of them, of course. So there's lots going on that we're working on to definitely boost our membership and launch that in the near future.
Yay. So that's us. So that's the 5 of us. We're the 5 founding members of the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada. And we have lots of other members that we've added to our advisory committees as well. People throughout the country, people working in different cannabis situations and different parts of our industry. And we've added them to our team. And we're very, very excited about all of the work that we're doing. And we actually have a video. Are we going to play the video today?
We did. I'm really sorry. I was playing, trying to get it queued up in the background, and I accidentally played it. But that's me in technology. So we do have a video. So I don't know. Does one of you want to speak to the purpose of this video? Just maybe in the context of, yeah.
Just before we even go into that, we should also add there are members of our PACC advisors involved in today's conference. Donna Johansson, Necole Hines, who's following after us. There are, PACC is, we've got some great members of our team that you're going to be seeing today as well. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure to tie that in for everybody as well.
Important, very important. And we appreciate CanMar inviting so many of the members of our team and allowing us to speak about the things that we're doing for cannabis in Canada. We have a lot happening and we're really excited to share it with you. One of the things that we've been working on is stuff about anti-bullying. We find it online too often. We find it in public in real life too often. So we decided to come together collectively and make a video.
Okay, so I'm going to try to share my screen here. It's just a quick little video. It's a little, we've been sharing this on our social media. Okay, hope everybody can see that okay.
Oh, I guess we don't have volume here. One of the wonderful people that's watching is saying that we don't have volume.
It's okay, it's just music.
Yeah. We absolutely do. And we've been finding too often online, we have been hearing about situations of anti-bullying. So one of the things that we do with the People's Alliance of Cannabis in Canada, we want to be the people that talk about that kind of thing. We want to be the people that are making videos for this. To say this is not okay.
That video was awesome. I wish we can watch it again with volume, but really well done. But I kind of am just like, what does PACC do? Yeah, can somebody tell me?
Well,
Yeah,
what we
yes,
do
yes,
is
go ahead, Mimi.
eventually what we will be doing is we're working right now and building out a strong membership where we're going to have sort of a 3-tiered membership where people can either have a social membership, they can either have a sole proprietor business owner membership, or a corporate membership. We're going to be working with companies outside the cannabis industry, that people that want to get involved in the cannabis industry indirectly. This is a great way. So we're going to be pairing up with a lot of companies offering discounts. So it'll be very much like a chamber of commerce where we're going to be having events. We're going to be having, of course, once COVID and all of that. And then we're going to be also building out a benefit program with the help of some professionals in the industry. So we're going to be building out a benefit program for mental health, medical, dental. So you'll be able to choose what type of membership you'd like with PACC. Do you want to just be a social member? Are you a sole proprietor who needs benefits for your family, for you? So we're going to be offering lots of things. Of course, with COVID, once we're through COVID, I think you're going to see us holding a lot more events. That is definitely in the future of PACC. We also want to be able to offer people help through PACC. We'd like to start a mentorship program through PACC. So there's lots, there's lots going on. So
I guess the better question would be, what does PACC not do?
Exactly. Yes. Well, we've all come together. We're all coming together with our own brands, with voices. We're all cannabis advocates. We've all come together for a love of our plant, wanting to collectively join our voices together for cannabis advocacy. I guess that's really what we do. We want to put together our voices and be there collectively for the whole cannabis community, coast to coast.
We're getting questions here from, we got one here from Tawny saying, how do we get involved?
Exactly. They can find us on Instagram. We're going to be setting up everything in the link is in the chat, but anyone can get involved. We are always looking for more advisories to join us founders because we have a lot of work to do. It's the People's Cannabis. It's www.peoplescannabis.ca. So make sure that you get in there and drop us a line. Our table is open to anyone. Please, we have a lot that we need to work on and do. So if you have some time to volunteer, we'd love to hear from you.
And I think
let's talk about our town hall series.
Oh, I just wanted to say we're really going to be depending on the Canadian cannabis community to make our membership program and benefits program happen. The more participants that we have joining us, the better the benefits will be. So we're going to be distributing a number of surveys that are going to be targeted at understanding your needs. So please look out on our socials for those surveys. Please participate. We want to be your voice. So please, whenever we have a survey about anything, that's for you, to just help us bring messages to the people who need them. So
please, we need you. We need your voice.
Yes. And yeah, our town halls. Kelly, did you want to go ahead and talk about those?
Oh, I'm so excited to talk about it because we have the 4th in the series of 5 coming up next week. So we started in January and we've gone over every month. I'm trying to pull them up in front of me while I'm talking to you. So we've started in January, and January, we had promoting education and safety in cannabis retail. Then in February, we had BIPOC inclusion. In March, we had education and services standards for medical cannabis. And then next week, on April 11th, we have the future of hemp and sustainability in cannabis. You can still join that by going to our website and getting our Eventbrite ticket. Did I say that right, ladies? Eventbrite ticket.
check out our link in our bio on our Instagram, People's Cannabis Canada, and there's links to the tickets right there. It's April 13th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We have a really packed panel. We've got some Hemp Creek architects, so people who are actually building houses out of hemp. We've got people who are using the hemp plant as diagnostics for land that has been otherwise deemed unplantable. So they're using the hemp plant as diagnostics to help restore lands in northern Alberta. We've got a wonderful hemp farmer, a female hemp farmer, Danica Dunseith, and another cannabis proprietor, Christina Shea, who has just released a CBD and sustainability brand. So we're really excited. I'm going to be moderating as the hemp nerd of the group. And we're really excited to see how well these town halls have been attended. And yeah, again, just get the link off our bio and our socials, and we'll hope to see you there.
Free of charge.
Free of charge.
Of course, they're free. Yeah.
And we're recording them all and making sure that they're going to end up helping us with our mission and putting our voices together, and your voices too. So if you haven't signed up already, we need you for that. And then we've got our final one in May 11th, and it's called Cannabis Advocacy for Action and Change, a Way Forward. And that's what we want to look for, is a way forward in cannabis, how we can all work together for advocacy, and we need your voice.
So yeah, these are really exciting conversations. They, as Kelly said, they're going to be sent to Health Canada and a lot of powers that be, so it can show that people are really talking about these issues, and we are getting together to talk about these important things that the powers that be need to hear about, in order to make cannabis the very best it can be across this nation. So these town halls have been really exciting.
And the best part is the whole all inclusion aspect. You know, it doesn't matter where you're from in this industry. It doesn't matter who you are. We want everybody involved. This is an initiative for everyone in the community. This just isn't for women. This is for everyone. And we can't build out a great membership until we hear what you want. Right. So when we put these surveys out, like Kelly and Anne Marie said, please participate in them. It's very, very important.
Ladies, you just had 2 folks register. That's awesome.
That's
just
exciting.
Like that. Just like
Super
that.
exciting.
Look at that.
Exciting. Thank you. We need you.
Thank you. And you can actually see the recordings of our former town halls on our Facebook page as well. So we stream them as well there. So Facebook and Instagram, we try to keep a pretty lively feed of information of stuff going around across Canada and various advocacy projects that we're involved in. So please stay in touch with our socials. Lots of good stuff on there.
Absolutely. And if you have any advocacy projects that you're working on, we would love to hear from you. Anything that you've going on, maybe there's something going on in your province or your city that we don't know about, shout us out, give us a message, send us an email, let us know what's going on with you. We want to hear from anybody in cannabis in Canada.
Wow, Kelly, you're like really mesmerizing. I don't know if it's the whole reverend side of things or what, but I'm like, keep talking.
I know.
Tell me more. Okay.
But
But
we didn't
thank you so
all,
much.
you know, it wasn't by accident that we all collaborated. This has been a labor of love. And I can't say anything more without getting emotional.
We meet weekly. And we've been doing it for, oh my goodness, since last summer. And, I feel like these are my sisters. We're missing Stacy right now. She's the 5th of the bunch. And these women, they are my inspiration. They are my family. They are my daily sisters that I go to with cannabis questions and support. These women that I sit on this panel with are my heart and soul, and they're incredible. And I'm so thankful to be with them. And that's what we do. We have these brands that we want to do stuff. We want to use our voices, and that's what we're doing. And I'm so honored to be sitting on the panel that I am with them. And we want to share that with you. We have your best intentions in mind, cannabis community. We absolutely do. We love you.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And you guys inspired me. And my friend Pete the cat has inspired me again to give the final word of wisdom here. Opportunity is missed by most people because it comes dressed in overalls and it looks like work. Thomas Edison. And Pete the cat says, amazing things happen when you work hard. And that's what it's all about, man. Once you realize what your real work is, you work hard at it and you collaborate with others and you just shine the hell. Yeah. Well, ladies, it's been amazing getting to know you. I think I just cut off at the end there. But yeah, thank you so much for your talk. I have learned so much about the PACC. Wolf Pack, ladies, this is awesome.
Yeah. Packable. Yeah.
Or
packable,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Packable
you
with
got it.
cannabis,
Shine
no
on.
problem.
Yeah, man. Well, ladies, thank you so much for your time. We're coming at 11:40. We're gonna actually have a little bit of a little break. So grab your lunches, grab some drinks, grab some whatever you need. We got pretty much a cooking demo happening right after the break. So I'll let you guys go, stretch, walk it out, because apparently sitting is like the new smoking now. So definitely get your stretch on. We've got Necole Hines coming on in 10 minutes. She's the creator of Faded Living, cannabis chef, educator, advocate. Oh man, she's gonna be cooking up, let me get this right. It's an infused flatbread with fried plantains, arugula, feta, red chili, drizzled with infused blueberry honey. Like, I have no idea what this is going to look like or be like, but I'm just really jacked up and I really want to have some kind of food in me because I'm not going to get angry while I'm watching this. So I hope you guys take a little bit of a break, do the same, get reignited, and let's sit down and let's watch some amazing eats happen right in front of our faces.
So everyone, I'm just gonna let you know that we'll be back again streaming at 11:50. So join us back in 9 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We're going to be starting in another minute. I'm going to invite my wonderful host, Rash. She's going to hop on and we'll give everyone a minute more to get ready for an amazing cooking segment. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. All right, let's see who's coming back now. This is just like my hold music that I'm creating now. So, yeah. I'll stop. Oh, looks like we're getting back. It's 11:50. Hello. This is awesome. I sound all sniffly. There you go. There you go. We're getting some people up. Oh, there you are. Necole, is that you?
Yes, I have two cameras. But yes, hey,
Oh my goodness. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm so excited for you. Can you tell?
Yes, yes, I can. I hope you can see me well. Awesome. Yes.
Okay. So I'm really pumped up for this. I
Yes.
know we can't get any of the food, but I'm just gonna really ask you to, do your thing, but really be descriptive here, please.
Absolutely. Okay. So first I'm going to talk a little bit about like cooking with cannabis and like, some people, some get fearful of it, I believe. And I think it's because they associate it with their edible experiences. And I approach cooking with cannabis kind of like how you would approach microdosing, right? So I'm only using very little doses of THC throughout my day because I start my day off with like oil or infused honey in my tea or coffee all the way through into dinner, right? So if I'm trying to do these heavy dose meals, I mean, I still need to function. I've got a business to run and all of the things, right? So that's the one thing I wanted to start off with is that the recipes that I do are with a low dose THC. So I
That is an
recommend.
awesome disclaimer because you read my mind, man. I was like, I don't want to be all bogged down and heavy now. Like,
None of those things.
Yeah, thanks.
None of those
Thank
things.
you. Yeah,
So-
I feel ready already.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the main point, okay, first let's talk about the recipe. So the recipe today, guys, it's super easy. It sounds like a lot, but it's really, really super easy. I'm a mom of 3 sons who are now 3 young men, but they weren't young men at a point in their lives. And I was busy. So I had to do really quick things, right? So today we're doing an infused flatbread with fried plantain and infused honey. And I will just say about the pronunciation of plantain is that Caribbeans don't do the AI in phonetics. They
So
say,
did I
forget
just
about
totally
that.
jack that up? I was like,
Yeah,
fried
they're like-
plantains? Yeah, all right. Okay,
No,
plantain. Is that right? Plantain?
Africans and Caribbeans, it's plantain. Forget about the A. It's just there. It's silent.
Dude.
I'm here
Okay.
for you.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Right,
Just 2
okay.
golden nuggets of wisdom right there.
100, right? So, okay. My background is Jamaican. I was born and raised in Toronto. Both my parents are Jamaicans. So there's a lot of Jamaican influence in my cooking. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I added the plantain, because that's a pretty staple Caribbean meal or addition to a meal that I was raised with. So I wanted to do a flatbread. I was gifted some honey from this honey spot called Jive in Pitt Meadows, BC. And they gifted me some blueberry honey to do non-infused dishes, but the canna chef in me was like, hello, infuse that as well. So I infused a little bit, kind of separated it and infused a little bit. Yeah. And what I infused it with is, I'm just going to move my cameras. I have the level 2. So I was able to infuse that with the level 2 really, really easily. I popped my cannabis in the chamber. I added my honey.
My mother-in-law is talking to me right now. I'm like, I'm live. Stop talking. She's like, but I made you a sandwich and brought you tea. Look at this. Look at this, guys.
That's right.
I'm like,
you're not gonna be hungry.
I can't eat. I'm like, I'm busy. I can't eat. And she just made a delivery.
No, because
and was like,
you are going to eat.
Yeah.
You are going to eat because I'm going to be cooking.
Yes.
Right? So yeah, I made some infused oil using this level. I got a little pretty blue color.
Nice.
And basically you just, pop open your top here. You put your cannabis in your chamber and then you pour your honey in. You set your temperature to 105 degrees Fahrenheit, and then you set your time for an hour, and then you walk away. That's it. and you come back, you press a little button, you put your jar there, and you're good to go. So that's how I made.
What is that machine called? What is that?
It's a levo machine.
A level machine?
It's called levo, so Levo.
Oh.
And it's an oil infusion machine.
Oh.
Yes. And you can get, well, if you get it on their website, I do have a code for 10% off.
There you go. There you go. Talk about it. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I've never heard of
Faded
anything like
Living
this.
Yes.
This is a totally new appliance. I've never seen this before.
Yeah, it's super cute. It looks a little bit like a little espresso machine.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. It's very adorable. I have the version 1 and the version 2. The beauty of the version 2 is that it actually will decarb your cannabis all in one in the machine. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Right? Whereas the version 1, you have to decarb your cannabis first to use it. So I will talk about quickly how I would infuse honey if I didn't have a machine like this. You can still use like a slow cooker to do it, but you normally the way that you would infuse oil is like you decarb your cannabis. I like to use an 1/8 because that allows you to have a low dosed oil. So and plus it's affordable, right? Like if you're not into cooking with cannabis yet, you don't need to use an ounce. It's ridiculous to me. And plus that's going to be a very intense oil, and intense oils are there for a reason, right? There's a lot of people who need a lot more THC in their system for many reasons. But if you're just kind of like trying out cooking with cannabis, start with an 1/8. You pop it in your
for you.
Yeah.
So you know, like how when you eat a gummy, there's like that, there's that cannabis taste. Does that taste linger into food, like when you cook with it? Like, is there an aftertaste?
So it does, but because of the Caribbean flavors, it actually complements it.
Oh.
Yeah. So because in our cuisine, we use a lot of things like black pepper. How many strains have terpene caryophyllene, right? Like we use a lot of things with mango. Myrcene is again a terpene in cannabis, right? Like we use, your cinnamons, your nutmegs, like all of those things actually work really well with the cannabis, and it's not offensive. So I'm here for the taste, right?
Nice.
So yeah, that's to do it the old way, because I feel like I should tell you guys, like how to do it if you don't have a machine like this. You would literally just decarb your cannabis, and what that means is you have to heat your cannabis up to activate it, right? Because if I just ate my cannabis like this, it's just going to give me nutrients, but it's not going to get me high or give me a euphoric feeling or anything, right? So you have to put it in the oven, and you've got to add heat to it, right? So pop it in your oven, 200 or 220 Fahrenheit for like 40 minutes.
So you're just like hot boxing your kitchen for a while.
Hot boxing your kitchen, right? When that's done, you put it in a cheesecloth, wrap it into like a little bag, a satchel, tie it with twine type of thing. And then you put your honey in your slow cooker, and then you put that satchel in there for 4 hours on low. And that's how you do it. Easy peasy. So
that's really remarkable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so easy. So back to the recipe. We are doing this lovely infused flatbread with fried plantain and infused honey. So here I've got my lovely flatbread. As you guys can see, it's on parchment paper on a tray.
And I'm going that flatbread, or did you
absolutely not. I'm going to keep it real. There are things that I do, and I make handmade patties, Jamaican patties. I do that. But I find with naan bread and roti, like that is it's intense. It's not the easiest thing to do.
Dude, hands down. What I mean? Let me let you know. There's one little appliance that I just bought, a KitchenAid mixer. Okay.
Yes.
You take 1 cup brown flour, pour that sucker in that mixer bowl, put a little bit of warm water. I had roti dough in 3 minutes. I made from 1 cup 7 rotis for my family, and I pumped them out, man. And they were so fluffy. They were like clouds just floating off that little pan, man. And everyone was so excited. And I was like, oh, did I just win my family's heart by doing this? Yeah. Yeah.
See,
so these appliances totally just like, little hacks.
Exactly.
Not so hard.
I saw a roti maker too. where you put the dough in and it
$1,200, man.
I
Are you?
know.
Trust me, I checked into everything.
I was
I'm like, are you?
considering
Is
it.
this worth it? I'm like, is it worth it? And I sat so many days. I'm like, is it worth it? And yeah,
Oh
I
my
spent
God.
like maybe 300 on the KitchenAid. I was like,
Oh.
okay,
Do you know how
I'll do
many
this.
times I've watched that video? Just thinking
I'm
that
like,
maybe.
look how happy they all are.
Oh,
Right?
so yeah, no, I didn't. Store bought,
Yeah.
store bought. I approve that message for everybody, but I also support making everything from scratch too, of course, right? So I did that. If everybody doesn't know what a plantain looks like, this is a plantain, and I like to let it get really ripe because the riper it gets, the sweeter it is, type of thing. So that's my reasoning for doing that. Other people, other cultures also love it like drier, right? So they don't let it ripen as much, but that's just kind of my preference. So I just wanted to show, I'm going to put my camera down. I just wanted to show you guys that I had already fried some up. I'm going to do some frying as we speak, but I did fry some up, and that's like the consistent, like the color that I like it to. I'm very big on. And so delicious. It's so good. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to want to start to fry your plantain up. So I peeled one. I've got, it looks like a banana. I'm just going to slice it and get my pan ready. Now, one thing I will let you know that it's not recommended to fry with infused oil, because if you get your infused oil to too much of a high temperature, you're literally burning off the cannabinoids and you wasted all your damn time. So,
Do you know, I just learned that. Like, I didn't know different oils had different temperatures. I would just fry with like whatever oil I had. I was basic, man. Basic cooking. I didn't understand that. Now I know.
you see,
life is
I'm telling
changing.
you.
Yeah. Seriously.
I learn things every day myself. I think it's so important. You know what I mean? Like, knowledge is clearly power. Like, so right now I'm getting my pan ready. And what I'm going to do, I'm walking away for just a minute because I did prepare something already. I love it. So the base of this flatbread is actually a combination of ricotta cheese and feta. So it's 1 cup of ricotta and 1 cup of feta. And I've just basically mixed it all together. And this is what you'll be spreading on as the base for your naan. Okay, so I'm going to do that right now.
So that's like our sauce, basically. Our pizza
pretty
sauce.
much your sauce. This is your sauce. So while the pan is getting warm and doing its thing, I'm going to start to do this kind of thing and get that sorted. And it's like literally once you do this, you're just layering. You're just, you know, like doing a very simple lasagna.
Wow. Hey, so you have 3 kids, huh?
I do, all boys.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, man, how'd you know to do the third? Like, I'm really like just teetering here. I've got 2 kids, and I'm like, we've got all the things. Should I just do it? Should I just do it? They're awesome, you know. But like, I don't know. What do you think about the third kid?
So the third kid is you're way more relaxed, cannabis or not in your life. You just are like and then the older ones. Okay, this is going to be just the reality of it. You can have a third. Expect your older ones to bring up every incident in their lives that you said no to something, or you had an attitude about something or whatever. And they're going to bring up, how comes my young one's name's Joshua? How comes Joshua can blah, blah, blah? How comes Joshua got a cell phone at blah, 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 right? So you're just going to get a lot of that, and you have to just know that that's going to come.
Yeah, my kids are like under 4. Yeah. It's prime time right now. So I'm like, I don't know.
And I will say though that it was easier for me to have the third than when I had the first 2, because they were under 2 years apart. And my third is like 6 years apart from the oldest and 4 from the middle, right? So by then the older ones were able to, like, you know, dress themselves, do things themselves, whatever. So having a baby was actually easier.
Yeah.
Because people were like,
Because
what
you
are
got
you
these
doing?
independent people and they're like, they can help, you know, but
Yeah.
oh man, and they play with each other in such a cool way. But yeah,
but
man,
see, this is
I
what
don't
I
know.
also said. I was saying to people who had only one child, right? And they found like it really difficult. They're like, how do you do it? I said, oh, but I'm not like their friend. I'm like, they have each other.
Yeah, don't get it twisted.
I mean, I'm like, you have to be their friend because that's like that's all they have. You know what I mean? Like you have to be all the
Yeah.
entertainment. I'm like, I don't have
Yeah.
to be the entertainment all the time.
No,
So
and they
very,
play
very
with each
different.
other in such a cool way. Like I've never thought about that. Like that's kind of cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And thinking
I
about
find that when I add more kids into the mix, it gets easier for me.
yes. I'm serious about it. I'm just saying to people, it's just the first
Yeah.
two are you know, it's hard. And then you're new at it, right? With the first two. By the third, you've been there. You've done that. You understand the way, you know, that you know what they're up to, right? Like, okay, so while we're waiting for the pan, it's almost ready there. I just wanted to talk about some of the other things that I'm adding. So I'm adding some red onion. And one thing about the recipes that I want to just also say to everybody is like, anytime I put a recipe out there, I mean, modify it to what works for you, right? Like this is just, think of it as this is just a guide, right? But like if onions are not your things, then don't add the onions. You know, I think people really get stuck up on like, oh my God, I've got, you know, it says blah, blah, blah. It's like, no,
I
it's
gotta
like,
follow it to the T. Yeah.
oh my goodness, good grief, are you kidding me? Like, no, just do what works for you. Okay. So I've just added some of the red onion on there and I'm just going to show you a little bit of that. And I'll give you a better angle there. Oh, and I hear my oil. So I'm just popping in some of these plantains, and plantains, they fry it pretty quickly. I recommend that you fry on a medium to high heat, not on like a low. And basically you're just frying until both sides are golden brown. Very, very simple.
Hey, have you ever worked with cassava?
I haven't, but I enjoy it.
Oh, yeah. My parents fry cassava up all the time. They're always like, these root vegetables are amazing. And it just reminds me of a plantain. Yeah.
There's another, they call it breadfruit, which is like it's like a dry banana type of look when you cut and slice it up, but it's not, it's starchy. But it actually is like in a, like it comes in like with a green skin and it's big and round. But it's so good. Yeah, that's really, really good. I'm trying to, I've been cooking a lot of more plant-based and vegetarian meals lately. Going through an awakening, so but I do eat fish. But you know, the awakenings will do that too. So I have been following a vegan chef online on YouTube, and she does all like Caribbean dishes. So she does a lot of stuff with jackfruit. And she does like a jerk jackfruit to kind of replicate jerk chicken.
I was just thinking about jackfruit, man. One mind. It's crazy. Yeah.
Right? So
it's the ugliest little thing, but you're like, what? This tastes so like textured and like sweet almost. Yeah. Yeah. It's very cool.
So what I'm doing right now, I'm just is because I've got the plantain frying there, but I'm also going to assemble the ones that are already done because I don't have to wait for them to cool. And I love plantain, so I just eat it just like this. Like I don't always add it to stuff. I just eat it on its own. So there's that. So now, as I mentioned, I am Jamaican is my roots. So I wanted to add a little bit of a kick to it. So what I did was the red chili pepper flakes, of course, is like super, super staple for me. I add it to almost everything. I do find that it gives like a nice little bite, but that's
pretty much the battle in my house, the spice levels. Like I can't cook anything because like my parents cook with everything spice. Like I need to sweat when I'm eating. It's like a part of it, you know? And
It's a
so
part of my
everyone in this house is like, I like a little bland, I like a little and so everything's like I just eat chilies on the side. You know, chilies and like apple cider vinegar. I'm just like, all right, here's my hit.
Yes.
So yeah, yeah.
You know
That's all I
what?
do.
I love that you brought that up because I just saw a recipe that I'm going to try, and it was like for like Jamaican, they pickled like onions and peppers and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And they
yeah.
put it in like an apple cider vinegar, and then they pickled that up. So I'm going to try it. I think that that will be great. You know,
Yeah.
season, the sun's out. I'm in Vancouver. Don't know if I mentioned that to everyone. I'm in Vancouver. The sun's out, but I've been outside and it reminds me of Calgary today.
Oh.
Like I lived in Calgary for 13 years, and I say that because it looks awesome, but it's cold to me.
It's
And that was
windy as hell
Calgary.
outside. Yeah, yeah.
Calgary was sunny every day,
Yeah.
but not always the temperature to align.
Looks can be
So,
deceiving, man. Looks can be deceiving. Yeah, it's how you get
yeah.
out there.
And it
Oh,
was,
we got a question here for one
oh,
second.
go
I
ahead.
didn't mean to cut you off here. Kathleen
Yeah, no,
Tom,
no.
I understand that Levo is the best infusion machine? Question mark. Is that a question?
I don't know if
Kathleen?
it's the best. I don't have all of I don't have all of the machines on the market to be able to say it's the best, but I will say that the level 2 for me is phenomenal because you can decarb it directly in there. You can do your honey, you can do maple syrup in there, you can do your oils. It's great. However, the magic butter machine, I believe you can also do tinctures in there too.
Did you just say magic butter machine? What are you
Yeah, it's a
talking
magic butter
about?
machine, and it's like another infusion machine as well. I think when they came out, you know, back in the day, infusions was more about baking, right? Like people were making brownies and cookies and stuff like that, right? So people were infusing butter way more than they were infusing oils. But I'm a savory chef. I don't. This is as close to sweetness that we're getting with me. Anytime I do an infused dinner, I always partner with a pastry chef.
Yeah.
Because that's not my forte, right? So for me, I was more like, because I'm savory and this was more attractive to me. However, I believe that the magic butter machine is larger, like the chamber is much larger.
Oh.
So there's like, you know, and then there's others, there's the Ardent, which is out there as well, that has like, you know, it has like its own decarb machine. So all you do is you put that in. And why would you buy an only decarb machine? Well, some people can't hotbox their oven and have their whole house smell like, you know what I mean?
I see. Yeah, yeah.
Like, because what happens with these machines is that there is relatively no smell.
Yeah.
So that's the bonus of it. And so if you want
That's some
to,
responsible cannabis cooking, I'll tell you.
yes, yeah. It's very much so. So yeah, so I would say that, I mean, for me, I personally like the Levo, but I haven't tried all the machines to say that the Levo is the best.
Fair.
So that is that.
Yeah.
So we were talking a little bit about,
Kathleen. Yeah.
Do we have any more questions?
That's about it for now.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to get back to building this flatbread. So I just flipped over my plantains over there, so they're good, but we already have some, like I mentioned, that is on this lovely flatbread that I'm building. We talked about putting our red peppers, red onions, and we did our red chili pepper flakes. Now I did a little mix of other dried spices. So I've got a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, because again, give me a little bit more heat. Some black peppers in there. I have a teaspoon of basil, and then a dash of salt. Not really a teaspoon. I don't really cook with salt that much. I wasn't really raised. My mom didn't cook with salt a lot, so it was more the spices than it was saltiness. So I think I just kind of like, I'll use like a soy sauce, or you know what I mean, for that salt content more than I will to add salt. So
totally, I feel the same way.
So I'm just sprinkling this on, getting
Oh, and
all.
Kathleen also just wants to thank you for cooking with plantain because her roommate makes them and it's delicious.
Oh, good. So now you know you have
Yeah.
something you can do with it. Add it to a
Yeah.
flatbread. Like, I mean, who knew? You know what I mean? There's like, oh,
Yeah.
another great thing. So I had a business a food business when I lived in Calgary called Wings and Tings. This is what it looked like. This is like memories of the days. And I did, Jamaican jerk chicken wings and handmade patties and salads and all of the things. I was in an indoor farmers market, and one of the things that I wanted to implement, which I didn't get a chance, was like a plantain ice cream. So I was talking with like an ice cream company at the time, and we were going to see how we could get that into like a flavor. But it didn't.
Hats
so
off.
I say, I recommend, I've done it at my dinners where we did like a ice cream with caramelized bananas because I wasn't able to get plantains at that time. So we used the bananas, which is, the cousin, it's family, right? Similar.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, that's what we did. So that's another option. You can fry your plantain and put it on the side of your gelato or your ice cream, and it's a great addition as well.
Oh,
So
delicious.
all right. So
Hey,
now
you live in Vancouver, right?
I do. Yes, I do. I live in Vancouver.
Yeah, so do I. Hey. Yeah, you know, maybe just open up a bubble here and there. Let me know.
Yes, we have outdoor spaces.
Love to hang out, maybe in your kitchen one day. I don't know.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Very nice. Very nice.
Absolutely. No, we should definitely connect because the sun is showing her face lately. I mean, we've had some rain, but she's coming. She's coming back.
Yeah.
She's gonna be there.
She's there. She's always there. She's good. Yeah.
I know, it's true. Okay, so one of the things I'm actually adding right now, it's not going to be at the end, it's actually going to be before I put it in the oven, is the blueberries. So I'm just putting some blueberries. This is going to complement that blueberry honey. And I must say that it's actually delicious. Last night I made an infused smoothie with pineapple, bananas, mango, a really, really like ripe pear, cranberry juice, and then I threw in that blueberry honey in there. And I had fan leaves. So this is a tip, another tip. If you grow or if you have growing friends, ask for the leaves, right? Because I grew last year and one of my plants turned out to be a male. And then I sadly had to kill him, although males are gorgeous, but I did have to kill him. And so
How do you know it's male?
Oh, they have ball
How do you know
sack.
if the cannabis?
They have
Oh,
little balls.
no way.
Yeah, they do. It's
I
very
really
evident.
Look at one now.
Yeah, it's very, very evident. I remember like looking at them. I'm like, oh my God, these are so gorgeous. I was like, oh, they look like a man. And then I posted it on Instagram and they're like, you have to kill it. It's going to ruin everything. And I'm like, oh, no.
Why? Why does it ruin everything?
Because it will pollinate.
What does it spread?
It will spread their genes and it will mess up all of your existing plants that are female and anyone in your neighborhood because pollen travels. Like, look at our windy day.
Yeah.
Right. And so if your neighbor, you can mess up the whole situation.
Oh.
And they'll know it's you. And I'm not here for that kind of life. So
I always feel like nature is here to teach us something, like every time you can see something in nature, I feel like you can reflect it back. That is telling me something really interesting. I got to look into that further. That's really cool.
Yeah, no, look into it. Like it is, you can't have them, especially when they're like mine were all on a balcony. Like if you wanted to keep a male, you have to literally separate it and know that you're not around anybody. Like really like you're on an acreage. Yeah. Or something like that. Yeah. Yeah. So I got rid of it, but I kept the leaves and I froze them. And cannabis leaves or the stalk, all of those things, they have like nutrients and vitamins and all of that, right? Like that's why it's so great to grow, because not only will you reap the benefits of, your cannabis that can give you the therapeutic value that you need, but you can also get nutrients from like juicing the plant and all of those things, right? So I added it to that smoothie.
Using every part of it.
All of the part, yeah, everything. And when I posted that, I had somebody recommend that. Well, they asked if I had ever had a salad with the leaves, and I was like, no, I will do that next time. Right?
Yeah,
And people think
yeah.
you're not getting high off of it. It's just you are getting nutrients though. The plant has tons and tons of nutrients for you. So that is that. So right now, everybody, I'm just hoping that you can see how it's looking. Very, very pretty. Okay. And then, I know I did it really quickly at the beginning, but I did want to stress that the base was 1 cup of ricotta and 1 cup of feta. Just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware with that. And then, so the last thing that we actually have left is going to be your honey, which is this, and then your arugula. And that's it, really. I'm just going to pop this in the oven for 10 minutes. And that's pretty much it. My oven has already been preheated at 350. And that's it. And I'm going to walk away 1 second because...
Are you going to have a magical pizza ready for us?
Right now. You know what? Sometimes I do that. This time I didn't. Sometimes I'll be like, and here it is. But no, I did not do that.
Oh man.
Here for 10 minutes.
Sorry.
But,
I shouldn't have expected too much.
Yeah, no, that was
that.
I mean, the most I did was fry that plantain prior to. I was like, because I'm eating as well. But one thing I did want to talk about, I wanted to talk about something though.
Yeah.
So I am drinking a really nostalgic drink from my youth. The brand Grace is a very well-known Caribbean brand. They have a lot of island pops and all of those things. So this is the ginger beer, which is my favorite because it's a harsh ginger beer. And I know there's sugars in there. So that's why I'm like, it's my guilty pleasure. But one of the things that I really love to do is I made a tincture. So if you guys don't know, a tincture is a really easy thing to do. I made a tincture. So this is cannabis that has been decarbed, because again, anytime you do an application or activation, whatever, turn it into something else, you have to decarb your cannabis first, right? So I decarbed my cannabis, and usually when people make tinctures, they use Everclear. But I'm on Clubhouse, and I was in a room with a lot of cannabis chefs, and they were recommending that to steer away from the Everclear and to actually infuse with a cane sugar alcohol. So I was able to find a cane sugar alcohol. It's Brazilian. It's 40% proof alcohol. It's cane sugar.
Wow.
And basically that's what I infused my tincture with.
I think I used to drink that in my clubbing days.
Right? So let me tell you, I infused it with cannabis. That's the color. That's what it looks
Anything
like.
that was purple, anything that was green.
You were there for it? This is delicious. And I will say too,
I was there for it. Yeah.
You know all about it. I took a shot because I wanted to see what that flavor was going to be like. And it does work really, really nicely. So I have poured some of my ginger beer, and then I'm going to add a little bit of my tincture. And that's how you can also elevate your beverage, because it's the afternoon where I'm living right now. We'll do it all. So yeah, so that's like, and then that's it. And then you kind of, mix that up, and it's super, super easy. And then all you do is you keep your tincture. It's always, be safe, label, put how much you used, of cannabis, put your date, all of those things. And then you pop it in your cupboard. And you can just, like, anytime I use from it, I just add more liquor to it. And then you shake it, and that's it.
Wow.
That's it. Wow. It's like,
dude,
working with cannabis, cooking with cannabis can be super, super easy and fun. Like, it doesn't have to be so difficult. There are a lot of other methods that, are more convoluted. But again, I think for me, it's having 3 kids and my lifestyle and the way that I want to teach people to cook with cannabis. I just want to show you that there are easier approaches as well, right? And if you take the philosophy of like more, we're doing it as microdosing as opposed to really doing these heavy dosings, you know what I mean? Then it's actually not that difficult.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and I'm saying,
Hey, what were you doing before all this? Like, I read a little bit about your background. And it sounded like, you got into this crazy car accident and kind of
yes.
got thrown into cannabis and then got introduced. But like, what was your life like before? Were you always this cool, or what was that like?
You know what? I have a podcast. Let me just segue real quick. I have a podcast, and one of my last guests, she was like, you know how us millennials are. And I was like, oh, honey, I am not a millennial. I was like, thank you kindly. But I'm 45 and alive, okay? I am not a millennial. But anywho, I
45
right?
and alive.
Absolutely. Okay, so I've had a career that has taken me to a lot of different things. I worked in banking, I worked in wealth management. And when I worked in wealth management, when I was in Calgary, I felt my job was to open up investment accounts for our clients. And our clients had to have a net worth of $1 million or more. Okay. So my job was to set up their stuff so I would input all their sort of credentials, their information, and do deposits and things like that. So after I kept seeing things like person A, age 27, net worth 33 million, person B, age 22, net worth 19 million. Person C, you know what I mean? It was getting to be like OM to the G. And then when I deposited a check from a woman for $133 million and the fact that she had 90 more million to invest, I Googled creative jobs in Calgary because I needed to get out of it.
Wow.
And I started to work in stock photography. And I worked in stock photography for a while. And then after that, I worked for a music museum, the National Museum of Canada. I worked there.
Yeah.
So I worked there when they were cantos. And I worked events. Then I worked in the museum and I did all of that. And then
it's something about seeing that kind of that amount of money just being thrown around like that. It like makes you pause. I used to be in human resources. That was my previous life. But I used to be an HR manager. Yeah, man. But it was like a high-end landscaping company. And there is so much money in Vancouver. You forget how much money lives here.
Yes.
And to go on some of these properties, I'm like, they're like, this person invented styrofoam. I'm like, what? And then, it's just crazy amounts of money. I saw like sculptures from like YVR in someone's backyard. You just go nuts. You're like, wow. And they don't even live here all the time.
No,
like, it just,
hardly.
something about it, you just leave shaking like, I could just sell this house and give this money and like change a lot of lives in a really big way. And I don't know what it was. I didn't want to blame the person, but like, I don't know, man. Yeah, I had to walk away.
That's when I had to walk away. And so, I did stock photography, but then I also, after stock photography, I went into magazine publishing. And I was working the museum before they were big on the side. And then I was working in publishing and that was fun. But when I was working there, I started to do these dinner parties. They were called like people meeting people. I would have these home parties, there were potlucks. And the whole intent was like, you come with a friend that is dateable, although you didn't want to date them.
I remember this. This is like an episode from Sex and the City. I totally remember this.
So I did those. And I used to make Jamaican jerk chicken wings. That was always my contribution to these potlucks. And then people were like, oh my God, it's so good, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, but like, would you pay for it? And they're like, no, absolutely I would. And so as I was working at the magazine, I took a course to kind of start a business. And that's how Wings and Tings came to be. And I was with Wings and Tings, I had like a permanent stall or booth at an indoor farmers market that was year round. So I was open like 3 or 4 days a week, depending on the market that I was at. And I did like Calgary Reggae Fest and I catered for the Green Room and I did Taste of Calgary and I did catering and was in magazines and on TV and blah, blah, blah. And then I had the car accident And
Yeah,
then the
yeah.
car accident changed things because I couldn't operate in the same way physically. And so, and then when the car accident happened, shortly thereafter, the boom crisis with the Alberta oil, that happened, and a lot of people were getting laid off, and they weren't paying for a fancy patty, Jamaican patty anymore. You know what I mean? Like that wasn't part of their thing to do. They were just going to their Safeway, they're going to their grocery store, and that's it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah.
the accident happened around the same time, and then I chose to close it, and I became a medical cannabis patient because that's what I used for pain management. I got a prescription, and there was the talk of it getting legalized in Canada, right? Like that's around the, it was like probably a year and a half ahead, but they were talking about it, right? So I knew that I was going to start doing my exit plan from Calgary and move to Vancouver, because Vancouver had that gray market. And I knew that that was like, in my mind, the best place to go to kind of like get into the industry and get your feet wet. So I moved here, and it was only cannabis on my mind. I was like, I'm never doing food again. And like, I was totally whatever. But I bumped into people that knew me from Calgary and always were like, are you doing food? So you're here to do food here, right? Like you're bringing food back, right? Like blah, blah, blah. And so it was an eye opener to be like, food is in your blood. That is what you love. You just can't do it in the same way you used to. So instead I combined it with my love for cannabis, and then started doing infused dinner parties and doing sort of food for events in the cannabis space out here. And that's how I got connected with the culture. I even worked for Aurora for about 2.5 years. And then I left them in November to start Faded Living. So that's kind of how I came to be. And then with Faded Living, the whole reason why I started that is to normalize adult cannabis use through food conversation and events, because people with food, they're not fearful of food. And if I approach it in the way that it's more on the microdose level, you realize that you can actually, enjoy a good feeling throughout your day, especially when you're in spaces that you can't always smoke. And that's kind of what I learned, even though we're in the mecca of, but there's still stigmas in Vancouver about being a cannabis smoker. Like I don't feel the stigma when I'm walking on the street, but if I want to rent a place or, you know what I mean? Things like that, that's when you see all the restrictions. Or as a cannabis entrepreneur trying to get a bank account, that's when you see the stigmas, right? Like it's still there. So I'm trying to change that stigma through education. And I'm rolling out some, cooking with cannabis workshops next month. So, that will hopefully have people be little ambassadors and teach their people how to cook, That's the whole.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like you took a point in your life and you were able to, make something amazing out of it. Like I feel like people often, when they get in those kind of circumstances, they got a few options in front of them, and it's really critical to take a road that you probably haven't traveled and try something new and kind of get out of your comfort zone. And I feel like I think my internet connection is unstable. Hello? Ooh, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
I hear you. Yeah.
Oh.
I do.
Yep, there you go. What was I saying? I don't even know. But yeah, I think it's so interesting that, a lot of the women on the panel and you, and like, there's like this point in your life where you can make a decision. Like, am I going to be in the closet? And am I going to continue this path in silence, or am I going to get out there? Am I going to start talking about it, like for real, and like advocating in the most honest way and like sharing your story? I feel like that's what's really empowering women right now, because when you hear someone doing well and like, really being in tune with themselves, that vibration, it just like seeps into other people, and people want to know, like, what are you doing, and I think when you talk and like the other women in our panel, people just like connect to it, man, like a moth to a fly. It's like, it's really energizing. I feel like what you're saying.
It's true. But what I will say, like, if you are wanting to embark like to build a career in this space, you should really love the plant, because there are going to be a lot of hurdles. and there are going to be a lot of doors closed and slammed. And, you know, I was listening to some of the other panelists when they were talking about, like, you know, having like a payment processor shut you down, like having, you know what I mean? Like having your, you know, how many stories I've heard about Eventbrite doing that, or Stripe, or Square, or, you know what I mean? All of those processors and stuff. And it just, like, you really do have to love the plant. Like, yeah, there's a lot of money to be made in it. And I'm here because I feel like, you know, people that look like me were disenfranchised due to the war on drugs in our country, right? Like, I mean, so when I saw that it was a lot, when they were talking about the big LPs that were coming out and the Aurora and the this and that, whatever, like they all look cis white male to me. So I'm like, you know, we need to have some color, some diversity in this industry. So that's one of the reasons why I was like, I need to play a role in this. It makes no sense for me to live in a country that it's legal and not, when so many of my people have been in jail for it, right? So that people are making mad money off of, or at least the perception is for some. But, you know, that's kind of why I was like, I have to be a part of it, kind of thing. And I believe in it, because when I chose to use cannabis as for pain management, I had started off, I didn't want to use opioids because I just didn't want to go down that route. But when I used like over-the-counter stuff, my stomach was starting to have a lot of issues. And I had to get medication to counteract the medication. So that was kind of strange to me. And so therefore I wanted something a little bit more holistic. And then I had always been a cannabis consumer for like 25 plus years, but I didn't realize that most of my use was therapeutic use the whole time. I think it was when I started to use it for my accident, that's how I realized how powerful that plant is. So I believe that my non-bread is ready. So I'm going to take it out. Give me a second here, everybody, bear with me.
Oh, I'm so excited to see this. I missed the beginning, but I'm looking forward to the end and seeing what the final menu looks like.
It is, let me just have a, okay, so it's almost done. I feel like I just want to show you kind of, let me do this. Okay.
That looks delicious.
Oh, hey, Neetu.
Are you back? I feel like we lost. So I popped it back in because, so the instructions for this recipe is that you bake it for 10 minutes. It's been a little bit longer than 10 minutes, but one of the things that you really want to look at to make sure that it's kind of done is that your blueberries are going to look like they're about to burst.
Okay. So
that's one of the things that you're going to check. Your cheese mixture is going to look really like gooey and like as though it's melted, even though it's ricotta and feta, but it's going to have that look. And then your non-bread is going to look a little toasted. So I'm just keeping it there for a few more minutes. And the reason this is, you know, now that I've been writing recipes and doing a lot of cooking based on recipes, because normally I don't, right? Like growing up in a Caribbean home, like there were recipes, but like my mom kept them very true to her heart. And when she would teach me how to do things, it was very like, throw a dash of this, a dollop of that, you know what I mean? Like a thing of this and whatever. And it wasn't always so clear. So I learned to kind of cook without a recipe, right? Like I just learned how to do things and kind of feel things and kind of go that way. So although, like I said in the beginning, although I give a recipe for everyone, it's more like a guide than it is to be like 100%, because you could be working with a gas stove and oven and I'm working with electric, right? And they offer different levels of heat. You could be working with an oven that was from 1972 and I could be working with something that I just got 2021, right? So therefore it's going to be a little bit different. So that's why I'm like always like check things I kind of gave in this recipe, which I shared And I have it available. I'm going to be, I think I sent an email with it so that everybody can have access to it. And it's also going to be on my personal Instagram page and my stories so that everybody can take a screenshot of it as well. But there I did indicate.
Fareen's actually just letting us know that CanMar is going to be sharing the full recipe with all the attendees of the event. So everybody will be getting a copy of this.
Yay, that's awesome. Because I wanted to make sure it's my whole
And
thing.
I think you also said something about Nicole's going to be delivering or mailing out a few slices as well. I don't know for sure, but you can follow up on that.
You know, I wish. Let me tell you something. I have something in the works right now that when COVID stops doing COVID, it will make me really mobile so that I could come to people's. Because I started these infused dining experiences last February called Faded Feast, right? And the intent was for me to take Faded Feast across Canada. So I had literally had an event lined up with another cannabis chef in Edmonton to do one last April. And then COVID did COVID in March. So here we are. But the goal is that once we're all safe to move around and stuff like that, I would love to take it across. But for people that are in the Vancouver area, I'm hoping in the next few months, I might have something that's very safe and mobile that I can offer some infused meals to people. Low dosed, of course, but without me having to even come into your home. So stay tuned for that.
You can
I am
maybe
so
offer
looking-
you know how they have like spice offerings, like medium low, medium high,
Oh,
really high.
No, this is what I did. No, let me tell you something about that. So when I was in the farmer's market, my clientele was like 90% not Caribbean. Okay. Like I was in a farmer's market, right? So, and where I was a part of the city, like it was not, that wasn't my clientele. And so people were like, I don't know if I can do, if it's too spicy, I don't know. And so what I did, just like what we did here with this meal, is I will incorporate like something sweet with the heat, right? The fried plantains, the reason why I recommend doing the fried plantains, like to get it ripe, is because it's going to give you a sweeter kind of flavor to it, right? So when I did Jamaican jerk, I didn't just do Jamaican jerk. I did maple syrup jerk, honey jerk, sweet chili jerk, barbecue jerk, hickory smoked jerk, like all of those things, right? I even did cassava. I did guava.
I'm salivating. I'm just wanting to like get some of these sauces and just dip it in with some bread.
Right? And let me tell you, the guava jerk is so sweet, but then it's the hint of like a heat. And so people would just be like, I said to myself, I can't do spice, but I can't stop eating your food. And I was like, I know, because there's flavor and then there's sweet, right? And I'm like, I still want my flavor, right? Like I still want my flavor. So that's kind of what I'm not really going to do the heat levels. I try to do just a medium. So you can rock with me either way. And then I don't have to,
Yeah, I like that.
kind of thing. Right? And honestly too, like it's all about just training your taste buds. Like people who maybe came from like certain cultures, we were trained from birth, really. Like, so that's why we're able to accept it so much easier, right? Like our parents didn't like modify anything. You just ate what you ate. Like there wasn't a kid's version.
There was no baby food and adult food. It was like, give yourself some water with sugar, keep it going, Yeah.
I'm embarrassed.
Yeah.
My mom used to
never
make
happened
like
like
the curries, and then she would make like not so spicy curry so I could indulge because I was always so sensitive to spice. But now I can take the spice.
That's because your mother loves you. Your mother loves you at another level. I don't understand that. She loves you too much.
She's great.
I was just going to say that's another level, because let me tell you,
that's just great. Yeah, I don't.
Okay, I'll give you a prime example. Like I said, I have 3 sons. My youngest son went through a stage where I told him, you have every right to be on an air diet. Go for it. Knock yourself silly. But I'm not going to be making like all these things. Like you're not allergic to something, right? Like that's a very different thing. Like if you're allergic to things, of course, we're going to modify. But if it's just because you just don't want to, then don't.
Just go hungry, child, and once we become hungry, we'll eat. We will eat.
You know what I mean? Like he ate yogurt forever for the longest time, which is fine. That's coolio. And now he's okay. But like, yeah, he went through a stage where I was like, you know what? I'm not doing this. But maybe if he was the first one, I don't know. I can't really say. I can only speak on he was the last. So it was like, yeah, no. Okay, let me try my non-verb now. Oh yeah, you see what I'm saying about giving it just a few little extra whatever. Now when I take it out, it is exactly what I'm looking for. And I'm going to show you. I wish that I could have an even close-up of this, but I can tell right now. I wish I can, hold on. If you can see.
That looks so delicious.
Right? Like you can see.
We both jumped in like, what?
You can see the edges are more crispy. And yeah, this is, hey.
That looks phenomenal. I'm just ready to eat.
I'm here for it. I'm like, yes. Sometimes I surprise myself, right? Like, and so the last thing that you're going to do, of course, let's not forget, we've got our arugula, right? So you just throw a little on top. And again, if arugula is not your thing, do spinach, like change it up. It's not, you know what I mean? Like this is just, I like arugula on my pizza. I used to work for a pizza place when I first came out here, straight out of Brooklyn. And arugula on your pizza was really popular. Nice. And so that's kind of where I got it from, for sure. And then that's it, friends. Here we are.
Bon appetit. That looks so delicious.
Like dinner. Oh my God, wait a second. Hello. We're not done.
No. The drizzle, right? The drizzle.
We have the drizzle lizzle. So here we are drizzling a little bit of your oil. Now again, I mean your honey, sorry. Now again, it's up to you. I'm doing this because I'm experienced. I cook with cannabis. I'm good like that. But for those who aren't, take your actual dose that was recommended. That's one thing that I do say that I recommend, like start with a tablespoon. That's what most people work with, is a tablespoon. And considering the fact that this is low dose, a tablespoon is great. And so I've just drizzled that on. Easy peasy.
Perfect.
Done.
What are you pairing that with in terms of a beverage? I see something nice in the background.
Oh, yeah. So I am doing the ginger beer, a Jamaican ginger beer, but I've also added a tincture of made with a Brazilian liquor, rum, 40% proof, and it is infused with cannabis.
Oh, yummy.
And then I added a shot into my beverage. So that's what I'm having. Ginger beer, elevated ginger beer.
Okay. I think we might have some questions. If you guys have questions in the question and answer section, I will try to get to them before we run out of time.
Yes.
Somebody was raising their hand.
Got all excited and started choking. Oh.
Were you salivating as well, Rash?
I kind of like gasped and then I just started choking. I'm like, what happened there? But yeah. But we got Mimi Cannabis and Kelsey Cannabis. Any relationship between the Cannabis sisters? No? Like, But Mimi says, wow. And Kelsey Cannabis says, ooh. So these are all great comments. I love them. Do you have any questions? Anybody have any questions? Feel free to keep it going.
One of these days, everyone, I will cook for you guys, because that's one of the things that I do love. I do love cooking for others. It's a lot of fun. I have fun with it. As you can tell, I get down. Usually I have even music going on, but I thought it was going to be really distracting. So that's why I chose not to this time around. But when I do my lives and things like that, I do like to have some music too.
Well, I hope you can do more cooking classes, like even if it's virtual, where we can learn some recipes.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so thanks for doing that. I am rolling out cooking classes with Faded Living May 1st, May 2nd, and May 6th. I'm going to do an intro to cooking with cannabis. I'm doing a cooking with infusing your favorite cooking oils, and cooking with cannabis and terpenes.
How do we sign up? Where do we get more information?
Follow me at Faded Living. I'm at Faded Living on all social media platforms, and I will be posting when you can get access to sign up.
Perfect. I'll definitely sign up. This is one thing I've always wanted to learn more about, is how to cook with cannabis. So this is perfect that you're having an introduction class.
Yes.
What do you think? I can't wait
Jamaican
to jump
fusion.
in.
I love it. I love it.
Yes, yes. And
Cole,
there's
when are
always
you going
gonna-
back to the island? You know, we keep talking about when COVID clears up, when
Okay,
are we
so
gonna make the trip? I'm gonna come with you.
Trust, I have some people in the cannabis community that are hoping to do something in Jamaica in November. So I am hoping that things are like good by then, because I'd love to go and do that. A lot of my family is there.
I'm planning a Fiji trip. June.
Oh, yes!
Fiji trip June. So we can do a little bit island hopping, me and you, girl.
Can I
Like, you
just
know?
say something before we go? There's a lot of Fijians in Calgary. I had never met anyone from Fiji until I moved to Calgary, and they are a fun people.
The Islanders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm ready for that. Yeah.
It's the island life. It's honestly the
It's
island
true.
life. It just,
It's
you
true.
know, it makes people happy. It's in us. Yeah.
It's true. No, I'm here for it. I will tell you about Jamaica whenever that, happens, because I would love a crew to be there. That would be so much fun.
Yeah. Donna's inviting us to the Okanagan. Donna will be there.
Yes,
we're coming.
I
It's
love the
Okanagan,
Okanagan.
Fiji, and then Jamaica. Yeah, there you go.
I'll just tag along. I am there to eat.
We're gonna
and
go
be away.
international.
Yes. Let's set it up. Yes, absolutely.
Nicole, it's been a slice. Dude.
Oh, thank
You're
you.
a complete pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for spending that time with us.
Oh,
It
thank
was
you so much. I had a
wonderful.
great time. I had a
Looking
great
forward
time.
to future recipes with you and cooking and learning.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will be listening in.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Oh, that was great, Rosh. I missed the beginning, but man, that final product, I am salivating. I am like ready to, I just had lunch and I'm ready to eat again.
Yeah, man, I ate through that whole thing because I knew if I wasn't going to eat while watching that, I was just going to be like ferocious. So yeah,
right,
it was a whole thing. But
perfect. Okay, so next up we have Coral Cove Wellness. All right. So we have Kyoko from Coral Cove Wellness. So Coral Cove is the world's first plant-based and fungi-based health and wellness retreat. And with that being said, I will let Kyoko take over.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, CanMar, Raj, Anita, and for everyone from CanMar. You've been wonderful. And what a great presentation today that you're doing. I've learned so much and been able to see some amazing women on here. And my name is Keiko, and I am with Coral Cove Wellness Resort. And if you're talking about coming to Jamaica, this is the place. Coral Cove is the first of its kind that's a cannabis and psychedelic-based educational resort in Jamaica. Now, I actually reside in California, but I've been with Coral Cove for almost 5 years, and my background is Ayurvedic, Chinese, and holistic medicine, and I've been in the cannabis industry, the legacy markets, since the 1970s. And I knew that cannabis was a medicine at that time. I definitely saw the pleasures of the recreational side. But understanding Bach flower and homeopathics, which is the science of flower medicine, I knew that cannabis was a flower medicine. I also have to say that during that time in the 70s, I saw the different types of research that was being done at Harvard University with Dr. Timothy Leary and Richard Alfred. And I thought, wow, they're actually researching psychedelics, and it was fascinating to me. And the first time, well, they were kicked out of Harvard, if you didn't know that, and the first time that Richard Alfred, who then came Ram Dass, was able to teach back at a major university, I actually took his course. And so I felt that I was definitely on this vision quest to learn much more about all types of natural plant-based medicine. Which brings me to Coral Cove. I met a gentleman about 5 years ago, Steve Zinders, and he had loved going to Jamaica and really loved the people there. And he saw this beautiful oceanfront acreage that was for sale. And he wanted to buy it to build just a couple little cottages for his family. And every time he would go down there, he would add on another cottage and another building. And all of a sudden he said, maybe I should start renting this out. So he started Coral Cove, and he had done many weddings and honeymoons over the year. But about 5 years ago, he realized that the Jamaican government was going to deem this area of Jamaica as the next health and wellness corridor. And he applied to be able to cultivate on-site cannabis in partnership with the Rastafarian Church. And what he really wanted to do was provide education for patients and anyone who wanted to learn about natural plant-based medicine. And here we are now. Coral Cove is, we received licensing from the CLA in Jamaica to have our very own dispensary. And we have also a cultivation on site that's more towards Kingston area. Coral Cove is located on the southwest side of the island of Jamaica, about 30 minutes away from Negril. And my dream passion, my dream focus is education, because I know with the proper education about natural plant-based medicine, we'll be able to reach out to so many more people to make their health and wellness much more easy for them as the coming ages of this type of expansion of cannabis and psychedelics. I feel that we have so much to offer in this amazing community of cannabis, to bring the mainstream in, to let them know that the fear that has been developed over the years is unnecessary. It was only due to certain types of legislation and laws that put prohibition out there to not make it comfortable for people to want to learn about natural plant-based medicine. So my great pleasure is that I get to meet amazing facilitators from all over the world and invite them to come to Coral Cove. And I would say that right now at this time, with the pandemic, what we did is we actually had shut down Coral Cove, and we decided to do a remodel. We were going to do a slow one, but the pandemic just kind of speeded everything up. And we've added on a spa, a conference center, and as well as the dispensary. But we have had on site there 3 beautiful private lagoons. And we also did remodel the kitchen. We have kayaking, snorkeling, and of our spa, we offer massages, body wraps, even manicures and facials and pedicures. So when you come to Coral Cove, you'll have a plethora of enjoyable experiences there to have at the resort. We're about 30 minutes away from Negril. And so people, if they still want to have that atypical type of Jamaican holiday, they can experience that. But once you arrive at Coral Cove and come through the gates, you'll find a tranquil, wonderful setting for peace and finding that harmony and understanding of cannabis and psychedelics. And I really hope that you'll look into some of the things. We have a website, coralcovewellness.com. And we'll have different programs coming up. I have scheduled right now. There's a woman by the name of Ashley Manta. Her brand is Canisexual. We're having a couples intimacy retreat there right during the week of Halloween, where Ashley Manta will lead guest couples, of course, on a wonderful excursion of finding that connection with your partner through the understanding of cannabis. And she'll also be having a women's retreat where we'll be leading women through getting to know yourself, your own intimacy and your levels of comfort, of finding out about your sexuality and expanding that with cannabis. That's a very exciting thing. And if you know who NORML is National Organization to Reform Marijuana Laws, and they are headquarters in Washington, D.C. It's a 50-year-old nonprofit, and their focus is on expanding the legislation. And I'm actually a board member of NORML.
Keiko, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just had so many I just had a few more questions about some of these programs that you're talking about. They sound so interesting. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about some of the programs, like the couples retreat program that you had and the one working with seniors? Like, I would love to, if you could just dive a little bit further into that.
Sure. Well, the couples retreat, I believe, starts October 8th through November the 1st, and it's over Halloween weekend. And I think she may have a masquerade evening that day, that evening. And the couples retreat, actually, Manta is very well known in the cannabis industry for being a coach and a partner, expanding awareness within a partnership, an intimacy partnership. And she is actually an advisor to Playboy magazine. She's been on Vice TV, as well as she's been a health educator of the year. And so she has many accolades, but it's because she has a wonderful experience in working with all types of people and patients about finding through cannabis their intimacy levels with their partner. And
wow, this sounds like you're really creating like a more of a spiritual or holistic partnership between people.
She's able to really be able to break down the walls of uncomfortableness about people's sexuality. We find that we've been shamed so much of our life about our personal sexuality, and she's able to just bust open the doors very matter-of-factly and very honestly too, and just really have people be able to understand what it is about their personal sexuality that they can connect better with their partner. And I think that as we've come through life, a lot of us have experienced a lot of trauma, a little sexual trauma and pain through that. And I really feel that her understanding, because she is a sexual trauma patient herself, she's been able to really be able to be vulnerable and share about it to make other people feel a lot more comfortable and how they can overcome those issues. And she's just very well known. I would look up her website. It's Canisexual, and she has a podcast as well. And she's, like I said, she's been very well known in this industry for that. And she's in the United States as well. And she's been known to be a very outspoken speaker at times, and I think because she really does care about the patient's journey is why I really appreciate why she's going to be an honored guest at Coral Cove. So I'm also working with another group called Medicinal Mindfulness, and that is led by Daniel McQueen, and he has been in the psychedelic community for decades, being able to help people go through their past trauma and understanding to where they're at. And we're looking at being able to have a great program with him at Coral Cove to have different facilitators learn how they can use psychedelics for many different things, and anxiety, stress, depression, and even addiction now is one thing that psychedelics are really being able to help people with. We just had a psychedelic retreat in February, and I will have to breathe deeply because being able to see the people when they first came there and how tense and uncomfortable they were. And as every day went by, Raj, I saw transformations. The realization of what natural plant fungi medicine can do is absolutely amazing. And I think we've only scratched the surface. The research that's now being done with psychedelics is absolutely fantastic. And so much of it has been privately funded. And I feel right now, I'm sure we can feel in the community how much more education has been offered now with the understanding of psychedelics. It's just not tripping people on rainbows anymore. It is actual medicine, and it's showing an amazing result with great therapeutic, successes at this time. I do have so many other groups coming in, autism, epilepsy, as well as yoga retreats are all coming into Coral Cove. And I have a lot of different therapists that are bringing their very progressive programs to Coral Cove. And I'm being very careful who we have come, because I want to make sure that what we're offering is something definitely authentic and respected to our connection with natural plant and fungi medicine.
Yeah.
I think that right now, being able to combine the two, I've looked around the world and I haven't found too many places like ours. And I know the good thing about us being there in Jamaica is that we are all legal. It is legal for psychedelics there, and definitely with the right type of licensing, it is legal with cannabis. And I would have to say that our team there at Coral Cove, we're very multicultural. We have Jamaicans and we have Chinese and Indians who are actually part of the indentured servants that came to Jamaica after they abolished slavery. And of course, we have a couple of Americans and Australians and Canadians who are involved at Coral Cove. So I feel we're very multicultural, and we really look at the whole plant, the whole person, and the whole holistic well-being of everybody who comes down there to Coral Cove.
Is there like a trend or like a certain, I don't know, key demographic that you see kind of coming towards you for more help or assistance? Are you seeing like any kind of like major trends that maybe will like help us pinpoint to like bigger conversations possibly?
Well, I personally have to say I have a focus. I'm a senior citizen, so I'm finding that we need so much more education to seniors. I know here in North America, in 10 years, most of the country will be over the age of 65. And as we get older, I think that polypharmacy has become a pandemic. And what polypharmacy is pharmaceuticals being taken by an individual of 5 or more. And I feel that natural plant-based medicine will definitely be able to pave the way for us to get away from utilizing synthetic pharmaceuticals. Natural plant-based medicine has much more of a prolific opportunity to change the wellness pattern of one's well-being. And it matches with our body. The endocannabinoids are there for us to understand that whole terpene profile as well. From my past education, I knew that we were stepping so far away from what our ancient history was. And if we look from past cultures from many, many different places across our world, we all saw that so much of it came from natural herbs, natural plants. And that was one thing that we've shied away from these past few years, where Western medicine has taken over and the syntheticness of our world has surrounded us too much. And it's become almost abnormal to some to look at natural plants. So I really feel that we have the opportunity right now to burst away those veils of synthetics and find much more connection with natural plants, because those natural plants have the terpenes, have the endocannabinoids that match with the human body, and that will also match with our wellness and balance for us to have that homeostasis. And that's what I really want to see happen for everybody, and make it a lot more palatable and user friendly.
Totally. I agree 100% with that. And you know what it is? I think it gives us such a tool because we somehow have a realization, and a realization is the biggest event that can occur in a person's life because it makes you take the next steps of moving forward in your life. It makes you break patterns, like you were saying. And like it's the thing that combines with us. And like you said, it fuses within our system and releases like a door or unlocks information to us at the time that we need it. So it's almost like the perfect type of information that's like given to you at that perfect time. So it's just the coming to everything, coming all together at once, and you have this ultimate realization. So it's amazing to see what people can learn from this experience.
Rush, we need to find a balance here. And I think what's been great for us at Coral Cove is that we have Dr. Adam Avaldili, and he's the upstate New York cannabis physician and surgeon, and he is our CEO. So we are bringing that Western medicine balance with that Eastern philosophy of natural plants together there at Coral Cove. And being able to find Dr. Avaldili has been just such a joy to have somebody who respects what cannabis has to offer, as well as CBD. And he has a lot of educational programs there. But what's exciting to me is all these amazing facilitators who are there, who have so much knowledge to share, and the different groups that we will be hosting is even more exciting. And I heard Necole saying they're maybe looking for something in November to come to Jamaica. I would hope you could look up to maybe reach out to me if you like. And if you'd like to have your group come to Jamaica at Coral Cove, I would love for be able to program something that would just be perfect for you. I'd love to have CanMar come out and do a program down there and have all your lovely ladies and gentlemen be a part of this. And like I said, we have kayaking and snorkeling and lots of very good fresh fish, vegetables, and fruits. And so we can meet all dietary needs there as well. And that we're located in just such a beautiful part that's very quiet and tranquil, but yet we're close enough to take you on a tour to a ganja farm or Bob Marley's former home, and as well as a Blue Hole mineral pool and the Bat Caves. So we have a great location, but we're always at the very core heart of it is being able to share about cannabis. With our dispensary on site, we actually have menus we'll place in your room, and you can just check off what you would like, and then you can ask to have it be delivered to you. Maybe you'd like it at breakfast or delivered to your room, or maybe you'd like to be at a palapa right next to the lagoon there, right before you go kayaking. So once your menu is delivered to you, you can roll up and paddle and puff away.
Wow. Yeah, it sounds heavenly, my dear. And I think it's a perfect time. Neetu, you want to do a drum roll? Because we actually have somebody that won a vacation to this amazing, wellness center? What? That's crazy. Oh, I can't believe somebody's winning this. Okay, Neetu, drum roll. Do you want to do it?
Yeah.
I thought it was a perfect time because yeah, that was heavenly. Okay, go.
All right. So do we have a Kathleen Ware online? Kathleen, you are the winner for this Coral Cove giveaway. So Kathleen, you can reach out.
And Kathleen, this will be for 4 days, 3 nights for 2 people, all your meals, and I'm going to include a little gift certificate so you can come to our dispensary there for $25 just to get you started on your stay at Coral Cove.
Oh, that is fabulous. Kathleen, congratulations. I hope you have a great time down there. I think it'll be a great experience nonetheless. Then she can showcase and share with us what happens. Oh, there's Kathleen. She's on there. Amazing. I think is that Kathleen on there? No, different Kathleen, but
another Kathleen that's really happy for the other Kathleen.
Yes. I think everybody's excited for her, so congratulations. That's perfect.
I can't wait to welcome you down there, and I would love to be able to welcome CanMar down there at Coral Cove for one of your amazing events. So I hope that you guys will keep that in mind.
I think that would be fabulous. Go down with the CanMar crew and, you know, have a wellness retreat experience and have a segment set up where we can all, you know, reunite and connect over these fine plants that are there, and you guys grow them locally and we're able to access them. We can cook with them, we can eat them, we can enjoy them and be liberated by the use of them.
We like to incorporate things in like cooking and juicing and having infused meals and learning how in the infused meals work for your body. And there's just so many wonderful things about the natural plant that we can offer you there to be able to ensure that we all have a wonderful wellness future together.
Out of curiosity, what is the most used item down there? Is it more of the psychedelics or more cannabis or a fusion? And what's like your #1 selling food item down there?
Well, I would say one thing, being that we're in Jamaica, the fresh fish and lobster that we offer at meal times is always very welcome. But from our dispensary, flour, just having nice, good Jamaica grown flour is wonderful. And I feel that people really enjoy knowing that they're able to get the flour that is tested. I mean, I appreciate outdoor sun-grown anything, but if it can be tested, is even more well respected, because a lot of cultivation sometimes is not done very consciously. And I want to make sure that whatever flour we have on hand there is something pure and well-grown with good intentions. And so I would say flour is the most popular. And as for our meals there, I myself love the fresh fruits and vegetables, and that are not where I'm from. There's these different types of things that I've never had before that I've had in Jamaica, and the spices and flavoring is great too. And I find that what most people want when they come to Coral Cove is the freedom and access to utilize cannabis whenever and wherever they like. It is a dream come true, because how many times have we been in our normal everyday society? Could you light that up at a restaurant? No. Could you walk on the grounds at a park? No, you couldn't. But you can at Coral Cove. And it's a completely different outlook with cannabis that I know a lot of us have not been able to experience before. So it's a dream come true. And the sunsets are magical, and the crystal blue waters are so inviting. And I will have to say, I was just there in February, and in the evenings, it was about a nice 75 degrees, and during the daytime, 82, but the water temperature was 70.
Wow, so it's nice and warm down there, and you're gonna enjoy the weather and the water and the food. I can't wait to go to Jamaica. I've never been, so that's definitely on my bucket list, and Coral Cove is on my bucket list of places to visit.
Dude,
I even think my parents would want to go down there.
Yeah, I've been to Negril, but it was not this experience. It was like a all-inclusive resort, and then this just sounds so much more better and so much more connected with the community and actually checking things out and having a chance to be with the people. You know, wow, fantastic job, Keiko.
Well, I have myself. I've lived like a criminal my whole life, and I've always felt I've had to look over my shoulder wherever I went, if I even wanted to use just a little bit of cannabis. And I never would have dreamed anything like this could ever come true. And now that I'm there, my dreams have come true. And I would have to say, for people who want to be in the industry and even in the travel industry, in the cannabis industry, what I found for myself that's guided me through everything that I've done is always learn how to pivot. Learn how to know what your goal, what your passion is, stay focused on it, and you may have to pivot quite a bit to get there, but you can achieve that. And in the past, I started the first cannabis-based TV network on Roku TV called US Weed Channel. And long ago, when I was studying Ayurvedic, Chinese, and holistic medicine, I chose to be the third person in the United States to have a baby born underwater. So I have felt like it was normal for me to do these things that had never been done before. And now to have a cannabis and fungi resort, that's another one that I never had done before, but I'm now trying to do it, and I'm trying to do it with authenticity as well as respect and honoring the plant. I love the plant, and I feel that it has so much potential to give for health and wellness. And it's just a real honor to be with this amazing group of people here at CanMar, who I think we all share the same.
Yes, thank you so much. And I think just talking to you, you feel like the plant. Like she's Mother Nature, and she's a woman, and she connects people, and she picks up vibes from the environment. And I'm picking up these calming, soothing vibes from you. And I just can't wait to get to Jamaica and just, enjoy the plant, enjoy the space, enjoy the cuisine, and just be a part of the space altogether. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'm so happy for the winner.
Yes, no, congratulations again to our winner. Kathleen, congrats. It's going to be awesome.
It's for 2 people, right?
Oh, yes. We can't have Kathleen go by herself.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Kathleen, girl, let's talk. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, guys. I had such a wonderful time listening to that. And I want to leave on a little Pete the cat note. So write it on your heart that every day is the best day in the year. That's by Ralph Waldo Emerson. And Pete the cat says, the birds are singing, the sky is bright, the sun is shining, and I'm feeling all right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks, Keiko.
Thank you so much. Right. It's an honor and pleasure to be here.
Likewise. Stay blessed. That was great.
All right.
All right. So now on to our next.
On to the next. We got diversity and inclusion panel.
Yeah. So on our diversity and inclusion panel, we've got Rash, you're going to do the introduction, aren't you?
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's going to be led by Tiara Stille, who's a co-founder and CEO of Cannabis Education Canada. I see a few people logging on here as well. Hey, my girl, Kelby. Oh, geez. Hi, Kelby. Okay. So Kelby is my homie, and we met during COVID. And you don't ever make friends during COVID, but I was thankful enough to make a best buddy over COVID. And I feel like she was originally my my sister from another mister, but what so good to have you on, Matt. And then we have Anne Marie, who's been introduced earlier, and then we've got who else is on this awesome panel? I got one more person, I know that.
Mimi.
Michelle, Mimi Cannabis. Yeah, she's been with us all day. Mimi, you're a trooper. Awesome.
All righty. Hello, everyone. So welcome, everyone, to today's CanMar's Women in Cannabis and Psychedelics Diversity and Inclusion panel. Let's do a big shout out to our community partners. We have CWIC, PACC, Coral Cove, and of course, CanMar. My name is Tiara, like they've mentioned, and I will be moderating this conversation for you guys today. Let's talk a little bit about diversity, inclusion, cannabis, and psychedelics, guys, okay? These are present in these industries that we are now in, and we want to showcase how we can really make big waves in it. Now that we are considering legalizing cannabis across other countries and slowly psychedelics will follow, how are we going to be able to make conversation around diversity and inclusion? Let's give a big welcome to Anne Marie Fisher. My dear, can you please tell us what diversity and inclusion means for you and how you would like to see that unfold in some of these industries?
Absolutely. So thank you so much for having me and for your introduction. So yeah, I'm a cannabis writer, so I am very much about language. So language is so important, especially these days. So my role, or I guess I see my piece in diversity and inclusion as unpacking the language that we use and ensuring that we are using language with intention. And, there's so many diverse attributes that make up human beings. And there's so many ways we can describe human beings and what it means to be a diverse, what it means to be inclusive, what equity means, what social equity means. So I hope to do my part as a cannabis writer to be able to at least help put words to what diversity and inclusion is, which is hard.
I love that. And how about you, Kelby? Can you tell us a little bit about what diversity and inclusion means for you? You're actually just muted there, my dear. You may just want to click that real quick. There we go.
All right. First time Zoom member. Just day to day treating each other with respect and no judgment. As simple as that. You can get, in being a comedian, you like to use words, maybe bad words to make someone laugh, that sort of thing. So when it comes down to it, it's just like, all right, do these people respect each other? And it doesn't have to be based on anything aside from what you do.
So it's kind of similar to what Anne-Marie's talking about, really like working on like the vocabulary and stuff, and how we're really using the words that kind of depict this as well, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Mimi, my dear, how about you? What does diversity and inclusion mean for you?
Well, it means a lot to me. It means that everybody has a voice. Everyone, regardless of race, age, sex, whatever. Myself, I gave up a career and started in the cannabis industry at 52 years old. So it's never too late. I've started a company at this age. I very encouraged to see other people. I think that that's one area in cannabis that we are doing well in is ageism. I think that age means wisdom in cannabis. And I've always been very respected, even being one of the older folks in the industry. So I think we are doing well there. I think there are other areas we can be doing a little better as far as BIPOC inclusion and just getting the men and women together, I think, is also a really important thing that we have to do too, is we have to start, with our organization, PACC, we're including everybody. So we want to make sure that everyone has a voice in this industry, whether you are just someone sitting back in the sidelines watching things, or whether you're a CEO. We want to make sure that everybody has a voice.
I think that's so important. We're talking about inclusion here. And once again, we're really talking about inclusion on all fronts, right? If we're going to be using this plant that has brought us together, we're really trying to showcase how it's going to help everyone included. Now, in terms of the cannabis industry, one of the main reasons we like to do these talks, we want to kind of bring people together, is we do not have diversity and inclusion currently. We are trying to reach that. So in terms of solely right now looking at the cannabis industry, we've legalized in Canada, we've legalized in Uruguay, and there are other countries that are making these changes. How can we actually make real change in the cannabis industry in terms of diversity and inclusion? Anne-Marie, I'll leave you with the floor for now, and you can start us off. You're actually just muted as well, my dear.
Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsies. It's a big question. I think it comes down to walking the walk and not just talking the talk. It's so easy for us to all put up an Instagram post or, come on these panels or whatever and say, yeah, rah, rah, I'm for diversity and inclusion. But is that really showing up in your businesses? Is it showing up in your practices? Is it showing up in your staff? Is it showing up in the vendors that you're using? Are you seeking out cannabis products or cannabis accessories or cannabis businesses that are underrepresented? So it's much more about just saying we're for inclusion and actually doing it, and then sharing with others how you're doing it as well. Because I think a lot of people are at a loss. They're like, yeah, I want to be inclusive and celebrate diversity. I'm just not really sure how. So I think if we all do our part in little ways and then share that as well, not as a badge of honor, not as a look how diverse and inclusive I am, but in a way to actually, show other people, model the way on how to live a more diverse and inclusive, I guess, lifestyle or way of being.
Absolutely. It's like, not just about checking off boxes and putting out like a, okay, we're including people. How are you actually including people? Are you listening to their voices? Are you hearing what your people your employees, the people who are working for you, are you listening to what they're saying? Are you really hearing things? Mimi, my dear, talk to me. How do you see this in the cannabis industry? How can we make these changes?
I think, you know, this is a whole new industry. So, you know, this is a time when we have to start building mentorship programs. We have to start mentoring people, or this industry won't have a future. We're building something from the ground up. And the more we mentor people and help them develop their businesses, help them with, you know, just be their cheering section, and mentoring people is going to be a huge thing that we're going to have to look into. And as PACC, we've already know down the road that is one program we really want to do, is a mentorship program.
I love that. And Kelby, what about you, my dear? How do you see diversity and inclusion actually occurring within the cannabis industry? What do we need to strive for to be able to achieve what it is, what this equality that we're looking for?
Yeah, I guess that would be get people in all levels of the business, from the bottom on up, and just really make sure decisions aren't being made based on a person's gender, all the above kind of thing, and it's based on their skills, and that we can do this, and make sure decisions are just being made for that reason. I'm not sure how we could do that.
No, absolutely. And this is exactly one of the reasons why we're here and we're talking, we're trying to kind of collaborate together and finding these ways that we as women, as minorities, as people who are really trying to make it within this industry and lift up other people in this industry, how are we going to be able to achieve these sorts of things? We're looking at an industry that's budding, right? It's brand new. And we don't want it to be like every other industry that's honestly just run by, rich Caucasian men. And that's the reality of the situation. I mean, Anne-Marie Fisher, you, my dear, you're also a part of the LGBTQ community as I am myself. How are we going to try to make changes for people like us to really feel like they are included in this industry? How can we bring up the LGBTQ community to really showcase our strengths, because we have so many within this community. There are some incredible people with lots of talents. How do we bring them to the forefront and be like, your voice is heard? What do you need so that we can be a diverse and inclusive community together?
That's another big question. I think it's really interesting because I know there's a lot of, or not, I can't speak for all people on the LGBTQ spectrum, but there are a lot of people who are working in hostile work environments where it is a very, bro, old boys club kind of deal, and they might not be feeling as though they can come out or be their authentic selves or share that aspect of themselves in their workplace. I think we need to first cut through white male culture first, and start creating, I think, we talk about diversity training, and right now, and very rightfully so, it's focused on a lot on BIPOC initiatives, but I think we also need to bring LGBTQ initiatives, as well as initiatives for people with disabilities, seniors, women, all other underrepresented groups. So I think, months like Pride Week, I guess, are a really great way to bring some programming that might be specific to LGBTQ community. It's a great time to highlight the folks who are comfortable being highlighted, of course, not as token, but highlight the folks that are in our industry and are doing really wonderful things and just happen to be LGBTQ plus as well. So it's a big question, but I think as long as we're just vocal and tell our stories and also band together and collect our allies as well, we'll advance the LGBTQ forward.
I 100% agree, especially with the tokenism aspect. We really want to make sure that we're showcasing the people who are open to be showcased. You know, some people still like
Right.
to be behind the scenes. They're not really wanting to be at the forefront and, you know, running for someone else's point of view. But I think it's a great point that you brought up about the tokenism aspect. Now, you know, cannabis and psychedelics, they have been illegal for a very long time. Psychedelics still are illegal. And I think that one of the reasons why minorities and, you know, women and people who are not feeling as open to come up and speak about it, I think a large part of it has to do with the illegality. How can we work with people who have a lot of information, who want to come up and speak, who want to be, you know, a spokesperson for, hey, you know what, I love mushrooms and it changed my life, and you know what, I did a trip and it, you know, all this toxic patterns that I had, it changed those for me. How do we bring these people to the forefront even though this product is illegal? Like, if we're really looking at diversity and inclusion, we need to look at all aspects of it. What would you say, Mimi? What would you say in terms of, you know, all of these products being illegal? How can we bring these people up to the forefront?
Well, I've always been a firm believer with cannabis as well as with psychedelics. I think the key to ending the stigma is to bring generations together. You know, I grew up in a time where, you know, cannabis had the worst stigma ever. We didn't talk about mental health, you know, all of that stuff. And I think it's just so important that we do talk about these things and get everything out into the forefront, because quite honestly, it's changing every day. I loved how Anne Marie pointed out every other group too that needs representing, you know, like seniors, like people like myself that wanted to start something at an older age, the respect that they deserve to try to do that. You know, I think it's really important. I think that we really need to make space for everybody.
I 100% agree with that. Now, Kelby, I have a more specific question for you. I want to talk a little bit about psychedelics because I love this conversation. Diversity and inclusion is super important, but let's get a little bit deeper into these actual industries. In terms of psychedelics, do you feel like a good trip or a microdose can really alter deep-rooted or toxic perspectives on life?
Well, I know it does personally, and you know, I hope it does on a general scale, and that we can start with research. We can start to prove this, and really it comes from a personal place where I'm trying to talk my mom into a little bit of weed, you know, maybe some edibles or something like that, just to alter her current state, which is like she's put in a box, and because her, you know, her mom and so on and so forth. And I personally think that it will, because it did so for me, and it just gave me a new perspective on life, figured out what was important or not, and just kind of changed my patterns, like you said. And that topic, I was really hoping some experts would be able to help convince, or, you know, maybe provide some information that maybe would help convince my mom, and then help others, if we could get that conversation even going, so that someone who grew up in a very, very small town can hear it. Because you know, I grew up in a town of 900. Information sometimes comes a bit slower, or at least it did before the internet. But yeah, I guess get those conversations going of how it is a positive altering, not a negative. It's not this tripping out and reefer madness kind of stuff. It can be used to better your mind.
Absolutely. Mimi, I see you wanting to be quite vocal about this.
You know, honestly, she's hit the nail on the head when we talk about bridging generations and all the stigmas that people my age grew up with. And I mean, you know, I've said this quite regularly, you know, people walking into the retail stores and having a first experience, you know, they could have a really bad experience, and people my age, like once they green out or have a bad experience, that's it. They're not they're not going back, you know? And if they don't get anything from it, then this stuff doesn't work, right? So you're dealing with a certain age of people that, like you said, your mom, who it's hard to convince. I actually deal with a lot of people's parents that are in the cannabis industry, and they'll say, you know, get a hold of Mimi because she's like your age, and maybe if you hear it from her, maybe you know what I mean. And I talk to people every day in regards to that. So if you would like to talk to your mother, I would be more than happy to talk to her.
Oh, that would be wonderful. Yeah.
And it just gives them a little more reassurance when they know they're talking to someone that's very close in age to them. It doesn't make it, my whole thing is to not make it such a big, scary thing. This is here to help you. The lady before from the Coral Resort talking about polypharmacy, that, you know, this is what we're dealing with people over the age of 55. You know, they're on 5 medications or more. This is, we can at least replace 1, 2. I mean, we're not going to be completely pharma free, let's face it, at this stage in life, but we have to really start teaching them that there are other alternatives and that you don't have to take anti-inflammatories that eat a hole in your stomach for the rest of your life. You just don't, you know? So, you know, I think that's one of the big things with people my age that we want to try to replace are the NSAIDs, like the anti-inflammatories. You know, that's one of the easiest things we can replace, you know, with CBD and THC, good 1-to-1 oils. There's nothing better, nothing more natural anti-inflammatory than cannabis, you know? So I think, you know, there's talking, they just feel more comfortable when they're talking to someone, I think maybe their own age. So like I said, if there's anyone out there who has a parent or has somebody a little older, boomer, senior age, who just wants to talk to someone their own age about it, I'm always here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll definitely get your information and we'll talk further. Yeah, I think it's important too to like start small, you know, so that they don't get to that green out phase, like, you know, and they have the knowledge to do so. Yeah.
And I mean, they can't get that information in, say, a retail store about dosing. You know, I'm a firm believer that people that age should see the doctor and get a medical prescription so that they know what they're doing. Whether they go to a recreational store or not, they'll still be educated when they walk in there if they've gone through an appointment. And they'll know what it is that they're buying. Unfortunately, in the retail stores, there's only so much information that can be given. So this creates a problem.
Yes.
And Marie, what would you like to say about that?
I just wanted to go back to your original question that you posed to Kelby about psychedelics and how maybe its role in diversity and inclusion. And I think what the beautiful thing about psychedelics, cannabis is that there is a suspension of ego that happens. And we remove those veils or those barriers, I would say, that keep us from relating to others, I think. So especially when we're experiencing these medicines in harmony or in a therapeutic setting with others, we recognize our oneness, I think, a little bit more. So I think these are wonderful, wonderful tools for groups to get together and to learn from each other, to really get deep and to remove those barriers that keep people from interacting, whether it's, you know, different backgrounds or, you know, phobias or conditioning or whatever. I think they're really beautiful tools that can be used in harmony to remove that ego to facilitate more diversity and inclusion.
Yeah. 100%. There's actually a question here from Joanne Marchand. I'm interested in trying psychedelics. However, I'm not sure where to start to help with my own mental health and PMDD. So what would you guys recommend for people looking to start in psychedelics? Where would you start and how would you start? Why don't we start with Anne? Why don't you tell us a little bit about what your recommendations would be for that?
Myself, first it would be educate yourself and also be aware of that there are certain risks with psychedelics. For instance, I use psychedelics very moderately, like very, very moderately, because I'm also on SSRIs as well. So I'm very aware of my serotonin and the fact that I'm already on medications that are regulating my serotonin. So adding psychedelics to my body could risk serotonin syndrome. So I just want people to if they're considering psychedelics for mental health, be aware that there are certain risks if you're already on mental health drugs or pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, research, understand the specific fungi or plants that you're using before using them, because you might be in for a trip that you're not quite ready for. And also make sure that you're trying them with somebody you trust, because it can be a very overwhelming thing. So somebody who can help set that environment for you and help you through that first experience. So yeah, protect your serotonin, educate, and do it with people you trust.
Environment is so important when trying psychedelics. That is one of the most important things I always tell people. So thank you for pointing that out. Mimi, my dear, what would you recommend for people wanting to start with psychedelics?
Well, first of all, I just want to put it out there, they're not legal. Where you are getting them from, I think you need to do some research. I think you need to understand that they aren't legal and that you are purchasing a product that isn't legal. So is it Health Canada approved? No. So just be very, very careful. Like Anne-Marie said, do your research, know where you're getting it from. Microdose. I take very, very small amounts because I'm still one of those people that they can bother my stomach from time to time. So I don't, I'm like Anne-Marie, I use them quite sparingly. But I am building up a little better so that I'm not, they're not bothering my stomach. So you've got to take it low and slow, just like cannabis oil, just like cannabis. Because any type of plant medicine like this, it's like we use the word titration. When we talk about pharmaceuticals, we don't really use much titration. It's one pill every 4 hours and Bob's your uncle. Whereas with plant medicine and cannabis medicine, we need to go very low and slow, find that kind of, that sweet spot and go from there. So just be very, very careful.
That's another very good point. A lot of people like to carry diaries so that they can really, note the aspects that are helping them, when they always say, start low and go slow. The best way to do it, just go step by step, 5 milligrams even at a time.
Yes.
Depending on what it is you're using. If you're using mushrooms, they recommend with your microdose to start at 1/10 to 1/20th of a recreational dose. That also depends on what a recreational dose is for you. For those of you who don't know, most people like to start off at around 2 grams as a recreational dose. So 1/10 to 1/20th of that is a general good starting point for a microdose. And for you, Kelby, my dear, what is your opinion?
Well, yeah, it aligns with a lot of what both ladies said. It's you definitely want to control your environment. Nature is always a good place. Minimize people that you don't know or aren't familiar with. And as far as acquiring it, like Mimi said, it is illegal, so you still have to go through possibly sketchy sources. So find a trustworthy friend, really talk with them. Obviously do your research, you got to do that research, find out what you're taking. Back to with what Marianne said, know what reacts with your body, right? And but if you're going out there to have a fun time, just grab some close friends, get it from a trusted friend, not just anybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, ladies, I kind of want to bring it back to cannabis for a moment. Now, as we talked about, cannabis is legal in Canada. It is legal in many parts of the States. It's legal in Uruguay. Let's talk about driving and cannabis use. Okay, cannabis use has been put into the same ball as alcohol. cannabis and alcohol are not the same. Let's talk about if there's even been research done, if people feel even comfortable talking about driving and using cannabis. Kelby, why don't you start us off with this one? What do you feel like cannabis has to do with driving? Does it impair you? Does it make it better? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I would think it impairs you similar in the way that coffee can impair you, where you're, especially with sativa, your heart rate is more increased, you become more aware. Just to say right off the bat, I would never recommend indica and driving. But again, it depends on the strain. And that's another thing that people aren't aware of with cannabis, is that there's different strains that give you different feelings and affects you differently, impairs you differently. So
can I just pop in real quick here, Kelby, on that one? Because I have been in a vehicle with you. Okay.
yeah.
And I gotta say, you got some mad transporter skills all of a sudden. One hand, smoking a little doob, switching lanes. You're flawless. It's like watching Picasso. I don't even understand it. I was a little scared at first, but I know that you had it, man. Like you were in a zone. That's all I got to say about that one. I'm out.
Well, there is a community. I think there's a community, definitely a voiceless community, for obvious reasons, that kind of grew up, learned how to drive, smoking weed, even took their driver's test stoned type of thing. So I'm just seeing a couple shapes right now. I'm not seeing anything else, so I'm not sure if people are hearing me, but it needs to be looked at deeper than just being lumped in with alcohol. And I would like to see some research. You can research on me if you want to. I will be a guinea pig for this cause.
I'm with that one, Kelby, okay? Because I'm on the same page with that. I can see it impairing like coffee or like drinking too much water and needing to go to the bathroom. Really, it's one of those things. But it's not like alcohol in any way, shape, or form, in my opinion. Mimi, what about you? What's your opinion on this?
Well, I myself try not to consume and drive. I use very balanced products in the daytime. I really only use heavy hitter, high THC at night once I'm home and done for the day. Yes. That's just me. I recently got pulled over in a ride program in the middle of the day about 4 days ago, and I was on a delivery for my company. And I was wearing a raw hat. And the police officer accused me of being high because I was wearing a raw hat. And I said, no, these are the items that I sell. I'm on delivery. I don't consume and drive. But we are going to be dealing with stereotypical things like that for probably the next few years. I think that it will get ironed out eventually. I think that there are, for patients that are like myself who use oil in the daytime, like I said, I try to keep it as balanced as possible because using high THC now that I'm home all day, it's a little bit different. But when I was out driving during the day, I don't. But that's just me,
Well, and definitely don't do it if you don't feel comfortable.
Right. Yeah.
That's the worst thing you can do, is put yourself in a situation. And that just goes in general with outside of marijuana. If you're nervous and uncomfortable behind the wheel and you're going through, especially in a big city, that's just the recipe for disaster.
Well, and like I said, balanced oil in the day is pretty much my gig, or I wouldn't get much work done.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Anne-Marie, talk to me. What's your opinion on driving and cannabis use?
Well, I certainly won't say anything that will incriminate myself, but I'm known to. Okay, here's the truth. I'm under the influence all the time of cannabis, so it would be really hard for me to get anything done in my life if I didn't drive while I was using. For me, I've been consuming cannabis for 20 years on the daily, so I don't feel intoxicated like maybe a non-daily user or a recreational user would feel, because I do use it medicinally, and I do feel I have an endocannabinoid deficiency. So I am filling up my body with what it needs. Yeah, can I like, would I maybe like operate heavy machinery? Probably not, but that's also because I'm not, yeah, I find that it enhances my focus, it enhances my awareness. If I feel a little too high, I won't drive, but for the most part, using cannabis just makes me feel normal. So if I'm not under the influence, then I have a hard time driving. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Really
my baseline.
Like
Yeah.
seasoned users and like, you know, newbies, like it's a very different high. It's
Very.
a very different
Yeah,
experience. You've been
it's just
smoking
my
for
I've been
baseline,
using
right?
42 years, so 42 years I've been using cannabis. So, but I've learned how to use it medicinally, which is different, right? So that's, you know, in the daytime I'm medicating, and you know, in the nighttime I'm relaxing. So,
right.
You know,
thing, you know,
I
when
remember a time when I would drive and not be high, because it was kind of scary, because sometimes I would just get to places and be on auto and be like, how did I get there? This is crazy. But now when I'm like, if I am high, I'm actually very alert and I'm looking at exactly where I'm going and not getting into this weird auto drive mode, because it was really, it was actually kind of scary.
That's
Yeah,
why
it was so nuts.
people hit the speed limit when they're using cannabis. Every other time, it's like they're 20 over. It's like
It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. It helps me not speed, that's for sure.
Yeah.
100%. No, I definitely agree. I feel like it's really important to note, even what Mimi was saying, is that she's using like a balance thing. Like, you know, at that point, after using cannabis for a long time, what works for your body and what doesn't. That's one of the biggest differences, again, with seasoned users and newbies, is that when you are a seasoned user and you have used multiple strains of cannabis and you know what it is that you're getting into, then you know, okay, like I know how my body is going to react. I know what I can and can't do. I know if I can or cannot move or have reactions. So I think that's another really important aspect about it. Now, would I recommend driving on psychedelics? No.
I never do. No, I never would. Not even a thought.
I mean, I have noticed during the pandemic, though, before the pandemic, I was an indica girl straight through, you know, and now I've been needing, you know, that little bit of lift with, you know, a little more uplifting, euphoric, and it's helped amazingly. But like I said, I was always an indica girl because I don't sleep well, but I'm really enjoying, you know, trying some nice balance blends, some with more CBD, some like, you know, it doesn't have to be the high THC. It's, to me lately, it's been the terpenes that have really been helping me. Certain smells and tastes and just making me feel better, you know. So it's really important to look past that high THC potency.
I love that you brought that up, because that's so important. A lot of people, when they talk about indica and sativa, they feel like indica is like a relaxation, or sativa is like a, you know, a high energetic. But the reality actually is that terpenes are what depicts how your high is going to be. If you have a sativa flower, sativa and indica only really mean how they're grown. I mean, sativa is a tall plant with skinny leaves, and indica is a short plant with fatter leaves. And the terpenes are really going to dictate kind of if you're feeling a relaxed mode or if you're going to feel really nice and energetic and creative and ready to go.
Yeah, it's
I love
exactly the limonene, for instance. You know, a lot of sativas have limonene in them, and I mean, I've been really, during the pandemic, I've really been enjoying those ones. And they've given me that little lift, and it's the terpene. It's not whether it's sativa or indica. Absolutely.
It's amazing that you guys brought that up. Now, we only have a couple minutes left on this, so we are probably going to wrap this up right about now. I want to thank every one of you guys for joining this call and for talking about diversity and inclusion, such an important aspect of every industry, but especially these ones that are, you know, growing right now. And we're in this area and space to be able to really mold it and kind of grow in how we're looking and wanting to do that. So this is so important. These spaces, these people to talk about these things. It's one of the most important things. So thank you to CanMar for hosting this event and for allowing us to speak a little bit, talk to you a little bit about what it is we do and our perspectives on both cannabis and psychedelics. Rash, I'll leave it to you. Thank you very much once again, ladies. And yeah,
Thank you. Yes.
Awesome.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank
that
you.
was
Thank you
awesome.
so much.
One thing I would ask everybody to do is talk to your healthcare practitioners. You know, a lot of them have their head in the sand. And until we start bringing up these conversations, I know you guys touched base on this, but until we say to them, we want to use this in conjunction with an augmentation with their current therapies, they're going to continue to have their head in the sand. So I do a lot of advocation for patients. I'm a pharmacist. So I do a lot of teaching about the endocannabinoid system and the cannabinoids that can work within that system. But I'm one of very few pharmacists that do so, and I need more help. So please, please, please talk to your practitioners, be open, be candid, so that they understand that this isn't going away. This is a medicine, and we want to be treating it as such, and that only happens through our healthcare practitioners.
It's amazing you do this. It's great.
Thanks,
Keep
guys.
up that work. Good stuff.
Perfect. All right. So I guess we'll start wrapping things up. And next we have a conversation with Team CanMar. So I will let Rash, oh, there you are.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay. That was awesome. I think our parents should be listening on these conversations. And, you know, it was some of their ailments. Mimi talked about the NSAID use. And I think, you know, cannabis can play a role in, you know, taking away some of the NSAIDs, and they can be so hard on the stomach and the liver and the kidneys. So that's where we might be able to supplement with CBD or CBD THC type products for pain management for sure.
Yeah, man, this is being recorded. This is not done. Everyone, we're still going to continue to spread the word. The conversations are not done. This is just the beginning. Like I said, I'm pretty much using this as like my coming out of the closet platform. But yeah, I'm going to keep it going for sure. And I think if we just all keep it real, keep it authentic, be open-minded to one another, we can have these conversations in our own neighborhood all the time. And that's the whole thing. It's about making this a little bit more casual, a little bit more in your life. Knowing more people that use cannabis is really going to open you up to maybe researching a little bit more of the possibilities for yourself.
Right. And our parents tend to listen to their friends and neighbors more than us anyway. So once they realize that, hey, my neighbor is using it or my friend is using it down the road, they'll probably be more receptive to it. But it's not going to happen until we have these conversations together. Yeah.
100%.
100%.
So yeah, let's continue on. Like, you know, what we want to do is obviously take some time, like you said, talk to the CanMar folks. I think that's kind of us too. Are we the CanMar folks? Yeah, we are. CanMar.
Yeah, we are definitely CanMar, but Farheen will be joining us as well. So a big shout out to Farheen. She has been the brainchild and the mastermind behind this. So she's the one running everything in the back end. So thank you, Farheen. This has been seamless so far. When it wouldn't be
Queen Mother Farheen.
Thank you, guys. Wouldn't have been able to do that without the team, right? It's a teamwork, it's team effort. So thank you.
So tell us about CanMar Recruitment. You know, CanMar Recruitment is a sister company to CanMar Events, and you guys specialize as a talent acquisition company, but it's so much more than just, you know, hiring people and, you know, providing job opportunities. You guys help make a difference in people's lives. You connect people, and tell me what that feels like with being a part of that team.
Well, it's interesting, yeah. So CanMar is, yes, recruitment, but CanMar in itself is brand, right? And that brand stands for community. That brand stands for education. That brand stands for changing lives for a better future. That is our main primary purpose. That is why we do what we do. CanMar Recruitment is a place where we truly bring together and shine light on everything related to this industry, this community, and how it can truly be a place that can grow careers for people. The reason why CanMar Events as such came to be as a platform is because, you know, I am a big advocate of education, right? I'm always learning. So for me, it's very important. And also, you know, for the company, and even more than me, it's the company behind, is the brand behind us, right? Katie Kara, CEO and founder. Primarily, it is about changing lives for their future. And if you really think about it, leave the world a better place than you found it. We have a generation of children that are getting into the workspace now, right? They haven't even come in, but they're going to be coming in. It's our responsibility to create career opportunities for them. And that is what CanMar Recruitment stands for, is enabling that light and that education that this industry, this community offers valid job options, offers transferable skills, right? And you talked about it, being a pharmacist, the transition of skills here into this industry, right? From the pharmaceutical industry, it is pertinent to even have this industry grow. But people do not have the education or the knowledge that this is truly how it is getting there, but it needs more light. And that is what CanMar Recruitment, CanMar Events is all about.
So how does one get connected with CanMar? Like, I was able to connect with Katie early on. Actually, I met him at an event, a cannabis event. And from there, we were able to blossom a wonderful friendship. And, I've been able to see firsthand them being CanMar in action when you actually make a difference in people's lives. You connect with people. But how does one get in touch with Team CanMar?
Well, we have our website for starters. Then we've got our wonderful recruiters. We've got our, client success partners. And one of them, we shared earlier in the chat is Lisa Marie, who is beautifully available and easy to connect with. And we'll definitely share her email again. Please visit our website. Check out our job board, right? Connect with our recruiters, connect with people who will help you understand where you stand in your career, in your life, and how we can help you build a career in this industry. Right. And match you, essentially, really, match companies to their right candidates and match the right candidates to the right companies, because it's so vital to have that synergy for growth, especially in these times, especially after what we've seen during this whole COVID crisis. I come from a very business mindset. So for me, business growth is vital, which also means that an organization is its people and its people are the organization. Right. And that synergy needs to exist, which means businesses need to find the right candidates and candidates need to find a home.
They do. I like to compare CanMar to almost like a dating app where, you've got a business and you've got professionals and it's aligning where your personalities fit in. So you take the soft skills and the hard skills, and Team CanMar will vet and screen each company and each candidate to make sure that what we send to you is the best of the best. So you're going to have the opportunity to showcase some of the best talent that we have in this industry. Where do you find these people?
Well, they find us.
They find you. Yeah, exactly.
They find us.
Yeah.
We're right there, right?
No, but I think we find them through events like this. This is how we network. This is how we collaborate. And this is what we showcase. This is what the industry is all about. It's all about being more inclusive, creating jobs, creating something and scaling something that's going to be sustainable so that our kids and the next generations have jobs to look forward to.
That is very true. And truly, I've been seeing the chats and it's been an honor being part of this. So for me, this is exciting. This is new. Connecting with all the beautiful women I have been connecting with over the past weeks to make this become a reality. This is a community. This is partnership in every which way and form. And that's one of the foundation of CanMar is connecting people. We're people connectors. We're builders of community.
We're relationship builders.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. That's who we are. No. And that's what our brand stands for.
Oh, and it's wonderful. It's been a pleasure being a part of the team, and I look forward to all our future endeavors. Rash has just joined us as well, and she brings so much wealth and knowledge to the table. And Rash, maybe you want to give a sneak peek as to what One Connect will be bringing on board. You already mentioned it earlier today, but I think we've got some new listeners. They're probably wanting to know what you're up to. You're fabulous to listen to. You're fabulous to chat with.
Dude, I got to tell you, Neethu, you reached out to me in the summer of COVID and you're like, hey, want to do a podcast?
Yes.
I was like, sure. I don't know what to do, but let's do it. And then you dropped off the map for some reason. And I was like, I'll just keep doing it. And I was like, how to do a podcast. I Googled it and I bought this microphone for $75, 3 for $75. And then I just started recording things and you loved it. And then you introduced me to Farheen and KD and the whole family. And yes, I've been only introduced to this industry, really in this kind of manner about a month ago. And like I said earlier, I didn't know I was a woman in cannabis and psychedelics until you told me I was. It was kind of like lifting up. I was like, I didn't know the whole time.
Let's open up the
Yeah, I thought I was just like incognito in my washroom, just smoking quietly and doing my own thing. But I didn't know there was a whole community out here. And so I just want to keep thanking you people. And, you know, my background before all of this, like trying out comedy, trying out podcasting, was in human resources, was in recruitment. And I've worked with so many different industries. And before I left that industry, I got a chance to dabble with tech. And the tech industry just was so amazing because the people were so innovative. They were so open-minded. They were all about collaborating. It was this one open source type of community, and it was so cool. And that's why I loved recruiting for tech. And then when I met all you guys, it was kind of like tech people, but like all the amazing awesomeness of it. It was like tech on Hulk mode. And, you know, it's like people that are even more open-minded, even more willing to collaborate, even more willing to share. I don't know, man. The industry, from what I've seen so far and what I've seen in different industries, it's all about the people. And yeah, it just floors me every single time that we're able to connect and find people that love what they're doing, connect them to a job. That's the best calling that there is. So again, for me and Katie, you guys, big ups, man. That is well
Give
done.
yourselves a big, congratulations
Yeah.
on a job well done.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. And just let's keep the conversation going, everyone. We have so much more coming forward for CanMar Events. We've got shows, we've got something called the CanMar Morning Talk Show, which we love to host our thought leaders. We've got the Buzz, which is specially designed particularly for companies. We're going to have more events, and as soon as travel opens, we're coming to Coral Cove. So there you go. So thank you, everyone, and I'll hand it over back to the team.
All right, so Rash, I think the next panel is actually my panel. So the future of psychedelics.
Can I introduce you? Can I do that? Can we make
go
that
for
official?
it.
Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Up next is the future of psychedelics, led by our very own Anita Risota. She's, got it. Clinical pharmacist, community liaison, cannabis educator, holistic medicine advocation, harms reduction strategist. I don't know, man. I'm just throwing out adjectives. Mom, homie, you're just like unstoppable. And I love working with you. And I'm really looking forward to your panel because I'm really interested about this for my own sake. But I just always love hearing you talk. You're like an encyclopedia of cannabis and psychedelic knowledge. So I'm going to throw it over to you, man. Do your best.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So I've been with you guys all morning and all afternoon, but I'm excited to host this panel, the future of psychedelics, and we're going to bridge in some cannabis. So without further ado, I have with me the lovely Panta Vora, who is a urban forester and cannabis scientist. We also welcome Dr. Emily Kupla, who is from the Psychedelic Pharmacists Association. And we're also happy to host Sharon Sidhu, who is the science officer and general manager at Numinous Bioscience. So ladies, Panta, if I can get you to go first, and then Emily, you can introduce yourself, and then Sharon, I'll have you go at the end there, and then we'll jump into some of our questions and conversations. We'll kind of take off from what we left off on Thursday. I had an awesome time with you guys that day, and the synergy between the three of you was amazing. So I'll step back and I'll let you guys jump in now. Panta, you're on mute. Unmute yourself. Oh, wait, Farine, can we unmute them?
Sorry about
that. No problem. There you go. Hi, Panta.
Hi, how are you guys? It's so nice to meet all of you again. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you, CanMar, for having me as well. I'm really excited to be here. And before I started, I just wanted to give acknowledgement to the land and just note that we're on unceded Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh, and Coastal Salish people territory, and very grateful to be here. I am an urban forester, as Anita said. I graduated from UBC with a bachelor's of urban forestry and a minor in landscape recreation planning, and had a specialty in cannabis. I got to actually study cannabis in school. And after that, I actually went to the Academy of Applied Pharmaceutical Sciences and did their cannabis diploma, which encompassed everything from marketing, regulations, supply chain, logistics, and growing. And I also worked at MCRCI, which was the largest cannabis clinic up until, I think, last year. And I did that for a while, and now I work for the government.
Amazing. You bring a wealth of knowledge and experience from the cannabis space. So thank you for joining us. Emily, why don't you jump in and tell us a little bit about yourself? You're down in Oregon, where all the fun stuff happens, and then we tend to follow you guys.
It's great to see you guys again, and thanks for having me on here. So yeah, I'm Dr. Emily Kolpa. I'm in Portland, Oregon. So I'm a clinical pharmacist and a psychedelic medicine consultant. I've worked at Synthesis, which is a legal psilocybin retreat center in the Netherlands, as their screening director. I've consulted and advised on a few psilocybin clinical trials for multiple research groups in Canada. I also have my own wellness practice here where I provide harm reduction education, antidepressant taper support, and health coaching. So I believe in taking an integrative, holistic approach to health and well-being. I also work for a CBD company, and I'm president of the Psychedelic Pharmacist Association.
Wow, welcome.
Thank you.
How do you find time in your day to do so much?
Oh yeah, I feel like I'm always busy.
And Sharon, can we have you jump in, please?
Yeah, I'm Sharon Sidhu. I'm the Science Officer and General Manager at Numinous Bioscience. Numinous Bioscience is a controlled drugs and substances license holder, and we've had the privilege and the honor to be able to cultivate psilocybe mushrooms for the first time under our license. And we're working on a number of different psychedelic initiatives, inclusive of psilocybin mushrooms. We're working with DMT, MDMA, ketamine, LSD, and various other things. My core objective is to look at, developing formulated products for psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy that can be used in clinical trials, and also to kind of create a very solid foundation for the industry in general. So we do a lot of collaborative work with other organizations, as well as academia, to kind of make sure that this industry starts off with a good foundation and moves forward in a very holistic way.
Perfect. And I think that's a great segue into the first conversation piece topic a question that I had for you guys, and it comes around regulatory framework. So within the cannabis industry, prior to legalization, and then 2018 in Canada, it was like a big party. We had a lot of licensed producers, we had a lot of hoopla, a lot of people part of the industry. And then unfortunately, slowly they've all sifted away, and it hasn't been sustainable. Pata, maybe you can comment on some of the not so good and the good of the industry and what you can take from it, and any lessons we can give to the psychedelic community as we pay forward.
So I think I worked both in the legacy and the legal market, and as someone who was really looking forward to legalization, I think there's a big gap in the people that were left out in the conversation around legalization, especially the BIPOC community. But I also feel like, as having worked in the both medical and recreational space on the legal framework, that once recreational framework came through, the medicinal patients were the ones that suffered in terms of accessibility and affordability, and that's something that should be really looked at when it comes to the psychedelic healthcare industry, and licensing, standardized licensing for healthcare practitioners who are allowed to work in these healthcare industries, right? In the cannabis industry, I found that a lot of people that worked at these clinics did not have healthcare backgrounds or even science backgrounds. And a lot of the culture was like, oh, it's okay, I'm a stoner, I've had 10 years of experience smoking, and so I can provide this medical experience, but realistically not being able to understand science interactions, chemical reactions, and not having access to academic resources to be able to further educate yourself on these kind of interactions don't allow you to have enough information to provide to people. And I feel like that's super important when moving forward, providing a regulatory framework for healthcare that's integrated into the federal healthcare framework, and that allows for standardized licensing, regulation on education, and the kind of accessibility that's provided to patients, especially vulnerable communities and patients in those communities.
Right. And maybe Emily, you can comment as to what's happened on Oregon, because in November, you guys legalized the psilocybin, if I'm not corrected, right?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, and as far as cannabis, I guess I'll start with that. So it's still federally illegal in the United States, but a lot of states have opened it up to medical and recreational cannabis. And that can vary. So in places like Oregon, as far as cannabis, medical and recreational people go to legal dispensaries. And in the model that we have here for cannabis, at least, we don't have any healthcare professionals on site. And I think we know that a lot of people who do use recreational cannabis are using it to treat, usually some kind of health condition or symptoms of a health condition. So there's nobody there, like Pantha said, who's educated to provide medical education to these people who come into the dispensaries. Now, versus in a state like Pennsylvania, they have a different model. So they're required that every dispensary has to have a pharmacist on site. And these pharmacists are required to take a medical cannabis training course. So at least the people in Pennsylvania, whether they're a medical patient or a recreational user, going there to treat a medical health condition, they're at least getting some proper education about drug interactions and how to safely use cannabis. So now with psychedelics, I think we need multiple pieces in place to make psychedelic therapies accessible. And so I think this framework should include both a decriminalization measure, which we did in Oregon with Measure 110, and a legalization measure, which was Measure 109 in Oregon. And so for me, I think the appeal of Measure 109 in Oregon, or having legal access to psilocybin, is that their number one priority is making sure that this is going to be accessible and affordable to as many people as possible. So you won't need a diagnosis or insurance to get access to psychedelic therapies in Oregon. And again, they're working on like a 2-year period to kind of put these rules and regulations into place to hopefully open this up in 2023. But I do think having a framework outside of the traditional medical system will allow for more accessibility. And that's because in the United States, not everybody has insurance. Even if you do, the premiums are high. People have high deductibles. So something like $2,000 to $5,000 deductibles. That means you have to pay that out of pocket before any of your treatment is covered. And there are limits to how much mental health treatment you can get. And so right now, I just don't feel like medical or mental health care is affordable. And so if we incorporate psychedelic therapies only into that medical model, it's just not going to be affordable or accessible to the people who need it the most.
Right. And we want to make sure that it is affordable and accessible to all. And Sharon, maybe you can comment as to what you guys are doing at Numinous to make that possible.
So we've taken a couple of steps. One of the key steps that have been taken is there was a briefing note that went to Health Canada, written by the medical team headed by Dr. Evan Wood. And the briefing note surrounded the use of MDMA and psilocybin under the special access program. So it takes out of the compassionate access and the exemption 56 notices that had to be provided. And then this was based on practitioner supervision and practitioner requirements for patient case by case. And essentially what that had opened up was consultation with Health Canada, and then Canada's intent to remove the caveats of not having certain compounds and certain drugs, essentially anything that was regulated under narcotic control, to be able to be part of that special access program. Now, we commented and we are now waiting for Health Canada to make their decision. But Health Canada doesn't typically, put out an intent for comment unless they're actually going to do it. So very, very excited about this new stage of psychedelic therapy here in Canada. And the other thing obviously is absolutely understand what Emily's saying and whether there is going to be changes on regulations and decriminalizing maybe something else, but we're talking about descheduling in the regulations to be able to move some of these compounds from narcotics to a different schedule. We saw it would happen with cannabis, but obviously it happened with cannabis for recreational. Where we see this going, we're absolutely not certain, right? So for things like psychedelic mushrooms, for psilocybin mushrooms, will there be a regulatory framework, much like cannabis, where there's regulations and there's stipulations on growing, stipulations on, you know, where it can be sold, stipulations on what products look like. Numinous is very, very focused on psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. And our main objective is to make that therapy accessible, right? So we are trying our darndest to make sure that everything that we do has that in mind, right? Like that's one of our core values, that's one of our core objectives. And one of the ways that we're doing that is, you know, is doing product development, is doing the research to make sure that we're not creating products that are not accessible, creating products that are cost prohibitive. And that for us on the research side is the first thing. The second thing we're doing is, you know, we are verging on 2 clinical trials now. So we have one for psilocybin and substance use disorder, and then we have one for in conjunction with MAPS for MDMA. And you know, we will continue to try and do as much as we can to develop protocols, right? So again, this is part of what the medical team does, is they're developing protocols and they're doing a practitioner training to make sure that practitioners are trained in the therapies that they're giving. And right now, yes, it's under a clinical trial kind of regime, but you know, as we move forward and as this therapy becomes more mainstream, is probably the wrong word, but becomes more acceptable, and maybe we will see changes in regulations. Oh, sorry, Anitra, I think you're muted.
I muted myself. Sorry, my husband's working in the background. I keep having to shush him.
Yeah.
Feels like I have 3 kids at time, but yeah, no, it's great that we are trying to see some momentum happening within the regulatory framework. I've got some questions coming up to us from the audience, so maybe I'll just throw them out to all of you guys, and you can give your answers to the best of your abilities. So one of the first questions was, what are the key takeaway for the success of recreational psychedelic industry from the success and failure of the legalized cannabis industry? So it's very similar to what I just asked already. You know, what have we learned already? And what do we hope to take from the cannabis industry moving forward? And I see it as, you know, a point in time where hopefully cannabis dispensaries, medical offices will be able to use this as a medicine, as a tool. Emily, you had talked about how you work in both spaces. Maybe you can comment on what you guys are doing in Oregon, and Sharon and Panther, you guys can chime in as well.
Yeah, so I think for me, I believe, you know, of course, in taking a more holistic approach to health and wellness. And so, of course, patients should have access to these alternative therapies, whether that be cannabis or psychedelics. And so the good part about legal cannabis is that patients have access and options. I think the bad part that we saw in cannabis was that it's not incorporated into the medical model. So that means doctors and healthcare professionals aren't educated in these therapies. And that's just because it's not taught, you know, in the curriculum. And so I think for this to be successful, now that psychedelics are becoming more mainstream, people are already starting to self-medicate. They're already asking pharmacists and their doctors about these medications. So we really need to start educating healthcare providers about psychedelic therapies. I think that's one important piece. I also think that pharmacists overall are in a great position to provide harm reduction education. We're one of the most accessible healthcare professionals, you know, to people. Anybody can walk up to the pharmacy and get a consult, ask us a question. And so the Psychedelic Pharmacist Association, that's going to help fill the gap. And we're an international organization. One of our co-founders is in Canada. So we are going to start advocating and trying to educate pharmacists to help advocate for these medicines and to educate the public.
That's brilliant. That's wonderful to hear. And Sharon, I know that you've mentioned that you've got like your Dr. Evans on board, but what role do you see, you know, healthcare workers, pharmacists playing moving forward? And how do we complement each other and bridge that care gap that we see right now?
Yeah, I think that's a larger conversation, again, as these therapies become more available. Obviously, Numinous is very collaborative, and we are very happy to hear from you know, it would be great to have Emily talk to Dr. Evanwood and Devon Christie about, you know, what the work that is going on there. We've been approached by some organizations in Oregon as well to see where we can kind of fit in. Like we want to be able to facilitate all these conversations, and we want to be able to move the industry forward together, right? I think that's what's going to be key here. Again, not comparable to cannabis, where it was a, you know, kind of, you know, more of a money play, depending on the people that were involved. And, you know, you're right, it was the medicinal cannabis and the patients that were benefiting from this did get lost in all of that. From you know, the question, you know, Numinous is focused on therapy, not focused on recreational. And so for us, it's, you know, it's kind of a question. For us, it's not comparable, right? I would say that where the biggest difference between cannabis and psychedelics is the driver, and the driver has been therapy, right, as opposed to recreational
patient therapy. It's a medicine.
Patient therapy, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And Penta, maybe you can comment, you know, your experience, you come back from the background as an endocannabinoid specialist, and you were helping patients. So what did you see happening, and how do we help correct some of the errors that we saw take place in cannabis?
So I think working towards helping more healthcare professionals get educated and having accessibility to understanding the endocannabinoid system is key. You know, the endocannabinoid system is one of the oldest systems in the body, and it is connected to so many processes in our body, and it is connected to so many organs and muscles. And to go to a doctor or a therapist and be told, like, you know, this is bad for you, you should stop it because it's not good for your system, it's not true. And I think that education is key, but also conversation with people that are actually affected by these things, like the veteran who's on a disability check that has to spend $600 from his disability check to be able to get accessibility to his cannabis medication. You know, the grandmother that doesn't have insurance that will cover her, you know, her cannabis pain medication because it's not part of their plan. I think these are things that are super important in changing how we approach psychedelics, and the fear mongering that was associated with the advertising of cannabis is something that really needs to be removed in the psychedelic space, because we need to treat them with respect. These are plant medicines. They're not drugs that, you know, people are seeking out to get high and, you know, get addicted on. I think the conversation and stigmatization, we need to learn from all the stigma that came with cannabis on how we need to frame the conversation with people so that older people, younger people feel included in the conversation and feel welcome to try these holistic approaches of healthcare. Oh, I think you're on mute again.
Sorry, I don't want you guys hearing my husband. What I was saying is that, you know, I totally agree with what you're saying, and that there's so many barriers that tend to be put up in place when patients just want to be simply accessing these medications. And so one of the other questions I have here is there a leading industry organization that represents the psychedelic industry? So this is more for Health Canada and that can help draft regulations for the psychedelic substances. Sharon, do you know of anything? Is that something that's in the pipelines or?
Yeah, there's no, right now, I mean, there are some associations, but like I said before, we've been engaging with Health Canada on a regular basis, and we have submitted, like I said, briefing notes to them. And we will continue to engage with Health Canada. And we have been really lucky, not lucky is the wrong word, but we have been, it's been a two-way road, right? So they've been happy to engage with us as well. And anything that we're talking to them about, it's not, you know, it's got nothing to do with how we can do better as a company. It's about how the industry can do better, or how this nascent industry can do better, because it's not really an industry. But if we're taking steps to go in the direction of making psychedelic medicines available, then what regulatory changes need to be made? It's a huge amount of work. Like the task is enormous, right? Mm-hmm. So we're taking steps, step by step, as to, you know, what we're engaging with Health Canada in, right? The briefing note was the first thing on the special access program, right? Where are we going next? What do we need to put in place, right? And, you know, every time I report to Health Canada, because we have a controlled drugs and substances license, I am talking to them all the time about, you know, what we're doing, where we're going, how we're doing it. Like it's almost like on a weekly basis, right? And every time I submit something to them, it's new because it's not been done before, right? It's, you know, like psychedelic mushrooms, how we track those. you know, what reports we send into Health Canada, it doesn't fit their regular reporting structure for psychedelic compounds or psychedelic substances. So we're creating this as we're going along, right? But so far we've been lucky in that Health Canada hasn't said, well, no, we don't like you doing it this way, do it this way, right? So they're accepting what we're putting in front of them. And that's a good sign. That's a really good sign to say that they are understanding that this is something that needs to happen. And they are seeing that there is a potential in the medication. It's like, it's not like the driver is different, right? Again, I say the driver is different. We're seeing medical studies coming out. Johns Hopkins is doing studies. Like we've got phase 3 trials for MDMA through MAPS, right? So there is actual scientific evidence to show that these medicines work, right? We have to do our part as an organization and as a blooming industry to make sure that we are taking the right steps to make sure that the regulator is satisfied, right, with what we're doing, so that we don't go back 10 steps, right? You know, it is a partnership the way we're looking at it, right? We're doing our part, the regulators are doing that part. Now we want the regulators obviously to move as fast as we're moving. But again, if we can help them and provide them with the evidence and provide them with the data, like we're doing toxicity screening on mushrooms that were never done before, right? Because we want to make sure that we don't have an adverse event in the product that we're developing, so that Health Canada doesn't then question the safety parameters of these medications. And we'll continue to do that with all the botanicals that we look at as well.
Right, that's great. So you guys are doing your due diligence. You're pretty much paving the way forward for others to follow suit. And you guys pretty much are making the blueprints as we go along, you know, taking from the pharmaceutical industry, taking from the cannabis industry, and ensuring that what we do is right. And that way everyone can be included as we move forward. Like you're not hiding any of your evidence. It's out there, you can research it, and it's there for everyone to share. I'm curious to know what medical conditions we tend to use, you know, the psychedelics for. Like cannabis is quite versatile, but, you know, what are we using it for? Dr. Emily, maybe you can chime in to see what you use it for in your patient population, and then Panta, Sharon, you guys can also share your.
Yeah, as far as what I've seen, a lot of people are using it for, you know, mental health conditions. So depression, whether that be major depressive disorder or treatment-resistant depression, anxiety. A lot of people are looking into using this stuff for like migraine headaches, cluster headaches. I think there are a lot of studies going on too, looking into things like OCD and a lot of other applications, looking into like early stages of dementia. So I feel like there's a variety of applications that people are like using or researching psychedelics for.
Yeah, no.
There's also microdosing therapy for CPTSD and anxiety, generalized anxiety, as well as depression. Lots of research has shown that psilocybin actually is quite helpful.
Yeah. So it's quite versatile. And I think with COVID, you know, a lot of mental health issues are going to come about, and this is where it might be able to help.
And the big thing about psychedelics too is that they help people to open up. I think they help you become very aware of yourself, like cannabis, you know, they help you expand the way you see the world, the way you experience knowledge, the way you interact with people. And I think that's really important to share and to really focus on the positive. And instead of like how cannabis was demonized and, you know, there was so much fear mongering in the advertising where we were not allowed to speak about the good aspects of cannabis in the recreational dispensary market, but you know, you can say anything in the medicinal market. I think for psychedelics, it's super important to remind people that these are plants that are necessary for, you know, our own growth too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just going back to, I think I mentioned this in our meeting on Thursday. We're huge proponents of, you know, ethnobotanical research and traditional medicines. So when we look at, you know, therapies and what things can be used for, we look to traditional use, right? And I've said this time and time again, these aren't new medicines, right? These are traditional medicines that were used in traditional paradigms, you know, in the Amazonian basin. You know, these have been used successfully in tradition. And we look to, you know, how they were prepared. We looked to what they were used to treat. We looked at the treatment conditions. And it's really interesting because when you look at the studies and you look at data from ethnobotanical data, you see that, you know, ailments, when somebody had an ailment and they went to the shaman, what they first treated was anxiety associated with that ailment, right? It was always the anxiety first, and then they treated the physical. So it was always the mental first and then the physical, because as far as they were concerned, you know, if you can't fix how you feel, then your physical is never going to be good, right? So that's the first thing they did. And I went to this lecture recently by Dr. Thor Arnston, and he's an expert in anxiolytics, and he was talking about cysto, which when you look at the actual symptoms, it's aligned with PTSD, right? And there was a lot of plant medicine that was used to treat cysto in traditional paradigms. And I find this completely fascinating that these medicines that were so old and were used without any stigma associated with them, quite commonly, and you know, then went through this whole 1960s demonization. But then just before that, in the 1950s, particularly around the 1958, there was a lot of studies done in LSD, right, by some pioneers in psychiatry. And even to the point where, you know, MIT and the CIA were looking at LSD as a truth serum, right? It's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating that, you know, there was so much work that was being done, and then it just all got shut down, right? So now we have the opportunity, so let's do it properly.
Right.
Definitely.
And that's the thing, you know, we're using it as a truth serum, but they're not letting us actually get to the truth.
And it's also important to note too, cannabis was noted in the Vedas as well as a medicine, and, you know, extensively written about to help with things like cancer, eating disorders, and, you know, even just aligning your chakras. And the Vedas are about 2,000 to 5,000 years old. So, you know, there's lots of research there.
And I think as psychedelic therapies move from the research, because, you know, I feel like some of these trials are designed really well, but sometimes I feel like researchers can be a bit far removed from the clinical applications and the patients and like how it affects them. And so I think, and this was my experience working in a retreat setting, it's that, you know, in the research, you have very, very strict criteria about who has access to these medicines. But as we open this up to the public, you know, in Oregon, or bring this into the clinic, I can just see that we're going to have much more complex cases, people looking to use these things for a variety of different conditions, and we'll have more potentials for, you know, possible drug interactions. And so that's one reason why I feel pharmacists would be a good inclusion on these clinical teams, just to help out with all of these more complex cases and potential, you know, interactions with medications and psychedelic therapies that haven't necessarily been studied in the research.
I think here we're pretty far away from opening up therapy to outside of the conditions that we are putting forward for clinical trials, right? We're quite far away from that. And yes, it's definitely going to be an uphill regulatory battle to try and get these, available essentially. But again, when we talk about accessibility, it's one of those battles that we're willing to fight.
And I think it's also important for cannabis, as we see the psychedelic medical therapy framework grow, how we can also structure the cannabis medicinal framework and make it better and more inclusive and wholesome, and get it to where it needs to be, so that it's also providing the best healthcare possible for patients.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
There's a question on the Q&A here that I think might merit an answer. So the cannabis for medical purposes is only available in dried form and could be only smoked, etc. So that's one question. And then in what form will psychedelic substances be available? So we're working, when we do formulation studies, we work to be able to provide, part of the formulation studies essentially is to be able to provide discrete dosage formats that are measurable and that can be that are stable, right? So I think that's the first. The key is that it's not. It depends on the compound and how it stays stable, and for what period of time we need it to stay stable in. And these are therapies, so they are available in therapeutic dosage formats. For cannabis, yes, it was available in dried form and could be smoked, etc. We are actually looking at a new regulatory caveat in the cannabis regulations for cannabis health products, and they are almost like an OTC product, so people would be able to take them.
So non-combustible. So, you know, that's what we're seeing with Cannabis 2.0 is the non-combustible product. For your oil, your orals, tinctures, oils, topicals.
These are actually, like the cannabis health products, they're actually products that will have health claims associated with them. And they're the group that are working on there's an academic group essentially of experts that are currently working with Health Canada to put some recommendations in place. So we're looking at about, I said 2 years a year ago, so maybe another year before that consultation comes out from Health Canada. But there's definitely some interesting conversations to be had moving forward with that category of product. So to be able to have health claims on cannabis products that we haven't been able to have before, it's almost going to fall into the natural health product and non-prescription drug, not framework, but follow that kind of path. And it will definitely be interesting to see how that whole pathway is gonna form.
Right.
And I think as far as in Oregon, I think it's still kind of up in the air over these next 2 years as they come up with the rules and regulations. Is it going to be synthetic psilocybin, or, you know, are they going to allow mushroom cultivation and the natural fruiting body? So we still don't know exactly what all the regulations are going to be here in Oregon.
Yeah. So here right now we're looking at both, right? So we are seeing clinical trials going in for synthetic psilocybin as well as for mushroom fruiting bodies.
Right. So stay tuned, I guess, is what it is, and we'll see what happens in due time. So we've got only 5 more minutes left. So, you know, I guess in closing, maybe each of you can comment as to, you know, we're all females, we're in this space, and it's a tough space to be in. What led you into this space, and what have been some of your most memorable, favorable moments of being in this industry? Panta, I'll start with you.
So I have been a medical consumer for the better part of a decade, and I have found that cannabis helped me through a lot of things in my life. It helped with a lot of health problems I had in my life, and I'm a firm believer it made me a better hockey player on the pitch. A Kenyan Federation may not agree, but you know.
A field hockey player, for those that don't understand the pitch analogy. We're probably thinking ice skates otherwise.
But I think watching legalization happen and being someone that worked in the legacy market for so long and seeing legalization actually happen, I think that was a huge milestone, regardless of all the flaws that happen with the policy and regulation. I think just being able to go to a dispensary and be like, oh, can I buy some weed? You know, and just having it be very accessible it's really cool. But also being able to service all the patients that I did when I worked for MCRCI was very, very fulfilling. I think that's the avenue that I want to get back to, working in the cannabis space, like helping patients. And yeah, I think that was that for me.
Perfect. That's wonderful. You know, I think you're an amazing patient advocate, and your patients were lucky to have you. So it would be great to have you back into the industry sooner than later.
Thank you.
Emily, what about yourself? What's been one of your most favorable or memorable?
Yeah, so I think for me, really getting into this space was just, you know, worked in healthcare for over 14 years and just saw how pharmaceutical medications don't necessarily work for everybody, and that we're not really focused on a lot of the important things: lifestyle medicine, getting movement, eating well, mindfulness, meditation, all of that. And then also alternative therapies like cannabis and psychedelics. I just feel like, you know, we as healthcare professionals should be advocating more for people to have these type of things, or educating them on these type of modalities, you know, before just prescribing them a medication. And so, as I saw with a lot of patient population I was working with, a lot of them have mental health conditions. We know a lot of comorbidities with chronic diseases and mental health issues. And then I think one of my favorite parts of working in this space was working at the a legal retreat center, just reading all of the research, seeing how promising, how, you know, generally safe and well tolerated things are, looking at the research, and then being able to work at a legal retreat center in the Netherlands, being able to sit in on a retreat and just see how people had such a profound experience, and how grateful they were to be able to have access to these medicines, and all the benefits that they took from them. I'd have to say that was, yeah, one of the most beautiful moments I remember, was just being able to sit there, hold space for people, and be at a retreat.
You're getting to witness these great changes take place in your patients, and it's probably really rewarding to watch and witness. Yeah. Sharon, what about yourself?
There's been so many, right? So there's been so many.
You were in cannabis before you came into psychedelics.
Yeah, so yeah, I was in nutraceuticals, cannabis, and then psychedelics. So I think the entire journey, there's, you know, it's been, you never thought that you would end up doing this, right? I think, you know, when you started out, I was going to, you know, stay in academia, and I was going to be a professor, and, you know, but, you know, life happens, and then you can either, you know, use it to your benefit, or you can sit there and complain about it. So I think, you know, the memorable moments have been the decisions, really, right? The decisions. And then, you know, again, you know, we talk about stigma, and we talk about, you know, in our organization, you know, we have a huge DEI mandate, and, you know, we talk about, you know, how different cultures have dealt with mental health, you know, differently, and whether they accept it or don't accept it. And then just even talking about the issues, like talking about, you know, mental health issues, talking about substance use disorders and stuff like that, right? It is very different now than when I was growing up, right? So it's very different now. And I think it's a great change. And then moving forward, at least the next generation, at least my kids won't have the issues that their dad had, kind of thing, right? So it's like, you know, those things are memorable, to be able to sit there and talk to my son about how he's feeling, and, you know, whether he needs to see somebody, like, you know, it's an open conversation now, and these conversations did not happen when I was his age, right?
No, we didn't have these conversations growing up as kids, and now, you know, we're trying to raise kids to be resilient, and they can speak about their feelings, and we can open up, and we're not brushing it under the carpet anymore.
Exactly. And I think that is definitely one of the biggest drivers for me, is to make sure that this next generation, right, does not, you know, have that same stigma on mental health, and, you know, being able to ask for help without, you know, brushing it under the carpet, kind of thing, because, you know, it's not the cultural norm, you know, for some cultures, especially my culture, to talk about these things openly. And I think, you know, just having that, you know, discussion with my dad about, you know, saying that he's so proud of, you know, what I'm doing, you know, those things are memorable, and he knows what I do. Right.
Yeah, which is huge, especially, like, you know, we belong to the same community, and I think to be able to speak openly about our feelings and emotions and being in this space is a huge step for us to take.
Absolutely, absolutely.
We're trying to pave the way forward for everybody else.
No.
My parents know that I'm here today. Like, that's
crazy. My mom too.
So do mine.
For the link after, she was like, I really would like to watch the whole conference. Like, I'm really interested. And, you know, being a South Asian African parent, we come from a very orthodox community where it was not talked about. Cannabis was a big no-no. Psychedelics, no-no, you know, the fear being getting addicted. And to have my parents just proudly say, oh yeah, she works in cannabis, you know, she is an advocate for patients, and just have them support my career. I think that was also a huge win.
Look at the smiles on our faces when we talk about it, right? Like, yeah, they're happy for me, man, and I'm happy for myself. That's awesome.
Well, that went quick.
I would love to do this.
So
yeah, the time. Yeah, I'm so. Where did the time go? But I want to thank everybody. This was amazing panel, and I love that whole. I remember Sharon brought it up. Shaman would look at someone at their anxiety level before treatment. That just really, man, that hit a chord. That was awesome. And it really taught me what a fighting spirit brings to the overall health and well-being of a person's you know, individualness. And so I picked the Pete the Cat quote before we leave. I know we're running out of time. Sorry, guys. I will wrap this up. But Pete the Cat's groovy guide, his advice is, most folks are as happy as they make up their minds to be. And Pete the Cat says, be happy. Like, let's do that.
Love it.
That's cool. All right, ladies.
Raj.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much for being part of this panel. It's been a pleasure hosting you three.
Thank you so much.
Great to be on. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Bye.
What
I
do we
feel like
have
I just
up?
made a lot of new friends today. Like everyone's just been, yeah.
So
I need to
great.
send out bracelets to everybody. Like we need contactless. I need to do this. Okay, so we're a little
What do we
bit
have?
behind schedule.
No, we're just a minute, two minutes behind schedule. But
My
what do we have
time?
next? So we have,
Dude.
is it Mimi Cannabis? Is Mimi Cannabis?
Yeah. Do you know why I'm having a heart attack right now? Do you see on my phone? It says 2:59 on my phone. I thought I totally lost it.
No,
Okay.
2:53.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
we have
All
a
right.
short breather. We just have a short breather.
Short
Look
breather.
at that.
Okay, so everybody get up and stretch. Let's take a 5-minute power break. Sound good?
Oh, nice. I did not even know that.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get up and stretch. I'll let you take charge.
Oh, thanks. Okay, everyone just left me. Okay. I think I'll just listen to some music then. What do we got? Any requests? Anybody? Okay, let me see. Oh, we got a message from Farhi once again to announce the winner. Oh, yeah, my girl Kathleen Ware. She got the trip to Jamaica. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay, don't forget about that one. We need to definitely talk to her again. Okay. Why am I still on? Should I take a break as well? What is happening? All right.
Yes, Rash, you can just take a short break and everyone can just take a breather and then we can come back in about 10 minutes.
Cool, man. See you then.
Hello, everyone. So just a few words from the organizers. What we'd like to do is, for everyone who's going to stick with us right till the end, we would like to get everyone on camera and pull you all on the virtual stage for a photo op. Feel free to keep your cameras off if you're not comfortable, but we'd really like to capture this for memories. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Woo, I keep knocking that poor plant all day. Jeez. All righty. So we're going to get ready for our next panel, folks. Let's see here. We've got a few things going on. I'm just making sure everyone's here and singing like a weirdo. But yeah, so up next, we've got tourism with cannabis and psychedelics. Awesome panel to go through. And oh, we got my girl Keiko. She's signing on already. Very nice. We're just waiting a few more people. There you go, Bridget. We got Bridget in the house. We got Keiko in the house. Very nice to meet you, Bridget. We got Wendy popping in.
Great.
Oh, this is awesome. Very nice. Okay. And I think we're just waiting for Ingrid. She's gonna pop on. Oh my goodness, I'm just ready to be transported to Jamaica. Ladies, take it over.
Well, we're at 3 great travel destinations just represented right now. California, Jamaica, Canada. I'd love it.
I know. Yeah, this is fantastic. Oh man, and the weather here is just blue skies. So like, I feel like we're all vibing on the same page. This is beautiful everywhere right now. Okay. Oh, there we got you. We got you going on. Okay, and so
Hi,
let me just check
Keiko.
for Ingrid.
Welcome. Oh, you're on mute.
Everybody.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm going to
Great
just
meet
quickly
you.
jump in with a quick update. Ingrid's going to be a few minutes behind, but we can start and she'll just join in.
Awesome. Okay, that sounds perfect. Are we ready to start, ladies?
Yeah, I'll just give you guys a quick introduction and then you guys
Great.
can take it all your own. We got Bridget, we got Wendy Forwell, CEO of Cannabis Hotels. We got Ingrid Riley. I think she's still signing on, but she's the publisher of Sensei, and we got our girl from Coral Cove Wellness, Keiko. We've already heard so much from her. I'm ready to relax. I'm just gonna turn back right now. And yeah, like I said, I'm just ready to be transported to another island. So feel free, ladies.
Great. Oh, well, it's such a privilege to be here and to be with these amazing leaders in the cannabis travel industry. My name is Bridget Hoffer. I'm co-founder and head of strategy for Marigold PR. I'm going to turn it over to my fellow panelists in a second to have them do a little bit of an intro about themselves. And we're going to talk about travel, guest considerations, and what people are thinking about when it comes to cannabis and psychedelic travel. So exciting, and what a perfect way to end the day, especially coming off the last talk about psychedelics. So welcome. I'm going to turn it first over to Keiko. And why don't you introduce yourself to the audience?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today, and I'm very honored to be a part of this conversation. My name is Keiko Beatty. I'm the Director of Education at Coral Cove Wellness, and we are a cannabis and fungi retreat in Jamaica, and we focus on education on whole plant cannabis and fungi medicine.
Welcome. Wendy?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm the co-founder of Canna Travel Life, which is a content creation agency, as well as the founder of Cannabis Hotels, which is an online travel advisory for cannabis-friendly locations and experiences globally.
Fabulous. I don't think Ingrid is quite here yet, but why don't we get started? Because we've got some really interesting areas to talk about. So Wendy, I'm going to start with you first on guest. Let's talk about what guests experience considerations are. So many hotels have been cautious about cannabis even after legalization. What do hotels, especially from your background, need to consider when thinking about cannabis policies?
Absolutely. So one of the, once Canada moved into legalization, it became very apparent that hotels, whether they chose to be cannabis friendly or not, needed to make those considerations because the consumers are coming to their locations. So we've worked with various hotels throughout Canada on how they can proactively work with their customers, whether it's designated locations, what their policies are going to be. Some hotels will go as far as to have that information in room. So the consumer knows that, what the policies and regulations are at their location. Other hotels are still working their way there. We're seeing some corporate hotels now starting to move in the direction of being cannabis friendly in some way, shape, or form. So they're working with various companies. Canada right now, I believe there's 2 organizations that they can work directly with to define those policies at their location.
Okay, that's amazing. You know, thinking about when you check in and you can get that information right when you go into your room. That's a very, like, you know, it's personally affirming, I think, you know, just to have that luxury, but also have the privacy around it as well. Keiko, while we're waiting for Ingrid, I might just ask you at the same thing. What do you think hotels should be thinking about?
Well, right now, because of COVID, I think a lot of hotels are definitely focused on being COVID safe and moving forward with clarity and consciousness in regards to keeping their guests very safe and making sure that everything is done well. We at Coral Cove have had to change how we do our food because we were used to doing a family style or buffet, but that no longer is considered COVID safe. Things may change in the future, but that's just it. We need to be responsible and keep safe every step of the way within that. And regarding cannabis, because we are in Jamaica and we do have a license, we are completely legal to have that available for guests as well as psychedelics, being that it is legal in Jamaica. And we are actually looking at right now as Coral Cove is going to be the first of other facilities along the same line. So we are actually looking at properties right now in different countries that have that legal access to make sure that we're being compliant and being able to offer guests full use of cannabis and hopefully psychedelics as time does move along with legalization.
Amazing. So Keiko, I'm going to stay with you on this one, and then Wendy can jump in as well after. Who are the consumers? Who are the consumers that we're talking to who are interested in psychedelic and cannabis travel options?
You would be amazed. It's all different ages and all different types of patient structures. So it could be people in their 20s, but there is a large amount of guests who come into Coral Cove that are over 50. And we need to be very conscious, aware of their physical needs as well as what they're mentally desiring to be able to utilize this natural plant-based medicine for while their stay is there. So we need to be very transparent with what our capabilities are, but luckily we do have a CEO is a physician, a cannabis physician. So we have the medical aspects to be able to support the wellness successes.
Okay, great. That's great. So that's in terms of the wellness side. Wendy, what are you seeing folks are looking for, and who are they? Who are you catering to?
Everyone. There's definitely a demographic of the baby boomers, which is, I think, surprising to many of the destinations. They are the consumer that has been consuming since the late 60s, and they want to travel. There's the medical patient that needs their medicine when they travel. There's the business traveler. They want to be able to unwind at the end of the evening, no different than having a glass of wine. They want to be able to consume at the destination that they're staying. So I would say it's across the board. People are now actively looking at where can I travel that I can safely consume and that I'm welcome to consume. So they're choosing destinations based on those requirements. I've had the great opportunity to be able to sit with groups of travelers from different parts of the world that have come into a destination and receive feedback from them. And really get to understand what their needs are. And every one of them has a different need and why they want cannabis available on their travel destination. I mean, it's an enhancement. It elevates the experience. So from a recreational aspect, it's really a key and integral part of that travel destination.
And if I can add something here, I think that more people are looking for places where they can still have their medicine wherever they travel to. I mean, they may be able to have access to it at home, but when they travel, they have not had the luxury of being able to have that available to them. So I think guests are looking at being able to use their medicine wherever they like. And they're going to be choosing places that supports that outlook. And it's true that we do have the baby boomers, but you know, we definitely have young people of all ages leading up to the baby boomers. So I will say that I always love it when I find people of all ages there being able to enjoy their medicine when and wherever they like. So.
Well, really, I mean, we just covered the whole gamut from 20s to baby boomers to wellness to recreational, business travel, groups, you know, small groups that want to relax and unwind. What are there any specific, like when you think about, we've talked about wellness and traveling with your medicine, we've talked about a little bit about boomers. Are there any specific opportunities that you see? Of if somebody's traveling, is there something that someone who's interested in getting into this business should be thinking about to offer in terms of opportunities?
I think there's a wealth of opportunities for anybody who's interested in travel and would like to be able to incorporate cannabis. I mean, there are tour guides that maybe can share about different facilities, and if they keep on the outlook of, well, maybe one resort may have something more focused on, well, like take for instance in Jamaica, some people may want to know about the history of the Rastafarian background and why it's part of their culture and religion there. And I know that there's a place there in Jamaica called Zimbali that definitely offers that. And you know, at Coral Cove, we are looking at many different health aspects, and from autism to yoga to you know, psychedelics. We will be offering that in the future once things really open up after the pandemic is gotten at a better level. But what I see for the future is that education, natural plant-based medicine is individualized medicine. So I know that we would have the capabilities and possibilities for our facilities to offer whatever types of medicine modalities that people are seeking. So I think that there is an opportunity for new companies to be creative and start tours or programs or being able to match people up for the type of facility that's going to give them the best experience for their personal journey.
Oh my God, that's so so thoughtful, and I just feel the gratitude from that you're, you know, for your consumers and your patrons. That's amazing. Wendy, what kinds of things are you seeing in the hotels across? What are key opportunities that you see for enthusiasts? I mean, we just talked about yoga, we talked about tours. What else do you see?
I mean, it's across the board. I mean, in Canada, I mean, you'll find outback mountain tours that are for recreational consumers. I mean, pretty much what you can look at is cannabis tourism is no different than any other tourism sector. It's that elevated experience. So, I mean, we have organizations in South Africa that are moving in a wellness aspect where the yoga, the meditation comes in Mexico, where they're looking at social consumption. So social consumption being that we now normalize the same way we do as a group of women sitting together and having a glass of wine. We now normalize cannabis consumption in a lounge atmosphere. We see that out on the West Coast a fair bit in Portland, as well as BC. Coffee shops, I mean, the restaurants. I mean, you go down to not Los Angeles, sorry. Keiko, you can help me out here. The west end of LA there. Anyways, they've really gone to more of the what you would go into a regular cafe restaurant to have dinner, and you can consume as well there, to infuse dining. I mean, the list is endless and the possibilities are endless in Canada tourism, and we're still in the very early days of it.
Yes.
And I think it's going to be very specific country by country on how they roll that out. But if anybody has a love for travel and a passion for cannabis, it's just the synergy of it is just so amazing.
And you brought up one of my favorite subjects. I'm part of a group called highdining.club, and we do food experiences, and mostly in California. We do in Joshua Tree an event called Moonlit Movable Feast, where guests arrive as the sun is setting golden over the floor of the desert, and we have a first course as they're watching the sunset, and by the time the second course happens, we're playing a sound bath where it's harmonically in tuned to your inner digestive system, and your second course is served while the moon is rising up above you. I mean, that's the type of dining experiences that I believe that have infused, lightly microdosed, balanced of flavors that really show the heightened awareness of culinary delights within cannabis. We also do one that's more educational. It's called Sushi Doobie Rolling Workshop, where we have the sushi chef from a very famous Japanese restaurant called Nobu's, and he teaches people how to roll sushi, and he infuses it through the sauces that it's put into the sushi, and then I actually teach about rolling the doobie. And that's Sushi Doobie Rolling Workshop, and that's through the highdining.club. So the foodie experiences are really coming about through travel. And I'm going to be having a food experience of some of the very talented culinary chefs of cannabis down at Coral Cove to be able to share that with guests and bring more of an enlightened awareness about how to properly infuse edibles. Years ago, I used to write for a magazine called Edibles List Magazine. So my dive into food was very well versed because I had been a chef in the past. I was started out being a vegan chef at a cultivation in Southern Oregon. And so I've been in it a while, but I really enjoyed the food experience. And if we can get people to travel for a cannabis culinary experiences, even better.
Oh, that's marvelous. That's absolutely marvelous. I'm delighted. Thanks, Keiko. I'm delighted to welcome Ingrid Riley, and she's here with us now. She's having some video challenges, but welcome, Ingrid. Hi.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, I'm having some video challenges, but I'll happy to still lend my voice to the discussion if you don't mind.
Oh, no, we're thrilled to have you. And just as a reminder, Ingrid is the publisher of Sunsea and Sensey and CEO of Real Girl Media. We were just talking, and maybe you can just jump in, but we were just talking about who the consumers are and what kind of opportunities they're looking for in the cannabis and psychedelic space. I don't know if you've heard what Keiko and Wendy have been saying. It's been fascinating, from, lounge, high food experience, incredible culinary infused experiences. What are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be here for this event, and happy to meet you, these fellow women in the cannabis industry. I'm a newbie, just been there a couple of years, definitely not as seasoned as many of you are. In terms of what I've been seeing over the last number of years, it's that the people who are interested in these cannabis experiences definitely a range. They're definitely female. They're definitely women of color, as well as they know more about the benefits of cannabis, medicinal benefits of cannabis. They're definitely LGBTQ people, and so in terms of age range, there's definitely definitely from the millennials straight up to the baby boomers. But I'm finding, because I used to have a small CBD oil business, and I can tell you that the demographic was pretty much your Gen Xer, your high stressed, high performing Gen Xer executive and entrepreneur, female. that was actually really most interested in getting more information about CBD oil and other and things around cannabis. And so for me, I'm just seeing a blossoming of women users, women of color users, women entrepreneurs and executives who are definitely seeing, getting more information in terms of how this can actually help them to manage stress, manage pain, manage their lady pains, help them to cope with what it is that they're trying to achieve in the world. In terms of what they're seeking in experiences, is definitely oils for pain management. It's definitely infused different kinds of oils for anti-aging properties for their skins, possibly for their hair. And they're definitely, especially the women, are interested in edibles and, how to, actually use those for fun, for sex, as well as for, for general stress relief. So those are some of the trends that I've been seeing popping up, especially over the last 2 years. And this is, of course, from a local perspective here in Jamaica and here, and also in Trinidad and Barbados in terms of the information that I've gathered. And of course, that will probably be reflected in the tourists that are coming to the Caribbean and also to Jamaica, but they come for a wider range of experiences as well. So that may include just simply the usual sun, fun, and weed, or they really do come for treatment, wellness treatments of varying stripes. So it's been interesting to track the trends both in the Jamaican market, the Caribbean market, and also in the tourist market.
Okay, well, seriously, sex, food, fun, health, wellness. I mean, we're covering it all from, and I love that women are, and, women who are, entrepreneurs, Gen Xers, finding a place to relax and enjoy. That sounds like a whole new market. So I have a question for all of you. I'm going to ask Wendy to start, and then I'll go to Keiko, and then go to you, Ingrid. So, I have a marketing and PR background. So what are the promotional channels? How are you reaching people to tell them about these amazing experiences and opportunities that you have?
Sure.
Wendy?
Being creatively compliant, of course.
Of course, we're always compliant, always.
Really targeting because of the limitations that we have, whether it be through social media, our normal channels to reach out do cause some difficulty. I'd love to tell everybody cannabis hotels, that was part of the thought behind cannabis hotels, was that we gave a platform for people within the industry and in Canada tourism to be able to advertise their location on our site. But also what it does is it gives the organization that may not want to put it right on their main website. They may not be cannabis centric. They may allow it in some way, shape, or form, cannabis consumption, but they don't want to alienate their non-cannabis customers. So it's finding that balance and putting it on sites like High B&B, cannabis hotels, as well as Canada Travel Life. We are launching a travel magazine,
great,
as well as a show. So those will be coming out in the next quarter. So we really saw the need for the Canada tourism space and community to have some tools to be able to reach out to their clients. And really for the organizations, word of mouth. Some of the most popular locations, whether it be in Jamaica, Mexico, Canada, that word of mouth really happens. Press releases. We were very successful with one of our first press releases for a resort in Canada that Forbes picked it up. We were picked up by 150 different papers and magazines. That's a good pickup. Yeah, because the story was interesting. It was a resort that was going to move into the Canada tourism space. So making sure you have an interesting story. Somebody up in Muskoka, which is a northern part of Canada, they were starting a cannabis canoe tour agency, And basically you would be able to canoe during the day, not while consuming, in the evening, camping by the campfire with cannabis consumption. So that was another great story. So it's all about the story and getting that out there.
Oh, those are excellent points. Good PR, like good press releases and PR, interesting stories to tell, and word of mouth, because that word of mouth really creates a sense of discovery, and people love the sense of discovery, you know, to find something and share with their friends. Keiko, what do you think people should be doing to reach companies or hotels or resorts like Wendy's great ideas? What can you add to that?
Well, I think that one thing, it's true, you do have to build your story. And I would say that you also have to look at your social media and developing that within your story. And because of, you know, we have psychedelics and cannabis within our framework, we need to really be conscious about that. And we have a person on our team that actually worked with a company called Weed Maps. And so their experience about that search engine optimization, as well as how to put certain wording into your website profile so you won't be flagged so much. Those are some really good keys in being able to move forward so you don't get shut down, because we're still in a market that doesn't really accept natural plant medicines like they should. And you know, sometimes you can get in there some celebrities that maybe support your brand. Or for us, we just had a psychedelic event where we had a gentleman who's a musician, and he was actually just nominated for a Grammy. His name is Maxi Priest. And he had an amazing social profile there, and because he was posting about his stay, that created a lot of interest. And our person building our brand actually put some wording in out there a couple of weeks ago, and our interest rate and likes and connections and views were shot through the roof, with 25,000 inquiry likes and other views on our site because a certain wording had changed. So those are some keys that you have to really look at your brand, know how to develop it, and find the right people who have the knowledge and background within developing it to help you.
Oh, that is so important. Every point that you've touched on, especially knowing your brand and knowing what you stand for and how you can stand out and differentiate. I also think in terms of social media and SEO, those are really key strategies. Ingrid, have we missed anything? What else could we add to this great shopping list? We've got to post this.
Well, I know Keiko had alluded to it, which was to basically use influencers, and and there are different kinds of influencers, and I believe that influencers who are, yes, celebrities without question, but also influencers who are on the ground in the market that you're seeking to either bring people to or to expand in. And so they're they almost act like local guides who are grounded in the market. They themselves are advocates or consumers, and they may have a following, you know, on social media, or they may have an email list. They may have, you know, a blog or a podcast or whatever it is. And you build relationships and have them, you know, have a firsthand experience with your product, or you know, whatever product it is, whether it is an eat, stay, play, shop kind of a product. And so genuinely, if they are enamored by that experience, then of course they'd basically be open to saying, hey, we love this, and here is why, and here's why I believe maybe you should love it as well. And of course, there are always online publications like Sunty and Sensei. We take a lot of sponsored you know, take sponsored articles and videos as well from varying brands that may want to be promoting what it is that they do, what it is that they're the events that they're having, the products that they want to promote, you know, whatever kind of range of experiences. So those are some of the things that we can add to that list.
Oh, those are great things. When you think about authentic influencers with, building out their experience and trying to encourage and validate their, the offers that they've had. Those are all brilliant. I'm glad that we're recording this because this is like gold, what you're putting forward here. Wendy, let's talk a little bit about regulations and legal considerations. We talked about it a little bit before, but what are some of the key challenges that you're seeing for cannabis tourism? What are the big issues that people are facing?
One of them in Canada, I'll start with Canada. I mean, because the key for the consumer is to know the regulations within the country that they're visiting, as well as the province that they're visiting. And that goes country by country, because for the consumer to come to Canada and think that what happens in Ontario, being that you can consume cannabis anywhere that you can consume a cigarette. That may be true here, but not in another province. So the confusion is definitely something that I think as a Canada tourism business owner, you need to educate your customers so that they are practicing safe consumption, that they're not going to be in any form of trouble. One of the initial difficulties that I was seeing was remote locations. They didn't have retailers close by. So let's say you have a small resort in a smaller village type setting. They did not have recreational cannabis available. So it was finding ways for those organizations to fall within policy and procedure and to be able to still provide cannabis to their clients, which if the client orders through OCS, has it delivered to the hotel. There was workarounds that different organizations found that they could be legally compliant and still have happy customers. I think that when you're looking at other countries, I mean, Mexico is now going to be opening up legalization and Canada tourism. I mean, just like Jamaica, it's a very perfect fit. You have the smaller wellness type locations. It's just really each destination making sure that they fall within their country's regulations. But the most important thing is the consumer understanding, because they could be coming from Europe where they have no idea what the regulations are. You really have to educate.
Okay, that's great. I think knowing the laws, knowing the region, knowing even your municipality or county, that's key. Keiko and Ingrid and Wendy, we've been talking about the Caribbean, California, and Canada. Who's doing cannabis tourism really well? I'm going to start with you, Ingrid.
Well, if I can just sort of maybe jump back just a second, you had asked the question in terms of what are some of the challenges, and I think what has been spoken about before is on the side of the consumer, but let's look at on the other side of entrepreneurs, the business side. Some of the challenges are the fact that there's no clear cannabis integration into a tourism kind of a policy by much of the Caribbean nations that are actually embracing decriminalization or legalization. Even in Jamaica, it's almost like without question, the people who have licenses to set up places to eat, drink, stay, play, and shop, they have their clear licenses. But even regarding that, there's no clear integration into the overall tourism brand, sort of a policy and marketing as well. Secondly, the other challenge from the point of view of business, that there's a lack of equity when it comes to the giving out of licenses, and just lack of equity in terms of the ownership of this kind of tourism pie. And that is something that you can see heavily on the ground. Without question, every Caribbean nation, including Jamaica, welcomes foreign direct investments into the tourism industry generally, and of course into Canada tourism. But we know too that much of that money flies out of the country and the region. And so with cannabis, we believe that there is the role to play in terms of generating and at facilitating equity in terms of entrepreneurship and
Ingrid? Okay. Hello?
I don't think she's there.
I think she's kind of dropped, but she's raised two really important points in terms of entrepreneurs and on the business side of the cannabis industry, and of course, equity and licensing and ownership. I don't want to move to back to the next question. Keiko, have you got any insights on that as well? Did you want to add anything?
I've had, an experience of both being in California and doing definite tourism opportunities there years ago. So I'm coming from the legacy market and doing events. And were we illegal at times? Sometimes yes, but just the thrill of being able to hold an event that was, focused around the lifestyle of cannabis was just exciting. And so maybe we crossed over the lines of legality at that time, but we were all in the legacy market. Now that we've come into what is the adult use in California, definitely things are opening up. As we talked about the original Lowell Cafe, I've had the pleasure to eat there. I know the chef, Andrea Drummer, and I can say that now more and more that adult use and the legal aspects of cannabis in California are great. I've also been on the board for the California Cannabis Tourism Association, which is now the the Cannabis International Tourism Association, because they see the prospects of being international. I will also have to be very transparent here and share with you that I am one of the honored writers for the brand new Cannabis Travel Life magazine that Wendy Forwell has co-created with an amazing person, Ms. D, and Nick, the editor. So I'm just a humble servant to be able to project that. And of course, my articles will be focused on wellness. But now being that I'm in Coral Cove, I have been able to work enough where I am one of the owners. And when we talk about equity of our ownership group, we have Jamaicans, Indians, Chinese, British, Australian, and Canadian, who are all part owners of Coral Cove. So I'm very honored to say we truly can walk our walk as we talk our talk when we are talking about travel and psychedelic and cannabis medicine. And I would only hope this be available to everybody out there to experience that. And so that we may be able to spread the great experiences that cannabis travel lifestyle has to offer.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. And what a terrific partnership. And good news, Ingrid's back. Can we hear you, Ingrid? Oh, there you are. Sorry, you just dropped off. But Keiko just built out on the equity and ownership issues as well. So if it's okay with you as a group, I would really like to hear, I think, about what's working and what's not working, maybe in the Caribbean, California, and Canada, just to what you think we could be doing better, and where the challenges are. Ingrid, now that you're back, I'm going to start with you.
Okay, I think what's working is that there is an openness from the minds of people in government. There's an openness in terms of the overall people in power who can influence the fast tracking or the efficient, reeling in of investments coming in from overseas, and also facilitating investments and entrepreneurship from the ground up as well. And so for me, I think that openness to embracing medical cannabis as an opportunity for economic development, as an opportunity for wellness, both locally, regionally, internationally, I think is what's going well, because that openness is really important. Will make any brand that is operating in the space locally and regionally, internationally, even that much more, fantastic, really. In terms of what's not working, again, it's about just maybe the openness is not coming as fast as we will all probably like, and so, but everything is a process. And also, what I think is also not working is that there has to be a little bit more transparency and communication. And I know, especially when an industry is new, it has, it's imperfect at the start. There's a lot of, stumbles and that kind of a thing and all that. But I just think that we should get to a point of more transparency in terms of communicating, licenses, communicating about how people can get involved on different levels and how it would benefit people on different levels. I'm all about communication and transparency, and again about equity in terms of who owns the kind of cannabis tourism pie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. So openness is there. Transparency and communication in this nascent industry needs some support. And thank you for that. Wendy, what do you think's working and what's not working?
So I'll start with what's not working.
Okay.
And I'll start in Canada. We've moved into legalization, but the stigma's still there. The not normalizing it. There are organizations that are working very hard and have worked through the legacy to make these things happen. And we need people within the Canada tourism sector to also help with that agenda. Some of our growers are being instrumental because they have product that they want to see rolling out into the Canada tourism space, such as our beverages. So that's sort of an entryway within Canada that we could start seeing some form of an edible in a social environment, be it a restaurant, a cafe. So we're slowly moving forward. It depends on the location and the property. I mean, you could have a small boutique hotel that is able to integrate cannabis consumption onto their property. They look at all the liabilities, no different than alcohol, that they have to work with their insurance companies. The insurance companies are very hesitant, I'm sure, not knowing, because it's such an early industry within Canada. So there's some of the things we're doing great is our craft growers. We're going to be able to offer farm to gate. I think we're one of the first countries to be offering farm to gate. So here you now have the experience that you would have on going on wine tours. You can now go on cannabis tours where you're actually going to the grower, being able to learn about the products, learn about the environment the product's growing, the people that grow it. So there's a lot of exciting things happening. COVID obviously put a huge stop on tourism overall. And so I think as we come out of COVID, it'll continue to move forward. And I think that people are very much, because of their mental well-being, our wellness travel is going to be very, very important as we come out of this period for your well-being. Cannabis consumption in Canada, I haven't looked at the numbers lately, because normally the numbers that I see are just so large of the dollar value to cannabis consumption through this period. But I think that as we come out of it, now these people that have been consuming cannabis at home, they want to be able to move. So I think the government, Health Canada, they're going to be looking at where are the opportunities, and as Canada tourism advocates, we need to help speak what we'd like to see happening. And that has to continue to grow.
Excellent. Yeah, I think I can just feel the heads nodding as you're talking about all of those pieces, especially the destigmatization. So critical in terms of what's not working. But with this kind of conversation, I feel very positive. Keiko, what do you think's working and not working in the Canada tourism area?
Well, coming from California, I can say legislatively, our system is being choked. We can't even, the best outdoor organic sun-grown flower, in the United States is grown usually in Northern California. We can't even ship it to New York. I mean, that's how backwards our system is here. So that's restricted a lot of our growth of good medicine to people. And then in Jamaica, legislation does run slow, but we have gone through all the hurdles to be able to have legal facility for both psychedelics and cannabis there at Coral Cove. But we also have a grow, and I would have to say my consciousness for the world is really opened up because of our cultivation and the type of hoops we've jumped through. We are actually exporting from Jamaica flower to Portugal, Switzerland, Germany, and Australia. So it's two completely different worlds for me and that I work in, but I just see it's the legal market that is holding so much of us back worldwide. And I believe that we need to work together to destigmatize this, to let everybody know that this is a medicine that is needed. And because, you know, my main focus and mission, I mean, travel is wonderful. I love being a part of the tourism industry of cannabis. But the reason why I'm here and doing this is because I just want to see one more patient feel good and get well from this natural medicine. And I think if we all stick to our purpose, our mission, and really respect the plants, we'll be able to reach that. And I think that tourism has a wonderful element to being able to share that with so many, with great pleasure at the end of just being able to relax and enjoy and find your whole wellness.
Wow.
I could listen to this all day.
I know.
Okay, guys, we have room for one more question.
Okay.
And Daniel here on from the chat, and he asked, I think it's Danielle or Daniel. Oh, I don't know. Okay, so they ask, what should travelers look for when choosing cannabis-friendly accommodations?
I'll start out.
I'll throw that to Wendy. Yeah, let's go.
Right. I would say depending on your own consumption requirements. So, I mean, you could be completely comfortable with a hotel that you can use a vaporizer in room. So it's really finding out what you want on your experience. And it's not about, years ago, it'd be like, I'm going to sneak out on the balcony and consume, have a joint and sneak back in. Now it's about the experience. So, I mean, it's really looking for, canna-tourism is the experience of not just smoking a joint, it's the total experience. So the visuals that you have, the scenery, the people, the culture, the music, it's all elevated. So you want to make sure that when you're looking for those destinations, that they're going to meet your requirements and that you have safe access to whatever form of cannabis consumption you'd like to have.
That's awesome, Wendy, because there's nothing like traveling. Like, I've been to Mexico, New Orleans, Nashville, amazing places. And the worst part about visiting those places is like how you're going to score weed. And then you have to have this whole adventure of like who to talk to. And you gotta meet some guy in a building somewhere and they hand you something right out of their pocket. You're like, I guess so. I hope I don't get lost here. But yeah, so this is amazing. And like, if you're absolutely right, because it totally changes the experience of that location and really, really heightens it and just allows you to really connect with it in a different way. And especially with cities like Nashville that are all music based. You know, just sit there at a park and listen and you'll be them. Yeah, you're just in heaven.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anyways, thank you so much, ladies, for putting this panel together, having these questions, you know, making this like a part of your life's work. This is amazing. You know, I never really, I guess I just take a lot of things for granted because I live in Vancouver, but man, like, thank you so much for doing the work that you do.
It was thrilling and a real privilege to be with everyone. And Ingrid and Wendy and Keiko, thank you for all of your insight and knowledge. And this is a really kind of gold talk, like all the points, like stuff Ingrid raised and Keiko brought from all of her experience, and Wendy understanding what's going on in the business side of the house. So thanks very much. I think it was a really worthwhile hour of talking. So thanks very much for the privilege to be part of it.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much. An honor and a pleasure.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a great conversation. Like, I am itching to travel now. Just, let's get this pandemic nipped in the butt so then we can get back on with our lives and see all these beautiful destinations.
Definitely look
before
for
everybody popped off. Oh, sorry. I just quickly wanted to say we wanted to take a group picture on Zoom. So all you have to do is just hang around, and Fareen's going to do some kind of technical wizardry, and we can all take a group picture. But if you're not cool with it, leave your camera off. It's all okay. And if not, let's be a part of this picture, man. Let's do it before we leave.
And thank you for everybody for joining us. It's been quite the day. What a robust group of individuals. What a robust group of women. You guys were fabulous. You brought so much knowledge and wisdom to the table. So on behalf of CanMar Events, we thank everybody for participating. We thank all the attendees for participating, for the questions, for the dialogue. It's been a great day of learning. So thank you for making this a safe space, an all-inclusive space, and allowing everyone to participate. It's been fabulous.
We went from talking about ending the stigma to careers, tourism, the future. I just want to raise a glass to CanMar, for setting the space, connecting us together, and understanding the value of women in our stories. Just cheers to you guys, man. That's awesome.
And stay tuned. CanMar's got a lot of events planned throughout the year. They'll be having their Careers Day again. Usually that takes place in the summer, and then the fall, I believe in the month of October, their global conference and expo will be taking place. So lots of things to look forward to. So thank you, CanMar, for providing us with this platform to share our voices and our ideas and collaboration. This is how we do it.
This is a sight. I love seeing everybody. Oh my goodness. Kira, you still on the line, girl? Long day. Oh my goodness. Yeah. We got Donna still. She's hanging out. I love it.
People. That's
awesome. Man, this is great. This is great.
Hey,
yeah.
I am still here because you ladies, honestly, I did not even plan on staying, but what an incredible group of women you have gathered. I have been cleaning my house, listening to you all day long with a giant smile on my face. You just, well done, ladies. Really, really incredible women you brought together.
Thank you, Donna, for that. We appreciate it. And thanks for all that you brought to the table. This is what we need more of. Make it all inclusive. Let's spread love, let's spread joy, and let's make these industries thrive. And together we can make it happen.
Thank you, everyone from CanMar Events. And just give me a second, and then we'll call it a happy weekend. An amazing.
Okay, guys, I have one more Pete the Cat, and then I'm done. I promise. One more Pete the Cat. Okay, and his groovy guide to life. So Pete the Cat says, "A well-spent day brings happy sleep." And that's from Leonardo da Vinci. And Pete the Cat says, "It's a good day."
It was a good day, definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome day. Thank you.
All right, just give me a second. And we're done. Thank you.
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye,
everyone.
Thanks
oh
for
my goodness,
us.
so nice meeting to everyone.
Bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you so much. What a great day.
Thank you so much for sharing with us.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Thanks, everybody. It's been a great day. It's been a pleasure hosting you all.
It's been a blast.
Wow.
Thank you.
Take care.